Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
For Li Feng, Jia Feng's request was nothing troublesome. Teaching magic wasn't like teaching a blank slate. Jia Feng already had some foundation. He might only be an apprentice now, but with a proper spellbook he could practice on his own without Li Feng having to hold his hand. Still, Li Feng was curious. Stroking his chin, he teased, "Didn't you want wealth and power? I clearly remember you fantasizing about marrying the princess and becoming the winner of life. What's this sudden change, giving up the throne and returning to the path of magic?" Aladdin nearly choked. In Agrabah, everyone knew the law. The princess can only marry a prince. Hearing Li Feng casually expose Jia Feng's hidden ambition was like hearing someone say out loud the very thought he'd buried deep in his chest. He shot Jia Feng a look that said, "Are you serious?" Jia Feng's face stiffened, pale with embarrassment. "I never told anyone. How does he know? Is this mind reading?" Li Feng tilted his head. "What's wrong with you two?" Aladdin dropped his gaze to the ground, suddenly very interested in the sand at his feet. He was just a street thief, a nobody. Jia Feng was a national advisor, and Li Feng was clearly someone Jia Feng feared. To speak out here was suicide. Better to play deaf and dumb. Jia Feng understood his silence perfectly. A thief who knows when to shut up. That's why he survived this long. But Li Feng pressed again. Cornered, Jia Feng could only mumble, "In Agrabah, the princess can only marry a prince. My chance with Princess Jasmine is 0. Li Feng blinked, stunned. In his world, kings and parents preferred wealthy son-in-laws. It was common sense. But to actually write it into law, that was absurd. Still, he shrugged it off. Agrabah wasn't his kingdom. Their laws were their business. What mattered was the contradiction. Why would Jia Feng still covet the throne if he'd supposedly given up on Jasmine? Jia Feng sighed, reading Li Feng's expression. He steeled himself and confessed, "I wanted the throne, yes, but not only for power. Magic requires resources, endless resources. Without them, training is slower than a snail's crawl. I grew up stealing for food. Luck put a spellbook in my hands. But how could a beggar afford reagents and treasures? I clawed my way into power just to gather scraps of magical resources, always second to the Sultan who took the lion's share. So yes, I dreamed of overthrowing him, not only for power, but because only as king could I command enough wealth, manpower, and land to fuel true magical cultivation. Even conquest of neighboring nations was a means to the same end." He bowed his head, voice turning humble. "But if you, Master Li Feng, are willing to guide me, then why chase a throne at all? Magic is dangerous. Blind fumbling leads only to ruin. With your advice, I'd rather devote myself to study than to schemes." Li Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't fully believe it. Ambition and greed rarely disappeared so neatly. Still, Jia Feng was only an apprentice. What harm was there in throwing him a bone? "I'm busy with my own research," Li Feng said flatly. "I won't trail after you to teach every spell." But he tapped the spellbook. "Study this. Write down what you don't understand. When I have time, I'll answer your questions." Jia Feng's eyes lit up. He dropped to his knees in gratitude. "Thank you, generous master." Li Feng waved impatiently. "Get up. No need for theatrics." With a flick of his hand, a portal rippled open to Aladdin's home. "Aladdin, take your treasure back." Aladdin clutched his satchel of gold and slipped through, shooting Jia Feng a wary glance. He knew perfectly well the other man might still want him dead to protect secrets of the Cave of Wonders. Best to disappear quickly. The magic carpet fluttered after Aladdin, but Li Feng's hand shot out and seized it midair. "Little thing," he growled, "from now on, you follow me. Try to leave, and I'll burn you to ash." Aladdin, hearing this from the other side, winced hard. Heart pounding, He spun back through the portal, clutching his satchel. After a beat of hesitation, he thrust it out to Li Feng. "My honor magician, please. Let me buy the carpet's freedom with these jewels. It saved my life. I can't watch it be destroyed." Li Feng stared at him, incredulous. "Are you stupid? If I wanted to burn it, what good would your trinkets do? Relax. I don't care to sit on a picnic blanket and float around." He sneered at the carpet. "I only want to study how it flies without draining mana. That way, I can craft a flight tool of my own design. Until then, you can borrow it whenever you like. Ask Jia Feng where I am." With that, Li Feng waved his hand, and the portal snapped shut. The portal snapped shut with a shimmer. Silence lingered. Jia Feng, who had kept his thoughts buried, finally dared to speak. He couldn't shake the feeling. Li Feng was being too kind to Aladdin. Not only had the thief been allowed to leave with a lifetime's worth of treasure, but Li Feng had even promised he could still play with the magic carpet. That wasn't the behavior of a ruthless sorcerer. Strange. Does Master favor him? If so, killing Aladdin may bring me trouble. Tentatively, Jia Feng asked, "Master, he knows about us." Li Feng's gaze flickered, calm and dismissive. "He knows about you," he corrected. "So what? He's a thief. Who would believe a thief's word?" Jia Feng lowered his head in deference, masking the unease in his eyes. "But Master, Aladdin is close to Princess Jasmine. If he tells her about me, and she tells the Sultan, it might ruin your plan to gather magical resources." Li Feng squinted at him, lips curving faintly in disdain. "I know what you're thinking. Let me be clear. Yes, I see Aladdin pleasing to the eye. And what?" He fell silent, voice softening into something almost like a confession. "Because he's kind." The word landed like a stone. Jia Feng's heart chilled. The things one cannot have are always the most precious. If Li Feng envied kindness, it only meant one thing. Li Feng himself was not a kind man. Li Feng exhaled, burying his memories. "Enough. Focus on gathering magic materials. That's your role." With a wave, he opened a portal and gestured coldly. "Go. The Cave of Wonders awaits." Jia Feng stepped through, sighing in his heart. Whatever Li Feng truly was, resistance was pointless. For power and survival, he had no choice but obedience. Li Feng kept the portal active for Jia Feng's comings and goings, then settled onto the magic carpet. From his bag, he drew the lamp. One careful rub, and a swirl of smoke burst forth, coalescing into a massive, blue-skinned giant with a human torso and smoke for legs. The genie folded his arms, voice booming. "Great summoner, as promised, I shall grant you 3 wishes. Speak them." Li Feng blinked. That face, he knew it. When the carpet lifted him eye to eye with the spirit, realization struck. Will Smith. This guy once played a genie? Suppressing a laugh, Li Feng glanced at the golden cuffs binding the genie. "Nice hairstyle. The mustache, too. It suits you." The genie preened, grinning wide. "Finally, a summoner with taste. But alas, I can grant you only 3 wishes." With a shrug, he shrank to a normal size, stretching like a man just waking. "Enough chit-chat. State your first wish." Li Feng smiled slyly. "Can I start with the 3rd? The genie tilted his head, suspicion flashing. Dark mana swirled faintly around Li Feng, enough to make the spirit wary. "Don't try to trick me. 3 wishes, no more. That's the rule. No one gets a 4th. "I know your rules," Li Feng replied smoothly. "No reviving the dead, no killing or mass destruction, no forcing love." "I know all of it." The genie's brows rose. "Knowledgeable. I like that. Still, starting with your 3rd is rare. Most mortals rush through their greed in one breath. But fine. Just remember, once you speak it, it takes effect immediately." He snapped his fingers, robes shifting into a messenger's garb. "State your 3rd wish. And don't forget, wipe the lamp." Tradition. Li Feng polished the brass with deliberate care, then met the genie's gaze with a calm smile. "My 3rd wish is to grant freedom to the genie before me." The world stilled. The genie blinked, rubbed his ears, and leaned closer. "Come again." Li Feng repeated it without hesitation. This time, the genie listened intently, ears comically enlarged, hands cupping his head. When the words sank in, his expression shattered into disbelief, then joy. With a roar of laughter, he shot skyward. Fireworks burst behind him in broad daylight as he sang and danced, celebrating freedom he had long since abandoned hope of. To most, wishes were chains of greed. But here, someone had wasted a wish not on wealth or power, but on him. When he finally descended, breathless and grinning, he whispered, "Freedom. I never thought I'd hear it. Magician, you're a strange one." Yet even as happiness surged, a shadow of caution lingered. No one sought a lamp only to set its genie free. Surely Li Feng's remaining wishes would demand something impossible. But still, hope was hope. "What now?" the genie asked, rubbing his hands eagerly. "Wealth? Power? Name it, and I'll grant it. But remember, desires never end. Even kings die, still hungry." Li Feng shook his head. "I don't need strength from wishes. Power earned through cultivation is the only power I trust." He inhaled deeply, voice trembling with restrained longing. "What I want is to go home. My true home. Can you send me back?" The genie froze. "Home? Your real home?" He closed his eyes, searching. Power rippled outward, probing the universe, yet found nothing. He opened them again, troubled. "I can't sense it. Not at all." For the genie, a being almost omniscient, this failure was staggering. Li Feng's shoulders slumped. "So even you can't? Forget it." He forced a smile, weary. "Then pour me a drink." A frothy mug appeared in his hand. Li Feng sipped, eyes distant. The genie hovered awkwardly, wanting to ask more, but choosing silence. Just as he prepared to retreat into the lamp, Li Feng's voice stopped him. "Stay. Talk with me." The genie hesitated, then nodded. He had lived too long trapped in brass and smoke. Conversation was a freedom in itself. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, a glint in his eye. "One genie can't fulfill my wish. But what about two working together?" The elf glanced at Li Feng in wonder. As far as he knew, although there was more than one magic lamp, he was definitely the only one nearby. Does this magician have other magic lamps in his hand? As for Li Feng's question, the elves were also at a loss. The two powerful elves joined hands to realize a wish of going home. It seems that the chance of success is quite high, but he has never done this before. Can't it? How can I answer this? After thinking about it, the elf scratched his forehead and said, "How about you try?" Li Feng glanced at the wine glass in his hand, then squinted at the portal and smiled. "No hurry. The other elf hasn't played yet. Let's talk about something else, such as..." After thinking about it, Li Feng said, "Can your magic be taught to others?" The other elf did not appear. The elves followed Li Feng's gaze and looked towards the portal. "I have lived in the Cave of Wonders for a long time, but I didn't see any other elves in the cave." Frowning, don't know why, the elf always feels that Li Feng is wondering how to cheat people. Turning his head to the side, the elf shrugged and said, "Theoretically, the magic of the elf can be taught to others, but the actual situation is that some spells can only be used by the elves because the cost is too high, and your magicians can't afford the price." The elves knocked. He tapped the bracelet on his wrist and explained, "The reason why the elves can bear the price is also because of this thing. Although it restricts my freedom, it also protects me." Li Feng nodded. His eyes drifted vaguely to Jia Feng in the portal, and he touched his chin and said, "Perhaps my first wish came to mind. How about you teach me magic?" The elf smiled and shook his head and said, Yes, but I advise you not to say that." Although the elf can realize any wish. In the middle of the speech, the elf suddenly recalled Li Feng's wish to go home. "I can't achieve it by myself, and this is not one of the 3 unfulfilled wishes." So he changed his words awkwardly and said, "Well, the elves can achieve most of their wishes, but this is not the point. The point is that when the elves fulfill their wishes, there are usually very gray areas. Generally, we use direct and rude ways to help the summoners complete their wishes." The elves pointed to Li Feng's forehead and said, "If you want my spell, the easiest and fastest way is for me to put a huge magic theory directly into your mind, and you." The elf spread out his hands and said, I'm afraid your brain can't handle so much knowledge that suddenly pops up. You will directly become a lunatic. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, took out a matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket, enlarged the magic book that had not been used for a long time, and handed it to the elf, while saying, "Record your spells in this book in detail." "What? How about this method?" The elf took the magic book and found the magic of the magic book at a glance. "Don't look at the magic book, but it is more than enough to record his magic." Nodded. The elf rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "It's a very good book, a very good way, so are you sure this is your first wish?" The elves can't help but get excited. Li Feng's third wish has already been made in advance, and he is still free. Therefore, as long as he is fulfilling Li Feng's 2 wishes, he can get rid of the shackles of the elves. Now, seeing that Li Feng is about to make another wish, he is not excited to be a step further from his previous free painting. On the other hand, Li Feng knows that knowledge is power. If the elves can't help him go home, then choosing knowledge is a good plan. After all, the way home requires strength. Thinking of this, Li Feng didn't speak, but just wiped the magic lamp and promised the elves to record all the magic knowledge in a magic book. At the moment when Li Feng made his wish, the elf picked up the magic book and rushed to the sky, singing and dancing again to vent his inner excitement. It can be seen that this elf likes singing and dancing. After a while, the elf flew back to Li Feng with his big white teeth open and pointed the magic book in his hand, only to see the pages of the magic book turning, quickly recording the magic knowledge of the elf. After about 1 minute, the magic book slowly closed. The elf held the magic book in both hands and handed it to Li Feng, smiling. "Dear magician, your wish has been fulfilled." Li Feng took the magic book and immersed himself in it, and said with a smile, "Thank you. By the way, I want to congratulate you in advance. As long as you and another elf join hands to send me home, then I have promised the 3rd wish you made takes effect immediately, and you will be free from then on." In Li Feng's words, he had already clearly told the elf what his remaining wish was, which also made the elf understand that his freedom was already at his fingertips. At this moment, a trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on the face of the elf. "I haven't thanked you for giving me freedom." Obviously, the elf recalled that he hadn't thanked Li Feng before. How could this make him one of the most powerful in the universe embarrassing? After thinking about it, the elf felt that he could remedy the gratitude, and said flatly, "Is there anything I can do for you?" For example, as he spoke, the elf looked around like scratching his head and waving his hand on the magic carpet. "Some food and fruit," said. "How about some wine and food?" Li Feng touched his stomach, let alone he had been following Jia Feng all the way before, but he hadn't touched the water. The hungry front heart stuck to his back, and he would be polite to the elves when he saw food and fruits. The elf glanced at Li Feng in wonder. As far as he knew, although there was more than one magic lamp, he was definitely the only one nearby. Does this magician have other magic lamps in his hand? As for Li Feng's question, the elves were also at a loss. The 2 powerful elves joined hands to realize a wish of going home. It seems that the chance of success is quite high, but he has never done this before. Can't it? How can I answer this? After thinking about it, the elf scratched his forehead and said, "How about you try?" Li Feng glanced at the wine glass in his hand, then squinted at the portal and smiled. "No hurry. The other elf hasn't played yet. Let's talk about something else, such as..." After thinking about it, Li Feng said, "Can your magic be taught to others?" The other elf did not appear. The elves followed Li Feng's gaze and looked towards the portal. "I have lived in the Cave of Wonders for a long time, but I didn't see any other elves in the cave." Frowning, don't know why, the elf always feels that Li Feng is wondering how to cheat people. Turning his head to the side, the elf shrugged and said, "Theoretically, the magic of the elf can be taught to others, but the actual situation is that some spells can only be used by the elves because the cost is too high, and your magicians can't afford the price." The elves knocked. He tapped the bracelet on his wrist and explained, "The reason why the elves can bear the price is also because of this thing. Although it restricts my freedom, it also protects me." Li Feng nodded His eyes drifted vaguely to Jia Fong in the portal, and he touched his chin and said, "Perhaps my first wish came to mind. How about you teach me magic?" The elf smiled and shook his head and said, "Yes, yes, but I advise you not to say that." Although the elf can realize any wish. In the middle of the speech, the elf suddenly recalled Li Feng's wish to go home. "I can't achieve it by myself, and this is not one of the 3 unfulfilled wishes." So he changed his words awkwardly and said, "Well, the elves can achieve most of their wishes, but this is not the point. The point is that when the elves fulfill their wishes, there are usually very gray areas. Generally, we use direct and rude ways to help the summoners complete their wishes." The elves pointed to Li Feng's forehead and said, "If you want my spell, the easiest and fastest way is for me to put a huge magic theory directly into your mind. And you." The elf spread out his hands and said, "I'm afraid your brain can't handle so much knowledge that suddenly pops up. You will directly become a lunatic." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, took out a matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket, enlarged the magic book that had not been used for a long time, and handed it to the elf, while saying, "Record your spells in this book in detail." "What? How about this method?" The elf took the magic book and found the magic of the magic book at a glance. "Don't look at the magic book, but it is more than enough to record his magic." Nodded. The elf rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "It's a very good book, a very good way, so are you sure this is your first wish?" The elves can't help but get excited. Li Feng's 3rd wish has already been made in advance, and he is still free. Therefore, as long as he is fulfilling Li Feng's 2 wishes, he can get rid of the shackles of the elves. Now, seeing that Li Feng is about to make another wish, he is not excited to be a step further from his previous free painting. On the other hand, Li Feng knows that knowledge is power. If the elves can't help him go home, then choosing knowledge is a good plan. After all, the way home requires strength. Thinking of this, Li Feng didn't speak, but just wiped the magic lamp and promised the elves to record all the magic knowledge in a magic book. At the moment when Li Feng made his wish, the elf picked up the magic book and rushed to the sky, singing and dancing again to vent his inner excitement. It can be seen that this elf likes singing and dancing. After a while, the elf flew back to Li Feng with his big white teeth open and pointed the magic book in his hand, only to see the pages of the magic book turning, quickly recording the magic knowledge of the elf. After about 1 minute, the magic book slowly closed. The elf held the magic book in both hands and handed it to Li Feng, smiling. "Dear magician, your wish has been fulfilled." Li Feng took the magic book and immersed himself in it, and said with a smile, "Thank you. By the way, I want to congratulate you in advance. As long as you and another elf join hands to send me home, then I have promised the 3rd wish you made takes effect immediately, and you will be free from then on." In Li Feng's words, he had already clearly told the elf what his remaining wish was, which also made the elf understand that his freedom was already at his fingertips. At this moment, a trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on the face of the elf. "I haven't thanked you for giving me freedom." Obviously, the elf recalled that he hadn't thanked Li Feng before. How could this make him one of the most powerful in the universe embarrassing? After thinking about it, the elf felt that he could remedy the gratitude, and said flatly, "Is there anything I can do for you?" For example, as he spoke, the elf looked around like scratching his head and waving his hand on the magic carpet. "Some food and fruit," said. "How about some wine and food?" Li Feng touched his stomach, let alone he had been following Jia Feng all the way before, but he hadn't touched the water. The hungry front heart stuck to his back, and he would be polite to the elves when he saw food and fruits. The elves summoned by Jia Feng were a little puzzled. He had clearly reminded Li Feng to be careful of Jia Feng. How come Jia Feng has got the magic lamp now? Isn't this forcing him to fight Li Feng? When Li Feng said that he wanted to make a wish stronger than the elf stared at Li Feng. Obviously, the elf at this time already understood what Li Feng was thinking. He knew that Li Feng didn't know anything about elves, but knew too much, plus he explained how he became an elf before. The point is that Li Feng kept asking questions during the explanation process, and he broke some details into pieces for Li Feng to answer, which allowed Li Feng to fully understand the details of becoming a magic lamp wizard. If you still can't guess what Li Feng wants to do, the elves will kill himself with tofu. Is it true that he was just messing around for 1,000 years? But the elves were still a little puzzled, because Li Feng had said before that the second elves hadn't appeared yet. Does this mean that Li Feng knew what Jia Feng wanted to do early on? Or all of this was designed by Li Feng early in the morning? Use the greed of human nature to achieve one's own goals. This is the devil's habitual method. Pity. The elf shook his head at Li Feng with a complex expression, indicating that the probability of second elf in Li Feng's plan was indeed quite high, but there was a slight mistake in completing the wish afterwards. As a friend, the elf wanted to remind Li Feng of any mistakes. However, it was Jia Feng who summoned him. Even if he wanted to remind him, he could not give any hints. Unless Jia Feng made a wish to end the summoning, then he would have the opportunity to serve Li Feng. Commentary. On the other side, Jia Feng was stunned when he heard Li Feng's words and looked at the magic lamp in Li Feng's hand subconsciously. His knowledge of the magic lamp is limited to legends, and he has no idea what traps are hidden in Li Feng's words. If it is normal, Jia Feng may be able to slowly find out the traps in Li Feng's words. After all, is he stupid or what an idiot? Become a magician? But does Li Summit give him a chance? Obviously impossible. The corners of Li Feng's mouth were slightly raised, and he snapped his fingers lightly, activating the slave contract that was portrayed on Jia Feng before. Now, Jia Feng seems to have many ways to get out of slavery restrictions, but in reality, first, make a wish directly to the elf to get rid of the contract, but then, the magic lamp is in Li Feng's hands, and his strength. Li Feng can control him once, and he can control him a second time. Second, he made a wish stronger than Li Feng, but Li Feng had said in advance that the magic lamp was in his hand. As long as he gave Li Feng some time to summon the elves, everything he had done before was wasted. Therefore, Jia Feng directly abandoned this wish. Third, make a wish stronger than the elves, and even the elves will not be his opponents, let alone Li Feng, who is weaker than the elves. Even if Li Feng had also made a wish to be stronger than the elves by then, it was a big deal that the strength between the two was half a catastrophe, and no one could do anything about it. Thinking of this, Jia Feng endured the pain and shouted at the elf, "Elf, realize my wish and make me the most powerful existence in the universe." After a pause, Jia Feng affirmed hoarsely, "Better than you, strong presence." The elf glanced at Li Feng, embraced and touched his beard, as if talking to himself, and as if explaining to Jia Feng, "In your wish, there are many gray areas, but the elf cast a spell at Jia Feng and said loudly, 'The strongest existence in the universe, no problem.'" As soon as the elf's voice fell, black smoke and sparks suddenly appeared beside Jia Feng. As the tumbling black smoke and more sparks enveloped Jia Feng, Li Feng's restrictions on him disappeared at the same time, which made Jia Feng couldn't help but feel the power surging inside his body while laughing upright. After a few seconds, Jia Feng became as tall as a giant, but his upper body was exposed with red skin, and his lower body was filled with sparks of black and red smoke. Elf. Poor Jia Feng still didn't understand that he had stepped into Li Feng's trap, and still shouted at Li Feng proudly, "Now, I am better than you. I order you to crawl under my feet, otherwise." Li Feng stood on a magic carpet with great interest, flying around Jia Feng, disdainfully said, "You can hurt me, greedy idiot." The elf Jia Feng was stunned because he didn't understand he was already the most powerful existence in the universe. Why did Li Feng dare to talk to him so presumptuously? Are you born to live? At the moment, Jia Feng, who was full of power all over his body, had intended to show how strong he was in front of Li Feng. Since Li Feng still dared to speak rudely, Jia Feng decided not only to experiment with his own strength, but also to learn from Li Feng along the way. Thinking of this, Jia Feng held up his hands, summoned a squeaky thunderball, and roared angrily, "Boy, I originally wanted you to be my servant. Since you want to die, I just want to die. Fulfill you." It's just that Jia Feng's ruthless words are over, but the thunderball in his hand seems to be glued to the palm of his hand. No matter how he shakes it, he can't get rid of it. Facing the thunderball that was about to be smeared on his face, Li Feng not only did not panic, but looked at it with a smile. It wasn't until Jia Feng's wrist that represented the elf's identity and the bracelet restricting freedom appeared. Li Feng flew to Jia's side, akimbo, and patted his cheek with one hand, and said with an arrogant grin, "Why? Don't you want to kill me? Come, come. I'm standing in front of you. You could hurt me a hair, I call you Grandpa." At this time, Jia Feng obviously realized that something was wrong and looked at the glittering bracelet in a panic and shouted at Li Feng, "What did you do to me? What did you do to me? I want to do something to you, but let you down. I don't have the ability to do anything to you, so the pair of gold bracelets is not my masterpiece. I feel that my ears are almost deaf." Li Feng drew his ears, shook the magic lamp in his hand, and said, "This is your own wish. It's my ****. On the side, the elves floated to Jia and explained with a smile, "The elves are the most powerful existence in the universe, and we have extraordinary power." Before the elf was finished, Li Feng said quietly, "But there are 3 things the elf can't do, one of which is that you can't kill people and set fires, so you can't kill me at all. Besides," Li Feng shook his hand again. The magic lamp, gloating, said, "Elves without a master can only stay in a small magic lamp." As soon as Li Feng's voice fell, a magic lamp suddenly appeared below Jia Feng, and Jia Feng was inhaled in the magic lamp, while Jia Feng shouted "No, no" on his face in horror. The second magic lamp got it just when Li Feng was smiling and preparing to pick up the magic lamp to summon Jia Feng. The elf suddenly floated in front of Li Feng, picked up the magic lamp first, and said, "Austin, you can't use this magic lamp yet." Li Feng frowned and asked puzzledly, "Why?" Although Li Feng had a hunch, the power of the 2 elves still couldn't send him home, but it was at least a kind of hope. Don't try to make him reconciled. Now, the elves inexplicably blocked his chance to try, which made Li Feng very unhappy. If the elves were not persuasive enough, Li Feng would not mind turning his face with the elves and directly bury the magic lamp in no man's land such as the North Pole or the deep sea. He is always waiting for freedom alone. Anyway, the elves cannot hurt people, and Li Feng is not afraid of how the elves will retaliate against him. The elves didn't know what Li Feng was thinking. He still regarded Li Feng as a friend, so he explained in a gentle tone, "Elves are not born to fulfill people's wishes. We need to learn, and learning takes time." The elf pointed to the Cave of Wonders and said, "Only when Jia Feng learns how to be an elf in the cave, you can use the magic lamp. Otherwise, even if you summon Jia Feng, you will only summon a sleeping elf." Li Feng was stunned. "You mean the elves have to receive training before they start to work?" Seeing the elf nodded, Li Feng twitched his forehead and thought. After a long time, he asked, "How did you receive the training?" The elf pointed to his forehead and said, "As long as the magic lamp is in the Cave of Wonders, the content will directly appear in the elf's mind. This is also the cause of the elf's sleep." Li Feng squinted his eyes. "How long does the wizard need to train?" The elf thought for a while. "The time is not short, because the elf has to learn too much," pointed to the bracelet, and said, "I said before that the bracelet will protect us from harm. Without it, such a large amount of information. It suddenly appeared in my mind. Even if the elves couldn't hold it, there was only a dead end. The content appears in my mind." Li Feng squinted his eyes and touched his chin, repeating what the elf said, constantly pondering what was in his mind. After a meeting, Li Feng looked at the magic lamp in the wizard's hand and asked, "What if I speed up the time flow of the magic lamp? Will Jia Feng and the magic lamp also speed up the progress of learning?" "Time." The elf looked at Li Feng in amazement and said inconceivably, "Can you speed up the flow of time?" Li Feng nodded. "It's not a secret. Maybe it's magical in the Aladdin world time domain, but in the Marvel world, the Ancient One meeting, the future Doctor Strange meeting, in the future, everyone won't even have the Face of Time gem. Yes, let's play together through time. What do you say this puts the Face of Time gem?" The elf touched his mustache and thought for a while and said, "Theoretically, it is possible, but I don't know how long it will take Jia Feng to train before he can take up the post. After all, The amount of time that the elf sleeps is not counted in a few years, he paused. Next, the elf pointed to himself and said, a person with good abilities like me still sleeps for more than 100 years. As for Jiafeng, I'm afraid it will be slower. It's fine, it doesn't matter if the time is longer. The big deal is that I cast spells every day. Li Feng grinned. It's just that I can take this opportunity to exercise the time acceleration spells, knowing that I used to be in actual combat. The use of more is still time stagnation, and the spells of time acceleration are quite unfamiliar. Seeing that Li Feng had made a decision, the elves waved his hand and threw the magic lamp into the Cave of Wonders. Li Feng opened the portal and flew near the magic lamp on the magic carpet, applying time acceleration to the magic lamp. When Li Feng cast a spell at the magic lamp, the elves on the side blinked curiously, carefully observing the magic lamp wrapped in water. For a long time, I saw that the elves of the Hall of Fame said in a positive tone, it seems to us that Jiafeng in the magic lamp is indeed accelerating the learning speed, but in terms of your time spell power, it has not been a year or a half. Yes, I'm afraid Jiafeng is still studying. After a pause, the elf added, it's still the result of your daily spells. Hearing what the elf said, Li Feng waved his hand indifferently. Even if he stayed in Aladdin's world for 2 years, what if the elf Jiafeng still didn't wake up? The magic lamp is a magic item, and when the big deal comes, he will return to the Marval world with Jiafeng and the elves in wait. Having said that, the wizard is calculated based on his current spell power. Did he spend 2 years training his spells, and the spell power is still standing still? This is too underestimated. It wasn't until Li Feng's mana was consumed that he reluctantly ended the practice time to speed up, waved his hand to open the portal, and signaled the magic carpet to take him out of the Cave of Wonders. After leaving the cave, the elves were forced to return to the magic lamp to rest because it was not in the time to fulfill the wishes of others. As for Li Feng, while slowly recovering his mana, he took out a magic book to study the magic recorded by the elves. Just as he continued to study, Li Feng frowned from time to time. Regarding the magic of elves, Li Feng was more surprised as he watched. First of all, the elves can rely on mana to summon food out of thin air, the kind of food that can really be digested by the human intestines and stomach. This level of magic scared Li Feng a bit, because not to mention that he couldn't summon real food out of thin air. Even Ancient One, a big man who can turn gods into dogs, can't do it. Ancient One is at best. Get food from elsewhere, or simply use energy to make food that looks like food, but it is still energy. The problem is that this kind of energy food can't help being hungry, and it will make the empty stomach and intestine something to digest. If you want these energy foods to be transformed into various nutrients needed by the human body, go dream. Li Feng became more and more frightened as he watched. What is the difference between the magic of the elves and the real creation? The elves can only make some food, gold jewelry, etc. So what's the next step? If the magic of the elves is thoroughly studied, I am afraid that in addition to being unable to fabricate the soul out of thin air, the difficulty of creating a body out of thin air does not seem to be great in the future. Wait, fabricated out of thin air? Li Feng touched his chin. He didn't know why. He always felt that the magic effect of the wizard seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. After a while, Li Feng patted his forehead. Your sister, isn't this the effect of the weakened reality gem? It's not right. When he made a wish to the elves originally seemed to be infinitely close to reality. Gem's ability. In front of reality gem, all rules and rules become meaningless, because it can modify them arbitrarily, such as erasing objects. This can also be achieved by the magic of the elves. For example, the elf can disappear the sword in the guard's hand out of thin air, just like a rubber wipes the sword completely, or even directly eliminates the law of a certain day. If it is simply to change the sword, Li Feng said that he can do it, but his magic is to teleport the sword away, and the sword originally still exists, but only in a different location. As for erasing the law, unless Li Feng is going to clear the memory of those who know the law one by one, but see if he can be exhausted. Secondly, using reality gem can fabricate real objects out of thin air. This is also not difficult for the elves, and the elf can easily change what they eat and wear. Finally, the reality gem originally contains huge energy that is difficult to control. It is terrifying to use it alone, and it is not wrong to say that it is impossible to use the reality gem alone. Anyway, as far as Li Feng currently knows, in a universe that could be used directly by holding reality gem with his hands, he counts them with his own fingers. Among these people, Thanos is not included. Only by letting the reality gem borrow the energy of other gems can it be used safely to a certain extent. Regarding this point, Li Feng felt that it was similar to the wizard's wishing spell. The elves usually rely on their own mana to perform small magic, such as turning into a fruit roast chicken, which is just a trick for him. But if you want the elves to become a full table, it will be embarrassing for him, unless the summoner wipes the lamp and uses the desire, so that the elves can borrow energy from a certain place to satisfy the desire of the summoner. The elves borrow energy to satisfy their wishes, and the reality gem borrows the energy of other gems to change reality. No matter how you look at it, you think the two are very similar. Li Feng scratched his head and said excitedly, "Does this mean that as long as I learn the magic of the elves, how can I simulate certain characteristics of the reality gem? Humanoid, self-propelled reality gem? Although it is only half of it. Half of it, but this is a joke, it's a bit big." Thinking of this, Li Feng only felt that the pie was falling from the sky, and it was still the kind that hit his mouth directly, which made him immediately study the wizard magic with full motivation. It wasn't until the sun set a few days later that Li Feng's eyes rose and became sleepy in the desert. He had to put down the magic book in his hand, wave his hand to open the portal, and picked up a few gold coins from the Cave of Wonders. Open the portal to Agrabah and find a hotel as a temporary stop at will. After sleeping for a full day and 2 nights, it was only in the early morning that Li Feng picked up a shoulder bag and appeared on the street, looking for small shops selling tents and pots and pans all over the street. Posture. It's just that Li Feng is really unfamiliar with Agrabah, so he just reluctantly buys all the living supplies until noon. This makes Li Feng a little regretful. At the beginning, if Jia Feng arranged a place for him first, and then designed Jia Feng to make him a magic lamp wizard, wouldn't there be so many troubles now? Unfortunately, regretting is useless. Although Li Feng can use the time converter to go back to the past, what if he changes Jia Feng's fate as an elf? Compared to sleeping in the wilderness, he should work harder and buy some pots and pans. As for the supplies that are still missing, Li Feng said that he has an elf friend who wants something or something. Back to the Cave of Wonders, the first thing Li Feng did was to practice the acceleration of the time against the magic lamp that lived in the Jiafeng elf, and he waved his hand to open the portal and return to the outside of the cave until nearly half of the mana was consumed. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng took out the magic book while regaining his mana and studied the magic of the elves with relish. In the afternoon, it was time to study Hellfire. A year and a half later, inside the Cave of Wonders, Li Feng skillfully applied time acceleration to the Jiafeng brand magic lamp. Aside, the elf pinched his mustache and turned around the magic lamp with great interest, until the time acceleration spell ended. When Li Feng was about to leave the Cave of Wonders, the elf suddenly stopped Li Feng and said, "Austin, Jiafeng is awake." Awake! Li Feng couldn't take care of maintaining the portal, letting the portal dissipate, and took the magic lamp and wiped it. Jiafeng's appearance is very similar to that of a genie, with a swirling smoke coming out of the lamp's mouth. It's just that Jiafeng is red and the elf is blue. In addition, the newly appointed Jiafeng seems to be uncomfortable with the elf lifestyle. After he appeared on the stage, he appeared a little dazed and at a loss as to what to do. Li Feng gently stabbed the elf next to him, and while looking at Jiafeng, who looked like a fool, he whispered, "Is this guy okay? Why do I think he is unreliable?" The elf embraced and touched the mustache with one hand and shouted sideways, "Elf." After a pause, the elf turned to look at Li Feng. "I am an elf, and he is also an elf. I call him an elf." It feels weird at times. After speaking, the elf raised his brows, turned to look at Jia Fong, and shouted, "Am I calling you Jia Fong, or the Red Elf?" Jia Fong, who had recovered after hearing the elf shout, looked at the summoner, only waiting for him to look at Li Feng, who had summoned him, his face inevitably full of anger. This is normal. After all, he was framed by Li Feng's design when he became an elf. Although there are also reasons for his own greed. This means that the elves must abide by the law of not harming humans. Otherwise, Jia Fong would like to personally thwart Li Feng's bones. Due to the rules of the elves, Jia Fong took a deep breath and put on a look as if he didn't want to talk to you more, gritted his teeth, and said to Li Feng, "Say your wish." Li Feng curled his lips and said with a chuckle, "In order to train you, I spent a lot of time, letting you sleep for 100 years to just 1.5 years now. As a result, you still love to answer. It really makes me sad." Jia Fong was not in the mood to chat with Li Feng. Seeing that Li Feng didn't say his wishes, he glanced at his magic lamp and said, "If you don't have a wish, don't disturb me to rest." After speaking, Jia Fong was about to go back to the magic lamp. "Zaiji Aziki." Li Feng knew a mouth, a little excited in his heart, but his tone was very flat, and said, "Jia Fong, my wish is that you and the elf will join hands to send me home and return to my real home." Jia Fong stared at the elves in a daze. Just want to break the wish and have the two elves join hands? With defamation and defamation, Jia Fong just wanted to dazzle people after fulfilling Li Feng's wish. He really couldn't maintain a calm mind in front of Li Feng. Besides, if there is time to chat with Li Feng, it is better to go back to the magic lamp, study the loopholes in the wizard code, and then find a chance to die Li Feng tenderly. Only after he and the elf teamed up to perceive where Li Feng's home was, he looked at Li Feng dumbfoundedly. The elves are a little curious. At the beginning, Jia Fong's wish was to become a stronger existence than him. So in theory, Jia Fong is indeed stronger than him. But now the two elves have joined forces and still can't find Li Feng's home, let alone send Li Feng home. What's the situation? "Elf, Austin, where exactly is your home? We can't even perceive where it is." Li Feng smirked, silently opened the portal, and left the strange cave with 2 magic lamps. The elf looked at Li Feng's lost expression and followed Li Feng without saying a word, while Jia Fong laughed with his mouth wide open as if he had picked up the bargain. Jia Fong didn't care why Li Feng was down. He was happy as long as he saw Li Feng deflated. On the sand dune, Li Feng held the wine barrel in both hands and poured it into his mouth, his eyes staring into the distance blankly. After a long time, Li Feng got up and smashed the wine barrel, patted his buttocks, and returned to the tent. "Ma Dan, a melancholy bird, it is not hopeless to go home." The next day, outside the tent, Li Feng with a matryoshka next to him squatted on the sand, gnawing an apple while looking sadly at the small fire in front of him and a metal thigh in the fire. Fire, naturally, is the hellfire that Carter Schrey and Johnny Blazer took off. The metal thigh was the thigh that was cut from the destroyer's body with great effort. Before, Li Feng was thinking about using the characteristics of hellfire to change the shape of objects to create a handy magic weapon. But he obviously underestimated the material of the destroyer, so he was surprised that the metal thighs turned red and melted under the burning of hellfire. There are no signs of it. What's more annoying is that he didn't know what protective measures were on the metal thighs. Li Feng discovered that the hellfire did not really attach to the metal thighs, but was separated from the metal thighs by a few millimeters. Even if Li Feng added fierce fire to the hellfire, the metal thighs still had to do, still shining with silver light, as if laughing at Li Feng's overpowering. For a long time, Li Feng looked at the metal thighs that the hellfire couldn't help but felt that he couldn't handle this thing. He had no choice but to signal Creature to wipe the magic lamp and ask the elf what a good way. The elf stretched his waist and drilled out the magic lamp, rubbing his feces-stained eyes, breathed out, and asked, "Austin, why did you find me early in the morning?" Before he finished speaking, the elf spotted the metal thighs in the flames, looked at Li Feng in wonder, and smiled with surprised eyes. "Austin, don't tell me that you are tired of human food lately and prepare to roast metal thighs. Eat." Did you summon me to some cumin chili salt? While talking, the elf conjured a bottle of stomachic digestion tablets and handed it to Li Feng, saying, I think this thigh is quite big. Maybe you need this? Li Feng rolled his eyes. He knew that the elves were joking with him. But are the giant Waixiashi tablets reasonable? It should be braces, the kind of pure steel. Otherwise, how could he bite off his metal thigh? It doesn't seem right. What material is the destroyer made of? No matter what, anyway, the braces of pure steel grade will definitely not bite. Li Feng conjured an apple and threw it to the elf, pointed to the metal thigh, and said, Do you have a way to change the shape of this thing? The elf's eyes lit up when he took the apple. This was made by Li Feng out of thin air. What does this mean? It shows that Li Feng has initially mastered the magic that originally belonged to the magic lamp elves. A demigod who is not even a magician actually analyzes the magic of the magic lamp elves without any guidance and only relying on self-study and research. How successful did it come on display? The elves are not surprised. Only after the elf took a bite did he realize that the fart turned into an apple out of thin air. Except for the real water, the rest of the pulp is a mass of energy. It tastes the same as drinking boiled water. And even the moisture didn't change out of thin air. The elves guessed that it was Li Feng pumping the moisture from the air and injecting it into the pulp. Although it is better to drink an apple to quench your thirst, it is also Li Feng's kind intention. Although the taste is a little bit worse, while eating the boiled, water-smelling apple, the elf looked at the metal thigh curiously and the flames that made him feel terrified. The elf stepped back subconsciously to prevent himself from being caught in flames. Although he was protected by an elf bracelet, this little flame would not burn him, but he would also feel pain. He is not that. The more painful he gets, the better. For a long time, the elf squinted his eyes and asked, What kind of flame is this? It feels like it can ignite my soul. And what is that metal thigh? I perceive that there is no master's supernatural power on it, or it is extremely powerful. Kind. Hearing the elf's doubts, Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. What do I always feel like I missed because of Mao? Odin, the God King buddy, is estimated to be sitting on the throne of Asgard, happily eating breakfast with a gold plate, and he does not know how many layers of crystal walls are separated from the world of Aladdin to the thigh of the destroyer. The supernatural power on the destroyer's thighs isn't it the masterless? The metal thighs were cut from the armor made by a god king. As for the flames, this thing was collected from a Hell Knight. As he spoke, Li Feng's eyes flashed when he recalled what he had missed. The golden light of the blind elf, while beating his chest, painfully pulled his divine power away from the metal thigh and was about to seal it in the doll on the side. Especially the divine power has no master. If he does not take this opportunity to extract divine power, wouldn't he be too stupid? That is, Li Feng is not strong enough to study the divine power. Otherwise, he has to swallow the divine power into his stomach and digest it into his own mana. Maybe he can improve the purity of the mana. It's just that ordinary divine power belongs to high-level goods for Li Feng, not to mention the divine power on the destroyer's thigh, which belongs to the god Odin, which causes Li Feng to extract divine power extremely hard, and it takes a long time to draw another drop. Leave. I want to extract all the divine power from the metal thighs. Haha, this is a big project. God? Hell. The elf chirped and looked at Li Feng with suspicion. No wonder the elves doubted anything. First of all, he could not perceive Li Feng's house, and now a thigh on the armor of the god king in hell appeared, which made him wonder if Li Feng's house lived in the god realm. Otherwise, how could it be? How about letting the two elves work together to be unable to perceive Li Feng's home? As for guessing that Li Feng's home is in hell, don't make trouble. The elves are not stupid. Are there any guys who like to go back to hell these days? Only the guy who wants to return to the world from hell. After all, the god in hell is nothing, and the fool wants to return to hell. However, since Li Feng didn't want to say anything, the elves were not good at asking. Friends. Naturally, they should know how to respect each other's privacy. If you make a wish, I can change its appearance, but the elf frowned and said with his fingers, I can see that this metal has memory capacity plus my strength. Not enough. It is estimated that after a year and a half, it will still return to metal thighs. The destroyer is so awesome. It is Asgard's highest technology. Li Feng touched his chin, squinted at the shoulder bag, and asked, "What if you and Jia Fong work together?" The elf shrugged. "It will only increase the maintenance time, and it is estimated that it will return to metal thighs in 10 or 8 years. At this time, Li Feng is a bit embarrassed. 10 years or 8 years is a bit short for him. Not to mention the extra time to travel through other worlds with the artifacts made by Destroyer's thighs, even if the artifacts are left in the Marvel world. Time is not enough. This gave Li Feng the illusion that he had a baby before he could cover his heat. After thinking about it, Li Feng pointed to the Hellfire and asked, "This thing can change the shape of the object. You said I sealed the Hellfire in the metal thigh. Can you extend the time for it to recover again?" The elf touched his mustache, carefully circled the Hellfire a few times, and asked, "Are you sure that the Hellfire will not harm you?" Although Li Feng is not a ghost rider, he can't condense the hell into his body, but he should talk about control. Speaking of this, Li Feng feels old and proud. Hellfire is a high-level product anyway, and he didn't even touch the side of the demigod, and he was able to control the Hellfire freely with only 1.5 years of research. Isn't he not proud enough? Regarding the question of the elves, Li Feng felt that it would be better to use actual behaviors to show them. I saw Li Feng stretch out his palm to face the Hellfire, and the Hellfire is like a good baby, constantly changing with Li Feng's control, transforming into a human form and dancing in place, and transforming into a bird, performing various stunts in the air. Seeing that the elf was not talking about this, he turned his head and asked, "Perhaps we can delay the recovery of this piece of metal." After a pause, the elf seemed to think of something and said, "I think you can extract the divine power first, so that I and Jia Fong is more confident to change its appearance when he works together. In addition, although the extraction of divine power will reduce the quality of this piece of metal, it can also slow it back to the thigh. With the blessing of Hellfire, I guess it is enough let you use it for a lifetime." Li Feng, who was still drawing his divine power, nodded silently. His time in the world of Aladdin was running out, which made him desperately want to melt the Destroyer's thigh into his own magic weapon. Otherwise, carrying a thigh of Destroyer without Odin's supernatural power and returning to the Marvel world, the ghost knows if Odin will be annoyed to trouble him. After all, the Destroyer is very expensive. Until Li Feng had a hunch that he was about to leave the world of Aladdin, the supernatural power on the Destroyer's thigh was taken away by Li Feng. And today, it's time to forge magical artifacts. Li Feng wiped the magic lamp and summoned the elves. Creature also wiped the magic lamp and summoned Jia Fong. For Jia Fong, Li Feng is obviously in a state of distrust, especially knowing that the elves will make some tricks when fulfilling their wishes and use the gray area to cheat others. Therefore, Creature's wish to Jia Fong was relatively simple. Just let Jia Fong take orders from the elf, and Jia Fong had to do whatever the elf asked him to do. This made Jia Fongchi's teeth itchy, but he was helpless. After all, compared to the predecessor of the elves, his rookie wanted to play tricks by relying on the elves' rules, and the degree of difficulty was not small. Before the elf cast the spell, Li Feng took out his sickle and handed it to the elf, indicating that when the elf was forging a new magic weapon, he would transfer the cat and the long knife to the new magic weapon. The elf who took the sickle glanced at the cat inside the long knife and asked curiously, "What kind of creature is this again?" The cat again belongs to Hades, or Death God's pet. Li Feng casually explained, beckoning the elf to start the show. Both the God King and Hell have emerged, and now Li Feng took out a Death God pet. The elf said that he was not surprised, but this also made him more sure that Li Feng's real home is definitely in the gods. The elf rubbed his hands, took a few deep breaths, and exhaled them slowly, and stretched out his hand excitedly to cast a spell on the metal thigh. After a while, the metal thighs were slowly shape-shifting under the joint efforts of the elves and Jia Fong, until the two elves were sweating profusely and were tired to collapse. The shape of Li Feng's artifact was considered to be formed. Li Feng used his third wish to make the elves return to freedom, and then he made the wish to let the elves record the magic knowledge in the magic book. Now, Li Feng made a wish again, which also means that the elves are about to regain their freedom. One can imagine how grateful the elves are to Li Feng. Regarding this, in order for Li Feng to obtain the most satisfactory artifact, the elf gasped and asked when the metal thigh was about to take shape. "Austin, do you just simply want to change the shape of the metal?" Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, the elf shook his head slightly and smiled. "Are you sure you want a magic weapon, not a weapon?" Li Feng was a little puzzled. Is he a magician, or a magician who is a scumbag in close combat? What do you want without magical tools? Do you want him to carry 2 kitchen knives against the enemy? What's the meaning? The elf pointed to the metal that turned into a sickle and said, "You have also seen it. Jia Feng and I can work together to change his appearance. If it is a strong weapon, it is still very qualified, but it is the most magical weapon." "What's the matter?" Li Feng squinted his eyes and thought. "Are you afraid that after the shape of the artifact is formed, I can't portray the formation on the artifact?" When Jia Feng saw the elf nodded to Li Feng, he only felt a powerful, ill-fated rush on his face. As an elf born as a magician, all his saliva was left behind when he learned that Li Feng had a piece of magic metal. Unfortunately, he is now an elf, otherwise he would have to steal the magic metal. After learning that Li Feng only wished to change the metal shape of the elf, Jia Feng's eyes were full of contempt. He is now the strongest elf. Even he needs to work with another elf to change the metal shape. Why does Li Feng portray the magic circle after the magic weapon is formed? Considering the hatred between him and Li Feng, Jia Feng didn't bother to remind Li Feng something. Isn't it good to wait to see each other's jokes? Even when Jia Feng Pu helped the elves change the shape of the metal, he prayed in his heart that the metal would be best blown into pieces. Anyway, Li Feng's wish was made to the elves, and even if an accident happened, it didn't matter to him. Moreover, the metal thighs turned into fragments, which also changed the shape, which was considered to satisfy Li Feng's desire, although it was not the same shape as Li Feng wanted. But he didn't expect that another elf would remind Li Feng. This made Jia Feng very upset. His eyes furiously looked at the elves. Everyone is elves, and they are all locked in a small magic lamp. Why do you want to be a good person? It's really salty to eat radish and worry about it. The change of Jia Feng's expression naturally could not escape Li Feng's eyes, but Li Feng said that he had no time to deal with each other now. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and asked the elf, "What do you think?" The elves are not omniscient, but we can learn, and the ability to learn is very strong. The elf said with a smile, "Since you want magical artifacts, why don't you change the metal shape? Let me directly engrave the magic circle on the magical artifacts." "Superior." The elf spread his hands and said, "A magical weapon without a magic circle can't function as a magic staff at all." Before, Li Feng hadn't thought about the depiction of the law formation, but when he realized that the destroyer's thighs were difficult to change even the appearance, Li Feng subconsciously thought of the sun carving in the seal. The so-called sun carving means cutting from the background to make the font stand out, and the strokes are displayed on 3-dimensional lines on flat objects. Moreover, the sun carving has another advantage. That is, it is non-slip. After all, the handshake part is too smooth, which is not a good thing for the weapon. The only downside is that Li Feng needs to prepare a lot of extra magic materials to apply to the surface of the sickle. Right now, since the elves offered to help, Li Feng pondered for a while and asked, "It's meticulous to paint the magic circle on the magical object. If you're not careful, you will get scrap metal. Are you sure?" The elf patted his chest and abdomen and said with a somewhat arrogant tone that I was assured of doing things, "Don't worry, my learning ability is very strong. I promise I won't let you down." Li Feng cast his eyes on the magic weapon, took out the magic book from his shoulder bag, and handed it to the elf, saying, "Then I will trouble you." After speaking, Li Feng took a few steps on his hind legs and was about to figure out how to make a cool flight tool, when he saw that the elves would turn out 3 heads and 6 pairs of eyes staring at his hands, turning the pages of the book quickly. The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched. "The speed at which you turn the book reminds me of Devil. He turns his face at the same speed as you turn the book." After hesitation, Li Feng Shan asked, "You are sure that you can learn the magic array and Luan text?" At the moment, the wizard is trying his best to learn the knowledge in the magic book. When he heard Li Feng's words, he changed his hand without raising his head and made an okay gesture to Li Feng, as if he was focused on learning, do not disturb. After half a day, the elf closed the magic book and duplication himself in a hundreds of slap-sized elf. All the elves were touching their mustaches while spinning around the sickle that was about to take shape. After a while, one of the elves asked, "Austin, have you thought about depicting a magic circle before?" "Definitely." Li Feng nodded and pointed his finger at Sha Shuo, controlling the sand particles to gather into a sickle like the shadow sickle, and LOL, definitely. Just suspected, after all, he wants to create a sickle like the shadow sickle. Li Feng said that I'm afraid there is not enough metal in my hand. As the sand sickle continued to take shape, the elf regained its prototype, touching the mustache, and began to observe the sun carving on the sickle carefully, and said, "In addition to the magic circle, there are also runes in the rune text." The elf turned his head and glanced at it. "Li Feng, are you planning to turn the magical artifact into a hodgepodge?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Where is this? Maybe as I continue to grow, I will add something new to the magical artifact." "You bull!" The elf gave a thumbs up to Li Feng and said with a smile, "I have lived for 1,000 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a hard metal. You must tell me when you draw a circle, what do you take?" "Tools to describe the magic circle." "Tell you? I will have left this world by then. I'm afraid to inform you that the degree of difficulty is higher than that of depicting the magic circle. But there are some things that Li Feng doesn't want to say nonsense, especially in front of the two elves. Don't look at the kindness of the elves now, but think about how Jia Feng became an elf. Think about what the elves look like when they live in the magic lamp. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Harmfulness is not allowed, but defensiveness is still necessary." Li Feng smiled and nodded to the elf. While maintaining the sand sickle, he signaled the elf to continue observing. Until Jia Feng waited a little impatiently, the elf returned to the metal sickle and said to Jia Feng, "Cooperate with me fully." The elf, who was afraid of Jia Feng's troubles, thought for a while and added, "I will judge whether Austin's wish has been fulfilled, so you'd better be honest." Jia Feng gritted his teeth, cast Li Feng angrily, nodded silently, and then floated beside the elf. As I said before, portraying the magic circle is a delicate task. This not only allows the wizard to separate 2 fingers file-sized duplication around the sickle for inspection, but also makes the wizard body conjure 5 heads, allowing 10 pairs of eyes to monitor the changes of the sickle at all times. In this regard, Li Feng said that he was convinced. With so many eyes, there is no dead angle at 360 degrees to view the magic circle. With the original ability of the wizard, if the magic tool sickle can still be used, he secretly sighs about his bad luck. What else can I do? With the passage of time, no matter how special the metal material is, it can't resist the power of the elves. Finally, a day later, a sickle with silver light appeared in front of Li Feng. When the elf moved the cat to the blade of the sickle again, Li Feng couldn't help but step forward and grasp the handle of the sickle. He touched the sickle up and down like a lover's cheek. After a while, Li Feng opened his magic eyes to look at the cat inside the blade, and at the same time injected mana into the sickle handle. The cat inside the blade instantly ignited the hellfire, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a shed hair and skin skeleton cat with only the skeleton burning. At the same time, a hellfire ignited on the sickle blade. The elf, who was so exhausted and panting, subconsciously took a few steps back when the hellfire ignited and smiled and said, "How is my craft?" "I didn't say it, I'm so satisfied." Li Feng gave a thumbs up to the elf and said while extinguishing the hellfire, "Congratulations, you'll be free from now on." As soon as Li Feng's words fell, the bracelet on the elf's wrist suddenly fell off and fell on the sand, turning into gold powder and disappearing. Subsequently, the originally tall elves became normal people with file size, and their skin color was not blue. Although the elf had long known that he would be free after fulfilling Li Feng's wish, he still seemed a little unbelievable when freedom really came, touching his wrist and cheek again. "Austin," the elf said with a grin, showing his back molars, "say something to me." "Say something?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, patted the sickle in his hand, and said, Is this kind of magic weapon bringing me 10 pieces? Going aside, the elf rolled his eyes. Changing its shape will make me tired. You still think that wholesale and retail sickles won't work in the future? Li Feng put the sickle into his shoulder bag casually, stepped forward to pick up the elf, patted the other's back, and joked. I think this thing is too expensive. I guess I can buy a planet after selling a few. Thank you. The elf hugged Li Feng hard and said with moist eyes, Thank you. At the end of the hug, Li Feng motioned the creature to prepare wine and food to celebrate the freedom of the elves and asked, What are your plans in the future? I thought about this before. The elves who had just gained freedom were obviously unable to contain their excitement, wiped the happy tears from the corners of their eyes, and said while gesturing file size, Where can I stay when I'm an elves? It's only so big besides brass, it's brass. The elf took a deep breath of free air and laughed. Now, I want to travel all over the world. In this case, Li Feng hooked his finger at the magic carpet, motioning the magic carpet to float to the side of the elf, and said, Before parting, I'm sending you a vehicle. The elf turned his head and glanced at the magic carpet, hugged Li Feng again, and said, Thank you, my friend. The elves want to travel around the world to reflect the freedom of life. Although the idea is good, it is extremely difficult to realize it. The main reason is that the Age of Aladdin story is not as safe as the future. There may be two robbers hiding in the haystack on the side of the road. When the elves regain their freedom and peace, all their mana disappears. If they encounter robbers while traveling, they may be able to deal with them with their vigorous skills. But what if the gang commits crimes? In addition to surrender, he surrendered in a special way. Therefore, Li Feng's gift of the magic carpet can be said to be timely rain, so that the elves' future travels will be a little safer. In addition, after Li Feng and the elves enjoyed a sumptuous meal, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal connecting the Cave of Wonders and said, Traveling also requires money. Li Feng pointed to the gold and gems in front of the portal, said, Although some people say that poor travel is also a pleasure, I'll give you some money. At least you don't have to worry about what to eat during the journey. You can enjoy the fun of traveling around and taste the cultural beauty of exotic culture. Ling looked at the gold jewels in front of the portal and then at Li Feng. The time he and Li Feng get along is not short. Plus, he is a human spirit who has lived for 1,000 years. What kind of humanity has not met in the world? In order to fight for the right to use the magic lamp, I don't know how many times I have watched the drama of Brother-in-Law. The elves dare not say that he fully understands Li Feng, but he knows how Li Feng is by no means a kind person. Now, it doesn't count to give him freedom. It is a gift of magic carpet and gold jewelry, which makes him vaguely understand Li Feng. I want to ask myself something. After thinking about it, the elf smiled. Austin, just ask what you want, don't be so polite. Li Feng was stunned, and then understood what the elf was thinking and shook his head dumbfounded. He is good to elves because he has only watched the cartoon of Aladdin's magic lamp when he was a child. Compared to the protagonist Aladdin, when he was a child, Li Feng preferred all kinds of funny elves. Although there is a big difference between the elves in front of him and the elves in the cartoons, Li Feng still couldn't help substituting the elves in front of him into the elves in the cartoons. If you have to say why you're good to the elves, you can only say that it was Li Feng's childhood, which means that he was thrown into the non-recyclable trash early innocence. Li Feng glanced at the elves. He didn't want to explain anything to the elves. He didn't need to explain. If he misunderstood, he would have misunderstood. He didn't know how to lose a piece of meat. Li Feng thought for a while, took out the magic lamp inhabiting Jiafeng from his shoulder bag, and asked, How can I make a wish so that he obediently fulfills my wish? The elf touched his mustache, and after thinking about it, he spread his hands and smiled bitterly. It's difficult. It's difficult? Li Feng squinted his eyes and asked, That is to say, it is not impossible? Yes. The elf thought for a while and explained. The more detailed you can describe your wishes to the elf, the better. You can treat a wish as a deal with the devil, and you can only sign a more detailed contract with the devil. The more I can't find the loopholes in the contract, but the elves spread their hands and said, There is no perfect thing in the world, and there are loopholes in the detailed contract. Moreover, When making a wish to the elves, the final interpretation, right, is in the hands of the elves, and most people don't even have any rules that the elves need to follow. I know. What do you think could be done to make the elves obedient? That's why I say it is difficult. In fact, when the elves said that the final right of interpretation is in the hands of the elves, Li Feng already knew that he had nothing to do with Jia Feng. Moreover, he and Jia Feng were enemies. It was strange that Jia Feng would fulfill his wish as he wished. However, after discarding Jia Feng's stray spirit in the world of Aladdin, Li Feng expressed that he was a little bit reluctant. In the end, Li Feng decided to bring Jia Feng back to the Marvel world as a collection, but just in case, before leaving this world, Creature had to promise Jia Feng to unconditionally keep everything about Li Feng's secret. Jia Feng, the big-mouthed elf talking nonsense. Li Feng, one more question. Can all creatures make a wish by wiping the magic lamp? All creatures. The elf looked at Creature subconsciously. At the scene, Creature belonged to the category of other creatures. This made the elves curious about the other creatures in Li Feng's mouth, but the elves also understood that now he is just an ordinary person, and knowing too much is not good. Especially curious about the secret of a dark magician. After sorting out the language, the elf explained. In theory, any creature wipes the magic lamp, the elves will satisfy him, but the language spoken by other creatures must be understood by the elves, otherwise the elves have the right to refuse to fulfill their wishes. Paused. Next, the elf added. In fact, some elf can understand the language of animals, but he can pretend not to understand and thus refuse to fulfill the other's wishes. For example, it is a monkey that wipes the magic lamp, and the elves can choose whether to satisfy the monkey's wishes. At this moment, the elf suddenly thought of something and reminded. Austin, I will use Arabic when making wishes in the future, otherwise Jia Feng will pretend not to understand, and thus refuse or tamper with your wishes. Especially the latter will make you a wish was wasted for nothing. Li Feng felt a little funny, rolled his eyes, and said, Is it Arabic or the official language of the lamp genie? The elf didn't think it was funny, but nodded with a certain expression. Yes, when anyone wants to borrow the magic lamp in the future, Li Feng thinks he should first ask the other person if he can speak Arabic, otherwise he is accused of being a fake and shoddy spirit. However, as long as he can wipe the magic lamp with Arabic creatures, Jia Feng must satisfy the other party's wishes. Shall I teach Dementor Arabic? You don't need to learn much. As long as you learn to say, satisfy Li Feng's one wish, then I will have 365 Dementors, each with 3 wishes. Haha, Jia Feng, I'm not tired. You. After the obscenity, Li Feng continued to listen to the elf telling the details about the magic lamp elf. It wasn't until the elf told Li Feng all the things that should or shouldn't be reminded, and then he took the gold jewels that he had spent his entire life on a magic carpet and started his new life. Until the elf's figure disappeared in the sky, Li Feng turned and walked to the weird sickle that had been discarded before and said in undead language, Wankai, take your people out. After a while, there were 365 Dementors floating in the sky above Li Feng, which could be described as covering the sky and the moon. The scene looked spectacular. Then the Dementors scattered around, freely searching for food and eating. Li Feng didn't care where the Dementors went to find food. He just told them not to go to Agrabah for food and sat on the sand dune by himself, took out a bunch of bits and pieces of materials, and built a new home for the Dementors. In the past, the Dementors lived in the Scythe, and the room was crowded, but the Scythe at that time would not be out of Hellfire. From a safety point of view, it was a good place to live. But now Li Feng's new sickle is different. Hellfire is burning at the door of his house from time to time. Even if this thing is under Li Feng's control, there is still a chance that the Dementor will be burned to ashes accidentally. For example, when the battle was tense, Li Feng was busy wielding a sickle braving the Hellfire to fight the enemy in close combat. At that time, he still wondered if the Dementor was lit by the Hellfire. I definitely killed the enemy first and calculated how many Dementors were burned to death. Therefore, considering the safety of the Dementors in the future, Li Feng simply didn't portray the non-marking retractable curse on the sickle and just recreated a residence for the Dementors. At the same time, The new home of the Dementor is also Li Feng's flight item. There is also the reason why Li Feng doesn't mind giving the magic carpet to the elves. After all, it is quite difficult to portray the Dementor's home on the magic carpet. In addition, the reason why Li Feng didn't need the magic carpet is that the magician who designed and made the magic carpet did not design the magic carpet for battle. The magic carpet was designed for a smooth flight from the beginning. For example, magic carpet, it is a luxury private passenger plane, mainly for stability and enjoyment of the owner. The maneuverability is far worse. After all, the better the maneuverability, the more often it represents bumps and... Li Feng is a combat magician. What is the difference between driving a magic carpet in the air and being a target? What he needs is the flight props of fighter performance, so that he can flexibly avoid danger. As for airsickness, Li Feng dare to boast calmly that he will never be airsick in his life, because he has already been able to face all kinds of vertigo calmly by going through the door. In the next few days, Li Feng focused on the flight item, until he perceives that the quantum energy in his body is weakening, and then Li Feng summoned the Dementor, who went out looking for food. Not to mention, the Dementor is very satisfied with seeing the new home. The internal space is large enough. It is much more comfortable than the previous family of 3 in a small room, less than 10 square meters. Even now, a family of 3 can roll around in the room. Who bumped into? This means that when the Dementor speaks in undead language, the air will not vibrate. If he speaks in human language at home, it is estimated that he can hear the echo in the room. As for the appearance, the Dementors don't mind, but Li Feng does, especially this is the first time he has handled it. For this reason, Li Feng specially made the flight tool into a highly distinguishable flight tool that he had longed for since he was a child somersault cloud, or a black, invisible somersault cloud. Definitely, let's not talk about the performance of the copycat somersault cloud. I don't know how many blocks it has been thrown out by the original. After all, this is the first time that Li Feng has pinched his hands. It is worthy of forgiveness. When the Dementors moved into their new home, Li Feng picked up a shoulder bag and returned to the sky above Agrabah, waving his hand to open the crossing door. In the Marval world, as soon as Li Feng stepped on the floor of the RV, he perceives that someone nearby is monitoring the RV. Scratching his head, Li Feng took out his sickle and put on his cloak. Just as he was about to push the car door, a dangerous warning came from his heart. What's the situation? Dare to ambush me at my door? Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, he is inclined to travel to the mountains. It is definitely not a description of a person like Li Feng. He is not stupid, but he knows that there is a danger outside the car, but he rushes out to try and die. Li Feng retracted his hand that was about to push the door and turned his head to look at the changes in the car. Inside the carriage, there were no signs of overturning cabinets, nor signs of fighting. Even the placement of items in the carriage has not changed. The tables, chairs, and benches were what they were like before he left. The mummy standing in the corner hated it. What shape he was in when he left, what shape he still looks like now. Obviously, no one can break into his RV without permission. Scratching his head, Li Feng looked at the car door and window with wonder. This time, Li Feng found something abnormal, and there were traces of violent demolition on the car windows. It is a pity that his doors and windows are protected by magic. Although the defense of magic will be reduced because he is not at home, these unsolicited thieves are still blocked from the carriage. What's the situation? Who am I staring at? Li Feng was a little puzzled. I didn't provoke anyone. It's always the robbery who is staring at me. Fortunately, there is an incompetent security guard at home. Li Feng walked up to the test, pointed at the window angrily, and cursed. Before you go out, let you take a good look at the house, so you just show me the house? If those thieves didn't break into my house, nothing happened to you. The hatred of being scolded and scolded felt aggrieved. He did follow Li Feng's order to watch the house, and he watched it very tightly. Didn't he see anyone and didn't come in? As for getting out of the car and driving away the thief, it's not that he can't, but he doesn't dare. Just as Li Feng was scolding vigorously, he interrupted with undead words. Master, it is not a thief who is here. What I saw is a group of well-armed and orderly soldiers. Li Feng was stunned. Soldiers? Is it shield? Disgust shook the bandage in his hand and pointed to his mummy face. If it is a thief, I don't need to get out of the car and start my hands. I can scare them away with my appearance. But the soldiers did not retreat. Commands are not easily scared away. With a deep grievance, he explained with disgust, I'm afraid that when I open the door and get out of the car, the other party will immediately rush out a group of people to contain me, and someone on the other side will take this opportunity to break into the car. So the strategy one decided at the time was to wait for them to break through the window, and I was attacking them. After all, they could not carry large containment equipment into the small compartment, and I also have the ability to stop them. Disgusting glanced at the car window. I do not know whether it was lamenting that the car window was firm, or I regretted that I was unable to move my hands and feet to panic. I gave up entering the car after seeing that the window was intact. He paused and said in a disdainful tone, If my men had just such virtue and patience, I would have cleaned them early and couldn't open the window. It can be cut with a laser knife. It can always be cut in a car. See if you can. Li Feng rolled his eyes. Also with the laser knife. Would you like to give you a day to try and see if you can cut the car? While talking, Li Feng walked to the car window and asked, I know what the other party came from. What are they doing here? Suddenly, Li Feng recalled something and turned to ask, No, my car is invisible. They can see the RV? As a servant? Or a soldier-born servant? He hates being helpless to his master who has no sense of tracking at all. What's wrong with being invisible? It's not that it doesn't exist. There are not too many ways to effectively track the RV. For example, using the satellite phone in the RV, as long as the device has a signal and radiation, the RV can be detected. And Loathing walked to the rear window of the car, pointed to the tire marks on the ground, and said, Master, I think they started tracking from Bifrost. As long as they follow the wheel marks, they can find us. I thought about it and added disgust. When I was watching the house, I felt something hit the RV before seeing them pry the window. I think the RV vibrated before. It was caused by the people following us who couldn't see the RV and hit the RV. Li Feng walked to the rear window, glanced at the wheel marks, then looked around and asked, So how many people do you see? Do you know where the other party came from? Also, are they on the door? With the bomb hung, the kind that blows up as soon as I push the door. I don't know if there's a bomb on the car door, nor have I counted how many people there are, Hesitation said, a little bit helplessly disgusted. As for who is coming, I will be able to analyze a little bit by then. Li Feng turned his head and glanced in disgust and asked curiously, Tell me about it. I don't know where these soldiers came from, but I guess they have the shadow of General Ross behind them. Abomination sorted out the language and explained, First of all, there are not many people who know that the Master is a magician, and the Master has always been there. The United States is mixed, and the seat we are now in is also in the United States. So I give priority to excluding foreign powers and only consider local powers. Considering that among the local forces that the Master has contacted, S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Rose have the authority to mobilize the army, and the relationship between the Master and S.H.I.E.L.D. is not bad. After all, the Master has just solved the Devil Prince and the Acer Prince for them. The trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. shouldn't turn around and deal with you right away. Hearing this, Li Feng scorned his lips. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not as good as you think, especially Fury. The speed at which this product turns face can refresh your understanding. But Li Feng didn't want to explain. He stretched out his hand to signal that his hatred continues. In the United States, there are many forces that can mobilize military personnel, but not many. I understand them. They will not rush the army until they have no conclusive evidence. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain to the top, and it is not easy to explain to them if they are seen by the media. Now, since the other party chooses to use force directly, it means that the other party has evidence that the owner is guilty, or that the other party and the owner have enmity. And Rose fits this point. The Master once killed his soldiers. This is hatred. Disgust pointed to himself, glanced at his fingers wrapped in gauze. A bitterness appeared on his mummy face, and said, And I was once again General Ross's test product. When the Master took my body in the public, I'm afraid that General Ross, who is obsessed with the Super Soldier Project, would resent you. But as for the guinea pig, life or death is actually not important. With the existing methods, it can also be studied with various blood samples. Therefore, General Ross, who has a grudge with the owner and wants to get my body back, is most suspected. Isn't this guy saying that he has entered the political arena? It's time to abandon the super soldier, right? Li Feng asked wonderingly. Why? Rose still wants to run for president while holding military power in his hand? Isn't this guy wanting to be emperor? Want everything? How is this possible? The country under our feet is not such a system. Li Feng, who looked at him with disdain and completely unaware of the national conditions of the United States, said, "It's very difficult to explain, so let me be straightforward. It takes a lot of resources to achieve political success in the political arena, and Ross is also a senior soldier anyway. A former military friend is still a friend, and he naturally has a lot of military resources in his hands. As long as he takes out these resources, he can exchange his political achievements or someone's support. Let him go further in the political arena." So this guy uses the super soldier's information in exchange for political resources? Li Feng scratched his head, squinted, and said, "I was co-authored because of you, so my RV was bombed?" Disgust. "Boss, I'm a failed experiment. I don't have such a big charm. But you are different. You are a magician, and your previous fights with the destroyer in the town did not avoid the satellites. Although no one knows what your big face looks like, General Ross can definitely recognize it. Do you think who of us is more attractive?" Feeling that Li Feng's political thoughts are hopeless, he hates helplessly and explains, "Politics is to make more friends, the better, and the fewer enemies, the better, so don't see that many people who play politics seem to have no right to mobilize the army. There is always one of my friends who can mobilize the army." And the newcomer to politics, General Rose, has both experience in studying super soldiers, but also urgently needs support. So after the master shows his power in the town, how many people imagine him asking for advice about who the master is? After all, he and his master are on the streets of New York. I've talked. This is why I said before that there is the shadow of General Ross behind these soldiers, rather than saying that these people are under General Ross's. Finally, the hatred concluded. That is to say, someone who plays politics knows that you are a magician and now uses the evidence in the hands of General Ross to arrest you, or borrows the experience of General Ross to study super soldiers. Li Feng turned his head and thought for a while, co-authored your analysis for a long time, just to make me understand. I want to know who these people are. I just need to ask Rose to ask. Seeing disgust nodded, Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Are you staying alone for too long and being suffocated, or do you want to show that you can analyze intelligence? There is so much nonsense." After finishing speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal to the high altitude, licked his lips, kicked the abomination into the portal, and said, "Now, let me see your strength." After being kicked up high in the air, I don't know if I was excited because I was about to move my hands and feet, or if I was teleported too high, indicating that I was overwhelmed by the pressure. I slammed it all the way to the ground. It wasn't until Li Feng was sitting in front of the car window with a glass of beer and throwing a peanut into his mouth that hatred returned to the ground with a loud noise. Accompanied by the dusty sky, disgust crawled out of the pothole while moving his hands and feet, while turning his head around to observe something. Then, as if he had discovered something with hatred, he roared in the direction of no one with his mouth like a hippopotamus and ran to a haystack in a big step. After a while, Disgust grabbed a soldier in auspicious clothes from the haystack and threw it into the sky. Not to mention, Disgust had a strong hand, and the soldier was thrown high. Listening to the soldier screaming while returning to the ground, he felt disgusted and felt that he liked bungee jumping, or the kind without a safety rope, which was so exciting. Such a fun and exciting thing should be shared with everyone. Holding the spirit that happiness alone is not as good as the others, he ran to the next hidden soldier with a grin and disgust. When he saw soldiers wearing auspicious clothes being forced to play cordless bungee jumping, Li Feng didn't feel much. Everyone hid in front of their own door to ambush themselves. Killing is also killing. This is not a playhouse, and he still feels that he can't play at any time. Stop and exit. Since the forces behind the soldiers want to deal with a magician, They must be mentally prepared for sacrifice. Even if the soldiers don't know what they're going to face, they can only blame him for being unlucky if they die. It's just. Suddenly, when Li Feng found that the other party dropped a peculiar sniper rifle, his face instantly became calm, his eyes protruding, and he cursed inwardly. Holding a grass, energy weapon. This is the source of danger that was perceived just now? Li Feng is not a military fan, and he can't distinguish the types of sniper rifles. He only knows that most of the guns with long barrels belong to the category of sniper rifles. But people who don't know the sniper rifle know that the butt of the sniper rifle does not emit a light blue shimmer. The dim light is not obvious in the daytime. At night, I am afraid that it will look like a bright light. Which idiot firearms designer dares to design a sniper rifle like this? Are you afraid that others will not find a sniper? It doesn't need to be so obvious if you want to pit a sniper. Li Feng is sure that the weapons in the hands of the soldiers are by no means conventional. Otherwise, the gun designer would just wait to be beaten by the soldiers. Speaking of what forces in the Marvel world hold energy weapons, the Red Skull came out of Li Feng's mind first. Who made this guy study Tesseract and used the Rubik's Cube to make a lot of energy guns. Li Feng, whose small heart was scared by the energy weapon, rushed to take a sip of wine and was shocked. While putting down the empty wine glass, Li Feng only felt that he was in a lot of comfort. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that can't be resolved by wine. Creature, here's a drink. Li Feng, who was full of alcohol, handed the wine glass to Creature, stroked his eyes with his right hand, and opened his eyes to search for soldiers hidden nearby, while watching the abominable and hidden soldiers play hide-and-seek. Just as Li Feng watched vigorously, the phone ringing suddenly rang in the RV. Li Feng hooked his finger at the phone in wonder and floated it into his hand. Before he could ask, Phil Coulson's hasty voice rang. "Austin, let the hatred stop." The corner of Li Feng's mouth was disgusting. He ignored Phil Coulson and didn't hang up. He just put the phone aside and let Phil Coulson's voice come out of the microphone. He himself drank with interest. The beer enjoys the big show outside the window. Su Hate accurately found the second hidden soldier in seconds and threw it into the sky. The remaining soldiers probably felt that their hiding spot had been discovered by Hate a long time ago, and they lifted off their camouflage and held up their hands. The energy weapon of the attacked roar on hatred. When Abomination was alive, he not only ignored the bullets, but also used his chest muscles to top the cannonballs. It can be seen how strong this body is, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the best candidate for a boulder in the chest. Although he is dead now, he still has his tendon flesh and skeleton. This allows Li Feng to easily retain his defenses when making mummies. In addition, Li Feng also made some magical changes to him, causing him to face energy weapons now. Except for the staggering footsteps of being beaten and the slack of the only gauze on his body, there was no fart all over his body. Looking at the less and less gauze strips on his body, the unnamed flames in his heart rushed out, almost visible to the naked eye. This is the only gauze in the house, and now it has all been smashed. I ran naked. As for asking Li Feng to spend money to buy gauze, I hate that I would rather believe that the earth is triangular than that Li Feng has a generous day. A dignified generation of fierce people hated, and actually mixed up with others. Li Feng, eating him and watching, and others, still Li Feng, drinking him or watching him. Now it is so bad that even the clothes are mixed up. Disgust is the more I think about it, the more I feel wronged. Suddenly, anger came from my heart, and the evil came to the Gaul. He threw off his arms and leaped forward, directly crushing a poor soldier into meat pie, and then hatred toward the rest of the soldiers. With a roar, he rushed towards the scared soldier at a speed of 100 meters. With full firepower, he hated the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, and quickly took care of the remaining soldiers. Seeing that hatred came back in a big victory, Li Feng leisurely picked up the phone and asked, "Hello? Who is looking for me?" In a microphone, Fury gritted his teeth and roared, "Austin, what have you done? Isn't it, Lord Chief?" Li Feng subconsciously moved his ears away from the receiver and chuckled his ears and laughed. "Did the sun rise from the west today? It's rare for a busy person like you to have time to call me." Hearing Li Feng's arrogant voice, Fury sneered a few times and said, I don't know if the sun rises to the west, but I know you will be in trouble in the future, so you can live the rest of your life with the murderer. Killing. Li Feng turned his head and looked at the hatred of returning to the RV, and sneered. Who did I kill? Did I kill the beer in the left hand or the peanuts in the right hand? Don't wrong me inexplicably. Wrong? Do you know what I'm doing? I'm so busy I put down my work, sitting in front of the computer watching the live broadcast of hate how to slaughter soldiers. You call it wrong? It seemed as if Fury was so angry that he almost broke the phone with his gun. Gasping and roaring, I know that hatred has been resurrected by you. Before Fury's words were finished, Li Feng interrupted impatiently. It looks like you have seen the hate performance. In that case, go and catch the hate. Why call me? After a pause, Li Feng's face was expressionless. The man asked, by the way, to ask you something, which be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, was this guy who used explosives to blow up the windows of my house? What blows up the window? Fury was stunned, then thought of something, then squinted and said, someone wants to get in your RV? Nonsense. Otherwise, I'm full enough to let Abomination go out for activities. I'm still waiting for Abomination to come back and scrub the floor. Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. I don't know why. He always felt that Fury's mood changes were a little abnormal, completely. It's not like the director who doesn't change his face in the face of landslides. Feeling unable to think of a clue, Li Feng simply put aside his doubts and asked, you haven't said who it is? Before he finished speaking, Li Feng heard a busy tone from the microphone. Li Feng looked at the phone in his hand blankly. First, he was confused, and then, out of anger, he cursed in his heart. Hey, this braised egg is fat, so I dare to hang up. Sankei Building, Director's Office. After Fury put down the phone, he smiled and said to Phil Coulson, who was standing at the desk, look, doesn't this explain why Austin hates murder? Phil Coulson gave a fake smile and said with a tangled expression, but sir, no matter what reason Austin has, the soldiers are innocent. He allowed hatred to slaughter soldiers like this. Soldier? Fury, who knew what Phil Coulson was thinking, shook his head and interrupted. Phil Coulson, have you told me that technology has advanced to allow soldiers to use energy weapons to participate in exercises? Phil Coulson was stunned, shook his head and said, it should be no. Fury nodded slightly and tapped a few times on the keyboard. After zooming in on a satellite photo that hated the slaughter of soldiers, he motioned to Phil Coulson to observe the weapons in the soldiers' hands. When I saw the picture was too blurry, I became suspicious. When did the pixel of the camera that the soldier carried with him were so low that I couldn't see what weapon the soldier was holding? So, Fury pointed to the clear picture and said, I borrowed his private satellite from Stark. These are the photos I took with the satellite. Look at the weapons in the hands of these soldiers. At a glance, Phil Coulson can see that the soldier is holding an energy weapon. As for his familiarity, Phil Coulson is known as the Shield History Encyclopedia, and he can easily identify the weapon in the soldier's hand and the rival of Shield made by Red Skull. 80% of their energy weapons are similar. Phil Coulson said with a surprised expression, isn't it a military exercise method to cover up the damage and impact caused by Thor and the others in the battle with the Destroyer? Why did you suddenly run out of HYDRA? Exercise. Fury scorned his lips. Do you believe what politicians say? Fury sighed, rubbed his forehead and said, I don't care about hating these bastards. On the contrary, I will clap my hands and cheer. Moreover, the military hasn't photographed Austin's face at all. Ding, there's no way to take him, but I am worried about other things now. Phil Coulson turned his head and thought for a moment. After a while, a look of astonishment appeared on his face and said, the order for the exercise was given temporarily, and when the military entered the exercise area, Hydra had already mixed into the exercise area. Sir, are you trying to say that there are Hydra people in the military participating in the exercise? I'm afraid that the position is not low. More than that, Fury got up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside the window while smiling bitterly. In the past, any military exercise had to go through a long period of discussion and research, But what about this military exercise now? The purpose is to conceal the existence of aliens, but don't you think this exercise was carried out too quickly and thoroughly? I'm worried that there are Hydra in the Congress, National Defense, and other departments, and they're promoting the military exercise. Phil Coulson swallowed and smiled. Sir, it's not that you were so worried. After a pause, Phil Coulson seemed to persuade Fury, and as if to tell himself, he whispered, So over the years, we have found only 3 or 2 Hydra members, and we continue to suppress them both overtly and secretly. Hydra's survival environment should not be optimistic, but I hear what you say, and I feel that they are living. It's moisturizing. Fury turned his head and looked at Phil Coulson. There are some things that Phil Coulson doesn't know, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know. And as he sits in the post of chief for longer and longer, he vaguely realizes that there are members of Hydra beside him. However, whenever he wanted to dig deeper, he suspected that the subject was either going out and hit by a car or belching when he went out to work, making him 2 big heads. Can't you let me enjoy the privileges of the director at ease? So many messy things all day. When Li Feng finished the call, Creature glanced at the Hatred, who was still some distance away from the RV, walked in front of Li Feng with a glass of beer, and said, Boss, Creature feels Hatred is a bad servant. Li Feng seemed to know something. While taking the beer with a wry smile, his eyes were silent, and he said, I know. Seeing Creature blinking big puzzled eyes, Li Feng thought for a while and pointed to the display on the side of the driver's seat, snapping his fingers to the barrier that cuts off the sound. At the beginning, Banner found that there were gadgets on the display screen that shouldn't appear in the RV under the sign of Li Feng. For some reason, Li Feng did not demolish it, even if the thing is still there today. As for the function of this little thing, Li Feng is neither clear nor in the mood to understand. It is nothing more than positioning, eavesdropping, and monitoring, or all of the above functions. Maybe what happened in the RV now, JRVS, has been truthfully recorded and reported to Stark. Now, Li Feng is going to talk to Creature about things that he doesn't want outsiders to know, so naturally he has to set up the barrier first. Don't look at the disgusting mouth that keeps calling General Ross. It seems that he still has respect for Ross. In fact, this guy is full of resentment towards Ross. If it weren't for Ross, he wouldn't become a monster, let alone becoming my servant. I am afraid that with his military merits, he is now sitting in the office, smoking and drinking and playing cards. So, all his analysis is only for one thing, Li Feng said calmly. Let me find Rose's trouble and help him get revenge. Relying on the power of the contract, Hatred must obey my orders and cannot lie to me. Li Feng, who moistened his throat with a sip of beer, continued with his disdainful mouth, but I can see that he did it before. His analysis concealed something from me. Li Feng rubbed his forehead, sighed, and said, This is interesting. I can't lie, but I'm hiding something. After a pause, Li Feng looked at Creature and asked quietly, He defies the power of the contract. Creature looked at Li Feng blankly. He didn't even know the contract. He faced his boss's questions, except for shaking his head or shaking his head. Li Feng, who didn't want Creature to answer, drank his beer and said, Secondly, I don't have the ability to play tricks in the soul of Emil Bronsky, so he has a wealth of combat experience during his lifetime, and it also allows him he retains the ability of human thinking. So don't look at the appearance of his simple mind and well-developed limbs. He still has rich combat experience. Li Feng touched his chin and squinted his eyes. Under the premise, would you not know how to leave a live interrogation? Li Feng spread his hands. Obviously, it's impossible. Hate it. I misinterpreted my order to see how powerful he is. After listening to Li Feng's explanation, Creature asked wonderingly, Boss, in this case, why do we keep abhorrence? His physical body is useful to me. I don't want to easily ruin him, and Li Feng said with a wry smile, I can roughly guess who gave the power to hate against the contract. In the Marvel world, who likes to play contracts and is familiar with various contracts. Who else besides Mephisto? In the small town of Sanvangsa, Li Feng had already guessed that Mephisto would play Ian with himself, but he did not expect that Mephisto would start with Hatred. If he hadn't found out that it was not Rose, but Hydra who ambushed him, I'm afraid he wouldn't have noticed that Mephisto had done it for a while. It's just that Li Feng is embarrassed now. It is easy to take out or destroy the soul of hatred, but it is difficult to prevent Mephisto from continuing to play in. Moreover, once the hatred is taken care of by Li Feng, Mephisto is very likely to target Creature. If Creature was tempted by Mephisto, Li Feng thought it would be difficult for him to find abnormalities, because Creature would occasionally suffer from mental illness during the week, and the ghost knew what Creature would do. Now, it's better to pretend to be stupid and act as if he doesn't know what he hates, because he really doesn't take Mephisto. Rubbing his forehead, Li Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, and said to Creature with a serious expression, "I want you to monitor every move of hatred." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Creature's big eyes and commanded, "Monitoring under the premise of ensuring my own safety, I don't want to lose my loyal you." Hearing Li Feng's caring words, Creature jumped up from the spot excitedly, and after finishing the Thomas backflip in the air, he bowed deeply towards Li Feng. Seeing Creature muttering to himself, "The boss cares about me, the boss needs me," while excitedly holding the rag and rubbing it, Li Feng smiled and shook his head before turning to look out the window. Seeing that Disgust was about to walk into the RV at a pace that his 6 relatives did not recognize, Li Feng glanced at the energy weapons scattered around. The energy on these weapons comes from Tesseract, which is still precious to Li Feng. Even if the energy does not allow Li Feng to understand the law of space, it is not bad to use it to make space equipment. Thinking of this, Li Feng ordered through the contract, "Hate, collect the energy blocks on the weapon." The inexplicable disgust of Li Feng's voice in his brain looked at Li Feng in the car window with a grin, turned and walked towards the energy weapon, disgusted that he wanted to return to the RV later. After all, in the RV, he either cleaned or stayed motionless in the corner, in a daze. Although standing still in the military posture, he is a warrior, and a passionate warrior who likes to fight on the front line. He has no love for those who act as sculptures. When Li Feng was a little impatient, he slowly collected his energy and returned to the RV. After handing the energy block to Li Feng, he squatted back to the corner silently with hatred and continued his career as a statue. After Li Feng casually put the energy block into the doll, waved his hand to open the portal, and drove the RV back to New York. When he returned to his home by the lake, Li Feng walked out of the RV and stretched out. When he just wanted to go to the sun lounger by the lake to replenish calcium, the phone in the RV rang again. Li Feng scratched his head wonderingly. The phone is usually a display. Why are there so many calls today? Or does it mean today is the phone festival? Shrugged and didn't want to return to the RV, Li Feng continued to walk towards the recliner and shouted, "Creature, call. By the way, get some beer and side dishes." While talking, Li Feng was already lying comfortably on the recliner, and he turned into a pair of sunglasses. After a while, Creature was holding a large glass of beer, with a small dish and a phone floating behind him, walking to Li Feng, and while passing the phone to Li Feng, he said, "Boss, it's Dr. Shavig's phone." Li Feng blinked inexplicably, then answered the phone and said, "Hey, Eric, why did you think of calling me?" On the other side of the phone, Shavig said with a slightly tired and surprised tone, "Austin, are you in New York?" "Definitely." Li Feng, who noticed that Shavig was overly cautious and nervous when he spoke, narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Are you in trouble?" It's not a trouble," Shavig hesitation said. "I am in New York now. Can I come to you? I want to ask you something." How could Li Feng refuse Shavig's small request? He was anxious that Shavig would try his best to find him. This would promote friendship, and it would be less troublesome to ask Shavig for teaching in the future. Confirming that Shavig was in a small square in a certain block of Manhattan, Li Feng put on an invisibility cloak and stepped on a black somersault cloud all the way hurriedly. After a while, Li Feng lifted his cloak to reveal his chicken coop hairstyle, walked to the slightly haggard Shavig, frowned and said, "Eric, what's wrong with you? How do I feel that you are much older?" Shavig smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay." When he saw Li Feng's chicken coop hairstyle, Shavig couldn't help but smile. "What kind of look are you? Which hairstylist designed it for you? He is so bold." Li Feng touched the hairstyle in a daze, then remembered something and said indifferently, I recently figured out a flight tool. I forgot that flying too fast would mess up my hairstyle. Don't talk about me. Li Feng casually adjusted his haircut, sat next to Shavik, and asked curiously, what happened? Shavik shrugged. What else? Recently, either the CIA came to my door or the CIA came to me and asked me about Thor. I was annoyed by them. With a strong voice of helplessness, Shavik sighed and said, You also know the virtues of these intelligence agencies. They will definitely investigate my past before they come to me for questioning. As a result, those friends who have not contacted for a long time, or it was the landlord and neighbors who were investigating me by intelligence bureaus, either calling or emailing me to ask me what happened. Thor doesn't mind if I tell his story. Shavik smiled bitterly, covering his face. But the government obviously won't let me talk nonsense. I can't explain it to my friends at all. As a result, a lot. My friends mistakenly thought that I had made a big mistake and kept their distance from me, and even lost my job. After hearing Shuyi's complaint, Li Feng couldn't help laughing. What a big deal! Isn't it because I'm temporarily out of work? Li Feng patted Shuyi's shoulder and laughed. Just put it to yourself. On a big vacation, I went to my house to rest for a few days, fishing and drinking every day. When Shavik heard Li Feng talking about drink, he immediately recalled his tragic end when Thor was drunk and shook his head hurriedly and said, No, I quit drinking. I'm not out of work now. And yes. Shavik looked around and whispered, Shield came to me today and said it was for me to give me a job to study what Rubik's Cube. I heard Fury said that you have studied Rubik's Cube before. I came here today to ask you, what is Rubik's Cube? Is it some kind of alien technology? By the way, are you interested in joining my research team? Invite me to study Tesseract? And this good thing, Li Feng rubbed his cheeks to calm himself down. A few seconds later, Li Feng asked curiously, Eric, Fury shouldn't know you were coming to me. Shavik shook his head slowly and said, He knows, but he wants you to benefit him before letting you join the research team. Working to get a salary is a matter of course, but when it comes to Li Feng, why do you have to pay for the salted egg to work for the salted egg? There has been no such reason since ancient times. So Li Feng immediately stopped doing it. Why did I owe SHIELD in my last life? Now that Shavik has joined SHIELD, he still joins as a Rubik's Cube researcher, and there must be bodyguard around him. Thinking of this, Li Feng turned to look for suspicious passers-by. On the side, Shavik saw Li Feng looking around, guessing what Li Feng was thinking, and said, Don't worry, SHIELD knows that I'm here for you, so he didn't send an agent to protect me. Do you believe in that bitten egg? Li Feng said angrily, pointing to a man in black sitting in a lounge chair and reading a newspaper in the distance, and said, Would you like to bet that guy is your bodyguard to protect you? 1. Shui glanced at the man in black blankly, wondering, It shouldn't be. I saw him sitting there before I came to the small square. Haha. Li Feng rolled his eyes at Shavik, who didn't understand Fury at all, and said, I wasn't sure before. Listening to you, I think this product is an agent. Which office worker have you ever seen who wears a black suit and spends a long time reading a newspaper in a lounge chair during work? Or the one that doesn't turn the pages? While talking, Li Feng took Shavik and walked straight to the man in black. Li Feng stepped on the lounge chair with one foot and snatched the newspaper from the other party's hand. After looking at the newspaper, he shook the newspaper in his hand. Are all your eyes coming out? Be careful. I tell you to go to work and let him deduct your year-end award. The man in black. I stared because I was scared by your riffraff. The man in black said carefully, Sir, do we know each other? Obviously, the man in black thought that Li Feng was bluffing him and only regarded Li Feng's words as a kind of temptation. Li Feng pointed to the ear of the man in black with an impatient tone and said, I'm looking for braised eggs. It's Director Fury of your house. Ask him. Why should I ask me for help and ask me to pay him a salary? What is the law of heaven? Where is the law? Believe it or not, I go to court to sue him. When Li Feng pointed to the ear of the man in black subconsciously touched the communicator in the ear, but his face became stiff when he raised his hand. Especially am I not telling myself. Hearing Li Feng's nickname for the chief's broiled egg, The man in black couldn't help but laughed out of pust. Although he immediately curbed his expression, he knew that he was finished, because there were not only his teammates in the communication channel and Fury. Now the bonus really left me. With a dark face, the man in black took off the communicator in his ear and handed it to Li Feng. When Li Feng took the communicator, he blew the earwax on it disgustingly, looked at the man in black contemptuously, and said, "Can't you get a new one?" The man in black shrugged his shoulders and walked to Shaig without saying a word, waiting to use his body to help Shaig block bullets. Shaig looked dark. "Mudden, what do you mean? On my forehead it says a prize for hitting, or welcome to shoot, or do you want a passerby to shoot me twice? How do you make this heroic sacrifice, and then let your family get a pension?" Li Feng gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. In the end, he gave up the communicator covered with earwax and put it in his ears. He really didn't have the courage. Nothing. Li Feng could only cast a spell at the communicator in the staring eyes of the man in black, turning it into a basketball. Li Feng patted the communicator and said, Hey, is there anyone in there? Sing me a song if you have it." On the other side of the communicator, after Fury was silent for a short while, he sighed and said, "Austin, you're not too young. Can't you be more serious?" "Be serious?" Li Feng scratched his head and said in standard Mandarin, "I knew that Natasha Romanoff was punctual, and I wouldn't know if I didn't get it right." For a long time, the sound of the car starting in the communication device, and Fury's rather helpless tone, said, "I understand Hu Xia. I will translate the original words and pass it on to Natasha Romanoff. Besides, you waiting for me with Dr. Shavig. I will pick you up." "Pick us up?" "Did I agree to join the research team?" Li Feng turned his head and looked at Shavig. Vaguely, he seemed to understand that Fury's real purpose for looking for him was not to study the Rubik's Cube, but to ask for something else. First use my mind to study the Rubik's Cube, forcing me to make promises or give out what benefits, and then use my promises or benefits to help him deal with some tricky things. In this way, it not only allows me to help study the Rubik's Cube, but also solves the problem of the tricky hand. Especially this is the empty glove, White Wolf. But this is the Fury in my mind. After trying to understand all of this, Li Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully, "I said Fury, you are already a big boss. Can you focus on your work?" "What do you mean?" Fury asked wonderingly. Li Feng licked his lips and said, "Believe it or not, I'll pull Eric out of here." Fury's face became stiff, and he said stiffly, "I don't understand what you said." "Hey, you can do it." Li Feng gave the communicator a thumbs up, turned his head to Shavig, and said, "Eric, go. Don't worry about the marinated egg." As soon as Li Feng's voice fell, Fury's helpless voice came from the communicator. "Wait, I do have something to ask you. I just don't want outsiders to know too much. If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Shavig if it's him. If you don't understand, if you know some secrets, let me tell you now." "Don't." Shavig hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't tell me any secrets. I have lost my job because of Thor's affairs. Although I am very grateful for S.H.I.E.L.D. to work for me, I don't want to know anything. And I have been tied to S.H.I.E.L.D. all my life, and I hope to do my favorite research in the future." After speaking, Shaig said goodbye to Li Feng and signaled the man in black to quickly take him away. He knew it, and he would only ask for trouble if he stayed here. And he also wanted to understand. When he suggested to Fury that Li Feng should join the research team, why Fury agreed without thinking about it. The reason was not that Li Feng had studied Rubik's Cube in the first place, but that Fury had another purpose in looking for Li Feng. The so-called asking for benefits from Li Feng to allow Li Feng to join the team is entirely based on Fury's principle of hitting one shot first. Not long after Shavig left, a black market SUV stopped beside Li Feng. Fury rolled down the car window, looked at Li Feng sternly, and said, "Get in the car." Li Feng scratched his head, opened the passenger door, and got into the car, staring at Fury's one-eyed curiously, and said, Does you see something three-dimensional with one eye?" With a poker face, Fury turned his head and cast his eyes at Li Feng. He stepped on the accelerator and said, "Why? I'm afraid I can't see the front when I drive." "Don't worry, I have good driving skills, and this is a S.H.I.E.L.D. car." It's worth all the performance. Trust. Li Feng looked at the interior of the car, shrugged, and said, I think the air conditioner works well. After a pause, Li Feng put the seat back down to make himself more comfortable and said, Let's talk about why you were looking for me. Besides, where are we going? Don't worry. I'm not willing to sell you for money. Fury looked at Li Feng, who was sitting still with contempt, and asked quietly, Remember when you were fighting the destroyer? You opened one to save Thor. Is it a portal to Antarctica? Li Feng turned his head and thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, It seems like that. Why? The destroyer melted the Antarctic? Then you can ask the Asgard for compensation, or ask Thor to find a way. Frozen the ice cubes back. Anyway, my ability is weak, and there's no way to restore the Antarctic icebergs. Seeing Li Feng's attitude of killing and burying, Fury's mouth twitched and said angrily, When you magicians fight, you don't care about the ecological environment of the Earth. It really doesn't work. You open the portal to the universe. It's okay in Dacia. What's the matter if it's on the Earth? Do you think I want to destroy the environment? Li Feng said with an innocent tone, spreading his hands. It's not that the destroyer is too difficult to deal with. My mirror space is directly scrapped and cannot be used. The wasteland is old. Mirror space? What is that? Fury asked, squinting. Li Feng rubbed his forehead, sighed, and said, Whatever it is, we are talking about Antarctica. If you digress, don't you know? Well, let's talk about Antarctica. Fury turned his head back in thought and said, During World War II, the U.S. military organized a secret experiment. A young man who was originally frail and sick participated in the experiment. He was injected with a super soldier. After the serum, take a team and fight against on the battlefield. Captain America. Before Fury finished speaking, Li Feng, who already knew who Fury was introducing, was rare to be serious. After sitting upright, he lowered his head and asked, Legendly, he was frozen in the Antarctic. Have you found him? Legend. Fury looked at Li Feng and asked, You already knew where the captain was? What did you know it? Who else knows the legend in your mouth? The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched vaguely. He said that he had missed his mouth again. I just heard from my friend's friend. He claimed to have seen the captain while practicing in Antarctica. Although he knew that the captain was still alive, he was buried a bit deep. With his ability at the time, he dug out when he could not ensure the safety of the captain. Captain, my friends, and I thought he was bragging, so they didn't take it to heart. Fury glanced at Li Feng with suspicion and said, You have a lot of friends. They're pseudo-angels. Some have seen the captain. Some have killed the devil. Invite your friends to S.H.I.E.L.D. for tea and chat. How about discussing a legend? Maybe many legends are true. Let's dig some treasures together. Li Feng sneered a few times and asked with a curl of his lips, Or talk about the captain and me opening the portal. After a pause, Li Feng scratched his head embarrassedly and said, You want to tell me, destroy the leader's high-temperature beam melted the captain, right? Fury shook his head slightly and said, Fortunately, the beam passed through the captain's legs. Although it is not life-threatening, it also caused the captain's body to be in some condition. The captain's upper body was wrapped in ice, and the lower body was covered in ice. Not only has it melted, but the legs are also injured by the high-temperature beam. For these energy injuries, we have a little time to treat, and we may not be able to fully recover. Furthermore, we have detected that the captain's cells have begun to regain their activity. If the ice covering the face cannot be removed in time, the captain, who will wake up at any time, may be in danger of suffocation. With the car turning around in the downtown area, Fury quickly drove the car into the parking lot of a building and took Li Feng upstairs by elevator. Stepping out of the elevator, Li Feng looked around curiously. Seeing this, Fury did not stop, but introduced, This is an injury rehabilitation center in S.H.I.E.L.D. With a sigh, Fury shook his head slightly and said with a heart-wrenching expression, I don't like coming here, but I don't want to come here, especially after every major mission. I will come to see the recovery of the wounded in person. Whenever I see some agents have to retire due to injury, my heart. At this point, Fury shrugged and gave Li Feng an imaginary look. Li Feng cast his eyes to Fury. To say that Fury doesn't like this, Li Fengxin. After all, watching the subordinates he has cultivated so hard to leave with a large amount of pension. Fury's mood can be imagined, but he has to say he will. I often come to see the wounded. Haha, I don't believe it anyway. After a while, Fury took Li Feng into an operating room. In the operating room, two doctors in warm protective clothing each held a laser pointer around the operating table, carefully removing ice from the sleeping captain. They didn't even look at Li Feng and Fury, who broke into the operating room. It seemed that they just wanted to remove the ice from the captain as soon as possible. As long as they didn't disturb their work, it would be the same if anyone came to see the captain. Li Feng walked to the operating table in silence, only to see that most of the ice on the captain's upper body had been removed. Only a thin layer of ice clinging to the skin was left. However, these thin ices are 70 years old at best. Although they are not as hard as steel, they can be removed without hurting the captain because they're close to the captain's skin. Fury felt a bit cold in the operating room and subconsciously tightened the windbreaker on his body, stood behind Li Feng and looked at the captain and said, "Do you have any suitable spells?" Before Fury had finished speaking, Li Feng, who said nothing, stretched out his magical light and pressed it on the captain's chest. With the output of mana, the ice on the captain's body instantly turned into ice mist and floated in the air. This is how Li Feng has learned the magic of the magic lamp elves. Although he can't directly wipe the ice cubes from the captain's body, it's okay to turn the ice cubes into ice fog. Then the ice mist slowly drifted to one corner under Li Feng's control, forming a miniature iceberg. Fury was surprised by Li Feng's decisiveness. It was not an ordinary hero lying on the operating table, but a captain representing the American spirit. Fury did not believe that Li Feng did not know the importance of the captain. For the safety of the captain's life, and to prevent himself from being sprayed to death by the Security Council, Fury has even prepared for the bloodletting. Unexpectedly, Li Feng helped the captain unfreeze without asking for benefits, which made Fury wonder, "What do you mean? I'm interested in America's hips. I can't tell you, it's impossible for you." Fortunately, Li Feng's attention at the moment was on the captain's leg injuries. If he looked back at the moment and saw Fury's constipation expression behind him, Li Feng would have to change the frost on the ground into Fury's head. The captain's legs are not serious from the outside. That is, they're slightly pale and erythematous. But Li Feng knows that if he doesn't take action, the captain will really retire as an ordinary man after he wakes up. If the captain had not experienced strengthening, it would have been frozen for a while, and the legs would not be scrapped or damaged. Moreover, the energy of the high-temperature beam was left on the legs. This thing is magical. It is based on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existing technology. In other words, it is estimated that it will take a while to clear. Probably when Thanos was belching, the captain could almost walk on crutches. However, this is not a big problem for Li Feng, who has already drawn his divine power. It is estimated that it will only take a few days. In Fury's stunned eyes, Li Feng, who was sure that the captain was injured, stretched out his hand to extract energy while performing healing techniques on the captain to ensure that the captain could recover in the first time, even if he was injured. Faced with Li Feng's abnormal behavior, Fury touched his chin, wondering if he should take advantage of Li Feng's kind-hearted distribution today and ask him to help the agent in the rehabilitation center use surgical treatment. Before Fury was finished, Li Feng took out the immortal spring water from his shoulder bag and carefully dripped it into the captain's mouth. Fury rubbed his one eye. Before he was sure whether he had hallucinations, Li Feng took out 2 drops of eternal spring water again and dropped them on the captain's legs. At this time, Fury is sure that Li Feng is definitely ill, and he is still very sick. 3 drops of immortal spring water. If this is given to me for research, maybe I can find out what kind of special medicine. Austin, Fury squinted and asked in a low voice, "Can you leave a few drops of eternal spring water here so that I can use it for the captain tomorrow?" Li Feng directly responded to Fury's question with a middle finger, cursing, "Go away." On the side, 2 doctors wearing thermal protection saw that the ice suddenly turned into ice mist, and they backed back in shock. If they hadn't seen Fury following Li Feng with a calm face, they would have screamed and ran out of the operating room. NS. Now, seeing Li Feng's posture that he didn't look at the director at all, and the director not only didn't get angry, but stepped aside obediently and immediately let the two of them start Li Feng as a heavenly man. What a thick thigh. If you hold it tight, does Fury dare not point fingers at me? After casting the spell, Li Feng motioned to transfer the captain to the ordinary room. After a while, Li Feng, who watched the captain take the roar inhalation, silently retreated to the side, clasped his arms, and looked at the captain who was about to awaken with a complex face. In a Marvel world, among the people Li Feng admires most, the captain is definitely the first. When it comes to the ranks of many heroes, the captain can't even make the top 10, but when it comes to character, just ask who is dissatisfied. Odin once cast a spell on Mjolnir. The way to break the spell has nothing to do with power. Only people with a very pure heart can pick up Mjolnir. The captain is a person who is righteous and pure in his heart, and his character is almost untainted, so he can pick up Mjolnir. In Avengers Alliance 2, when Wanda confuses the Avengers, even Thor inevitably sees hallucinations. But this guy has supernatural powers, and Wanda is nothing to do with him. As for the captain, he doesn't have such high-end goods as supernatural power. He dared to ignore the hallucinations, completely relying on his own heart. Even Stark later asked the captain, "How can a person have no dark side?" It can be seen that the name of the captain as the righteous man of God is not blown out. As for Li Feng, he was just an ordinary petty man in his previous life. It is still possible to help an old grandmother cross the road or see a stray dog kindly drop a little food. At that time, perhaps because of his education or fear of violent institutions, he cannot be called how kind in his heart, but he must not be called roar by evil. But in the world of Marvel, especially when he has a supernatural power in his practice, what has not happened after the regulatory agencies have used him? As his strength continued to grow, his heart changed a long time ago. Seeing the grandmother finally cross the road and return to the door of his house, it would be nice not to drag the grandmother back to the other side of the road. As for seeing stray dogs, although he thought of food the first time, he would give priority to the size of his own pot and consider other things. Even in order to make myself comfortable and to collect infinite gems, I use the souls of innocent people to make grievances and sprinkle them into shield. It can be said that in order to go home for strength, Li Feng had long since discarded his conscience and didn't care what methods he used. He had already lived himself as a villain who kept himself away. Facing the saint-like captain, Li Feng didn't know how to describe his heart. He had yearning, envy, but no regret. Facing a team leader who is as precious as a panda, Li Feng feels that he can help as much as he can on the premise of his ability. This can be regarded as a kind of thinking. As time passed, the captain lying on the hospital bed moved his fingers slightly, and one of the sharp-eyed doctors exclaimed excitedly, "Sir, the captain moved." I saw it. Fury, who was also a little excited in his heart, reprimanded with a straight face in order to show his coldness in front of his subordinates. "Keep it down. It won't make the captain noisy." Li Feng glanced at the doctor silently, and then at the poker-faced Fury, who is talking louder. After another meeting, the captain's eyelashes moved slightly, and then weakly opened his eyes in the eyes of everyone's expectation. When the captain who had slept for 70 years awakened, although his body was weak and unable to get up, he still maintained the vigilance that soldiers should have in his heart. The captain glanced at Fury and the others, and while carefully examining the surrounding environment, he asked, "Where is this?" "New York," Fury said flatly, seeing the captain on alert. "Soldier, the war is over." The captain licked his slightly chapped lips, thinking about something, while struggling to ask, "Who are you again? Why am I here?" "Fury, you have been asleep for 70 years. I am the director of SHIELD, the past life of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the side, Li Feng, who has remained silent, conjured an apple out of thin air when Fury introduced S.H.I.E.L.D. and handed it to the captain, saying, "You need this." The two doctors who were examining the team leader were surprised when they saw that Li Feng had changed the apple. When they saw the team leader took the apple, they hurriedly said, "The team leader has just regained consciousness and the stomach has not yet started to work. Now, it is best to start the stomach function with liquid food. Li Feng shook his head slightly, conjured up a few apples again, and handed them to Fury and the doctor, beckoning them to taste. This is just ordinary water. The doctor and Fury silently accepted the red apple. Is this thing water? When are we blind or touch failure? It wasn't until Fury took a bite of the apple and told him that it was just apple-like water before continuing to introduce the history of SHIELD to the captain. The captain ate the apple after seeing Fury in a couple of bites. After thinking about it, he took a bite of the apple in his hand. Not to mention, besides feeling moist in his mouth, there was no taste of the flesh. This made him look at Li Feng curiously and asked, "Has the current technology progressed to disguise water as fruit?" Li Feng shrugged and said in a tone of love and disbelief, "This is magic." The captain only thought that Li Feng's magic was joking. After smiling politely, he frowned and looked at Fury and asked, "You mean I have been frozen in ice for nearly 70 years? Fury shrugged. "I don't have to tell a lie that can't stand scrutiny," pointed to the window, and said, "Perhaps you should look at the outside world and compare it with the world in your memory." The captain took a serious look at Fury, struggled to get up from the hospital bed, ready to see the outside world with his own eyes. Seeing this, the two doctors on the side hurriedly stepped forward to help, and helped the captain to the window. After a while, Li Feng saw the captain staring at the earth-shaking world outside the window with melancholy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Are you thinking about the dance that you owed back then?" Peggy Carter. With sweet memories, the captain returned to the hospital bed with the help of the doctor. Hesitation, and then asked, "Is she okay?" Obviously, the captain is weak, but looking at his tender skin, he knows that his appearance is definitely not what an old man should have, and Peggy Carter probably does not have this treatment. He has either passed away or is lying in a hospital bed waiting for death. The best result is also in a wheelchair. No matter what kind of state Peggy Carter is in, it is not easy to complete the dance agreement that year. After all, when he is old, it is unknown whether he can stand up or not. The ghost knows that Peggy Carter will dance with him. There will be no broken bones or being tossed to God by his bad dance steps. And what if Peggy Carter gets married? Is he a junior? A man whose actual age is almost 100 years old, but his appearance is young, and a bad old man to snatch an old woman who is almost 100 years old? He can't do this. Fury, it's okay. Peggy Carter enjoys her old age like a normal old man. After speaking, Fury walked up to Li Feng thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to help Peggy Carter regain his youth?" After thinking about it, Fury half guessed and half surely asked, "The eternal life spring can supplement the consumption. Lifespan can restore youth. Or do you have spells that can restore human youth?" Li Feng spread his hands and signaled that he did not have the magic to restore his youth. At the same time, he casually explained, "The reason why the immortal spring water is called immortal spring water is because it is the main material of the immortal potion." Fury was stunned when he heard immortal life, and when he stared at Li Feng unsignificantly, he saw Li Feng pouting and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the destruction of the environment has long since wiped out the auxiliary materials." Extinction. Fury squinted his eyes and asked curiously, "That is to say, someone collected materials before or someone immortalized for it?" When Li Feng guessed what Fury was thinking, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said disdainfully, "What? Do you want to talk about history with those two immortal ladies? Save effort. Immortality does not mean having power. They are hidden. It's been killed for 2,000 years. It's enough money. Besides, immortality." Li Feng patted Fury on the shoulder and sneered, "This thing is a bit attractive. How old is a small force like you?" "It's not your turn." Fury rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "I think SHIELD is quite powerful. Would you like to talk about SHIELD's power ranking in the first place?" Li Feng is not stupid. He naturally heard that Fury was asking himself how much power there is on the earth. Rolling his eyes, Li Feng ignored Fury and said to the captain, "Captain, Steve." Steve politely smiled at Li Feng and said, "Just call me Steve." After all, The war is over and I am at the age of retirement. The captain said that roar is no longer suitable for me. Want to retire? Then you can wait. Li Feng scratched his head and said, Well, Steve, have you heard the story of Aladdin? Steve didn't understand what Li Feng meant when he asked himself Aladdin, and nodded blankly, indicating that he had heard it. Fury on the side was different. His expression instantly changed to a constipated face, and he looked at Li Feng bitterly. Some time ago, Mephisto and the Bible ran to the earth and had a cordial conversation with his subordinates. After that, the mythical Asir tribe ran to the earth. These were originally characters from fairy tales before going to bed. Now, fairy tales popped up in Li Feng's mouth. Needless to say, Aladdin is not a mere fairy tale anymore. This makes Fury want to point to Li Feng's nose to ask, Are there any pure fairy tales in this world? How many bedtime stories do you want to ruin? Fury motioned for Li Feng with a headache to shut up first, and waited for the two doctors to leave the room under his sign and lock the door personally, then rubbed the bridge of his nose aside and asked, Austin, do you think I will contact Senka now? Wing headquarters. Order the agents to collect and analyze all fairy tales to see which ones are fairy tales and which ones are historical facts. How? Li Feng curled his lips, shrugged, and said, Listening to your tone, I want me to help analyze what is a fairy tale and what is history. Before Fury nodded, Li Feng gave Fury a playing look and said to Steve, Since you know Aladdin, then the magic lamp should be no stranger. Super Serum not only gave Steve a strong figure, but also a keen brain and observation ability, which made him realize that something was wrong after seeing Fury's abnormal expression and thinking about the conversation between the two. Facing Li Feng's question, Steve thought for a while, nodded carefully, and asked, Is there any problem with this fairy tale now? The fairy tale is okay. The problem is the magic lamp in the fairy tale. Li Feng pointed to himself and said in a shocking voice, I have. After that, Li Feng embraced his arms and looked at Fury, who was holding the corner of his forehead, twitching like a joke. He smiled in a tone of, I have a baby, but you take me nothing, just wipe the magic lamp, and then use Arabic command the magic lamp wizard. It can satisfy your 3 wishes. After thinking about it, Li Feng continued, The magic lamp has 3 unfulfilled wishes, one of which is related to life. He can't resurrect dead man. In fact, restoring youth belongs to the magic of life, and the elves are also innocent, but it is still possible to restore the physical strength of youth for a short time, at least the physical strength of having MS. Paget Carter dance with you can still be achieved. Steve lowered his head and thought for a while, then asked, Is there really magic in the world? Li Feng shrugged. In fact, the magical world has always existed, but it is not known to the world. Why did magicians choose to live in seclusion? Steve asked curiously. This is also a question Fury has always been curious about. Magician, no matter how you look at it, is a tall existence. Once the magician shines in front of the world, I am afraid that no matter what kind of star, it will not be able to hold the magician's fan speed. And those who yearn for extraordinary powers, people, how much money and connections are willing to spend to become a superior magician? Are these unattractive to those magicians who are confused? If Fury had been curious before, he had seen how strict Li Feng's mouth was, and it was obviously impossible to ask Li Feng's mouth. But it's different now. Looking at Li Feng's attitude towards Steve, maybe he can really get an agreement. Pity. Li Feng shook his head and said, If you are curious, I can find a time to explain to you, but you have to swear not to tell anyone the reason, even if you write it in your diary. Steve took a serious look at Li Feng and raised his brow when he looked at Fury. Obviously, Steve knew why Li Feng chose to tell the secret alone. After nodding to indicate that he knew, Steve said in a puzzled way, Looking at Fury's expression, I guess he doesn't know that you have a magic lamp in your hand. Why do you want to tell me the secret of the magic lamp? What do you want from me? See you. Li Feng gave Steve a dazed answer, scratching his head a little embarrassedly. At the beginning, I gave the magic lamp genie to the pit, so it's better not to mention it when you use the magic lamp. To my name, otherwise your wish will only be discounted by him. In addition, The magic lamp genie is not as simple as in fairy tales. You can completely imagine him as a devil. Devil? Nowadays, Fury knows the real existence of the devil. When he heard Li Feng compare the elves to the devil, he subconsciously asked, wishing to the devil is a price, and usually the results are not good. What is the price to make a wish for the magic lamp? Or what should I pay attention to? Li Feng shook his head. There is no price. Even if it is, it will not be paid by you. As for what needs attention? Li Feng thought for a while, looked at Steve, and said, Arabic is the official language of the magic lamp genie. Wish language. Only in Arabic can you command the elves. In addition, your wishes should be like signing the most stringent contract. The more detailed, to the extent that the elves cannot win a lawsuit. Otherwise, the elves will be cheated to death. Yours. Steve smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't speak Arabic, so let's forget about wishing or something. Li Feng is not sure that Steve still doesn't believe that there's magic in the world, or is worried about what. After thinking about it, he waved his hand to open the portal and shouted, Creature, prepare the guest room. We have distinguished guests. While talking, Li Feng didn't care whether Steve agreed with him or not. He just helped Steve and crossed the portal. When the portal was about to close, he turned his head and said, Fury, Steve's leg injury needs several days of treatment. Steve will live for this period of time. By the way, also give the captain time to consider whether to use the magic lamp. Seeing the inexplicable portal appearing in the ward, Steve's expression was a little stunned. He didn't recover until the portal was closed, and asked in amazement, This is magic? As soon as Steve's words fell, Creature suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng, blinked his big eyes and greeted him, and looked at Steve, who was also curious, and said, Hello, respected guest. I'm Creature. I'm very happy to be you serve. Steve glanced at Li Feng, who was kidnapping himself, and after saying hello, I'm Steve to Creature, he whispered in Li Feng's ear, What kind of creature is this? A kind of elves? Li Feng helped Steve to the lake and let Steve sit on a recliner to rest while explaining Creature to Steve and reminding Steve about the taboos of house elves. For a long time, Steve looked at the magic lamp in his hand while enjoying the medicated meal containing magical powers and said with a wry smile, It seems that I've been out of the world for too long, and fairy tales are all history. The changes are too great for me to understand. A few days later, Steve, who was already alive and kicking, stood in front of the wash station, showing off his glamour. After taking a few deep breaths in front of himself in the mirror, Steve held a bunch of flowers in his hand and opened the bathroom door with a slightly nervous expression and said to Li Feng, who was using beer and steamed buns on the table, and said, Austin, I'm ready. Ines. Li Feng, who was struggling with the meat buns, raised his head and glanced at Steve in a suit, leather shoes, and a bow tie. He couldn't help but spouted the meat buns and said with a smile, Man, you are preparing to show how young you are in front of a mess. Carter, so that she can jump up from the hospital bed after being envy and jealous to complete the original agreement. Steve's face became stiff. He looked down at his suit, and while passing the picture of Peggy Carter's ward to Li Feng, he said quietly, How do you think I should dress up? Dye white hair and wear old clothes. I don't want to deceive Peggy. Perhaps it would be more convincing to cut your hair into a Mediterranean hairstyle. While speaking, Li Feng took the photo and waved to open the portal after a few glances. On the other side of the portal, Peggy Carter apparently knew that Steve would come to visit her today. After dressing up, she sat in a wheelchair accompanied by 2 medical staff and waited for Steve's arrival. As the portal appeared in front of her, Peggy Carter covered her mouth with excitement and subconsciously sat up straight. Although Steve had carefully prepared his lines for today's meeting, he didn't realize when he actually saw Peggy Carter that his mouth, except for assisting the nose roar suction, had no function. Peggy Carter seemed quite calm, beckoned to Steve, and said, You're back. Yes. Steve walked quickly to Peggy, squatted down, and then reached out to touch Peggy's face and asked stupidly, Are you okay? By the portal, Li Feng felt that he was very scared, especially a young man who touched the wrinkled face of an old grandmother like a lover. Although he knew this was true love, Li Feng still felt that he couldn't stand it, too. Violated. With an inexplicable shudder, Li Feng took out the magic lamp from his shoulder bag and threw it to Steve and said, "Learn Arabic?" Steve handed the magic lamp to Peggy Carter, shrugged and said, "I don't speak Arabic, but Peggy can." I don't know if Peggy is too old or too excited. Shaking hands to receive the magic lamp. Peggy Carter looked at Li Feng and frowned and said, "Are you the magician that Fury said?" Before Li Feng could answer, Peggy Carter looked at the magic lamp in his hand and asked, "This is the god of Aladdin." Li Feng nodded slightly, which was regarded as answering Peggy Carter's question. I don't know why. Li Feng always felt that Peggy Carter personally used a magic lamp because of his distrust of himself. Although Steve is an old antique, he really wants to learn Arabic or a few words of Arabic for wishing, and it will probably be a matter of time. But now this task is actually operated by Peggy Carter himself. Li Feng touched his chin, thinking thoughtfully, did I compare the elf to the devil before and made Fury worry that I would frame the captain? After all, the devil is very interested in pure souls, and I have shown that I can control soul spells. So, just let Peggy Carter make a wish personally? Even if something happens, Peggy Carter, who has a short lifespan, is injured. If Peggy Carter is injured because of the elves, it is estimated that the captain will trouble me. Li Feng took a look. Steve, it seems that it is Fury who saw that I was good to the captain and thought I was trying to win over the captain. I really worry about eating carrots. Thinking of this, Li Feng curled his lips in disdain and said, "Presumably Ms. Carter already knows the steps to use the magic lamp, right?" Seeing Peggy Ka's characteristic nod, Li Feng turned and crossed the portal and said, 10 minutes later, I will come back to get the magic lamp." After speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to close the portal, waited silently for 10 minutes, and then opened the portal again. At this time, Peggy Carter had obviously completed her wish, although she was still very old. But from the hearty laughter of the other party and the energy fluctuations all over her body, Li Feng confirmed that Peggy Carter's inner shape had returned to youthfulness. As for how long this state can last depends on how long Peggy Carter's energy will dissipate. Steve saw Li Feng coming back, and when he returned the magic lamp to Li Feng, he gave Li Feng a warm hug. "Thank you." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and smiled. "I will pick you up tomorrow night. You can enjoy the scenery of London, especially the beautiful women." After speaking, Li Feng waved to Peggy Carter to say goodbye, then turned and crossed the portal. Back to the lake, Li Feng thought for a while, opened the portal, and went to Fury's office. Seeing Fury looking at him with a sullen face, Li Feng sat on the sofa unceremoniously and said with Erlang's legs tilted and said, "Fury, Xiaowei back then Grid invited me to join the Rubik's Cube research team. I'm here to report now. When are you going to send me to your secret base?" Fury silently closed the book in his hand, paused the video played on the computer, and turned off the screen, holding the desktop with his joints in his hands and dragging his chin with his fingers crossed. How to steal the Rubik's Cube? Li Feng was stunned, rolled his eyes, and said, "Are you stupid or I? You don't know if I take such a dazzling lump of energy under your eyelids." Fury shook his head slightly. "If it was before, maybe you wouldn't dare, but now, your magician's ability will continue to improve." "What do you mean?" Li Feng asked wonderingly. Fury squinted at Li Feng and said, "You performed the magic of turning apples out of thin air in front of Steve. Although the apples are fake, I don't know if you hid them, in case you can make a fake one. Rubik's Cube, steal the real Rubik's Cube." Li Feng really doesn't know how to answer this question. If he wants to say that he can make a space gem, Li Feng can't do it if he squeezes himself dry. This is infinite gems. You're the jelly beans on the roadside. But to make a fake Rubik's Cube that deceives researchers in a short time, as long as the other party takes it for testing, Li Feng feels that it is really not too difficult. Even at this moment, he even thought about the raw materials for making the fake Rubik's Cube, so he used HYDRA, the energy block on the weapon used to ambush him. This thing is extracted from the Rubik's Cube. It retains some of the characteristics of the Rubik's Cube, plus the blessing of the wizard magic. The chance of success is still quite high. But Li Feng would not tell Fury this stupidly. After thinking about it, Li Feng spread his hands and said, The problem is that I can't change a treasure of the Rubik's Cube. When Fury was about to open his mouth and say something, Li Feng waved his hand and interrupted. You know what you want to say, but you are worried that I will steal the Rubik's Cube, right? Fury nodded sharply. With a look of yes, I don't trust you. Seeing this, Li Feng got up angrily and said, I've already stole it if I want to steal, and it's not a chance. Before Li Feng finished speaking, Fury faintly interrupted. You probably didn't have the strength to keep the Rubik's Cube back then. At least you couldn't make an apple out of thin air at that time. Now it's different. You have the power to keep the Rubik's Cube. Have the power to keep the Rubik's Cube? Li Feng doesn't understand how Fury knows that his strength is improving. This is totally unreasonable. Li Feng, who sat back on the sofa again, squinted and looked at Fury from time to time. Since I entered the office, this product has been mentioned several times that it has become an apple out of thin air. Is there any causality in it? For a long time, Li Feng asked tentatively, I will give you the magic lamp. You let me study the Rubik's Cube? Deal. Fury replied readily. Li Feng twitched his mouth, raised his middle finger, and said, Am I giving you the Night God Mask too, okay? Fury nodded seriously and replied, Yes, there's also the Night God Mask. That item is too dangerous and must be turned in. Li Feng. Li Feng sneered a few times, got up and walked to the desk, sneered, Should I turn in that RV to you? Fury wanted to nod, but it was obviously impossible. The RV was the same as Li Feng's home, or the only home. If he pulled the RV away, it would be strange that Li Feng didn't go crazy. At the desk, Li Feng looked down at the picture book of 1001 Nights on the table. He really didn't hold back his bus with a laugh, glanced at the computer and said, Don't tell me. You are here. Watch Aladdin's cartoon. Fury's face turned dark, and the corners of his mouth twitched and nodded. What happened to the cartoon? What happened next to you? If he had buried Fury in a pile of coal before, Li Feng thought he could barely find the other's big face, but now, Li Feng guesses that he would not want to be in a pile of coal unless he opened his eyes to look for the other's spirit body. Find Fury's big face in it. It's so dignified that the director of SHILD watches cartoons during working hours, and you still have to face it. Li Feng stretched out his hand to turn on the computer screen and press the play button. The computer suddenly heard the voice of the magic lamp, elves explaining the role of the magic lamp to Aladdin. I know the reason why you think my strength has improved so much. Li Feng glanced at the computer, helplessly said, Not all the wishes of the magic lamp elves can be realized. Especially the magician's strength requires a little bit of practice. Otherwise, you can't control yourself. The power of... Besides, I don't believe that you never thought that my strength would increase. So let's go beyond this topic and just say that you have ideas for the magic lamp. Fury nodded and said bluntly, I want a magic lamp. You really dare to think about it. Li Feng slanted on his desk, looking sideways at Fury, said with a faint smile, You know this is impossible, so your strategy is to speak loudly and let me feel dissatisfied, then pretend to give up the magic lamp, and finally tell your little purpose? Li Feng waved his hand. Don't come to the suit with me. I don't do business all day, and I have a lot of shit. Looking at Li Feng, who is becoming more and more unbridled, Fury can't help but recall the old Li Feng, how good Li Feng was at that time, although it's still a bit difficult, but threatened to still be able to put out something good. How is it like now? In the office, Li Feng casually opened a portal with a computer screen file size and controlled the portal to move around. After a while, Fury watched with a sullen face as a portal moved directly above him, and the other portal was sheathed outside the computer screen. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched and glanced at the portal on the desk, then looked up at the mid-air directly above, a computer screen that was playing Aladdin's cartoon. Watching Li Feng show off the space spell, Fury gritted his teeth and asked, About the magic lamp, what is your bottom line? Talk to me about the bottom line at this time. Li Feng widened his eyes and sneered. I told you before that the main function of Rubik's Cube is space. Who do you think understands space better than me? With my participation, how much progress will your research project make? Li Feng pointed to himself proudly. It should be you now begging me to join the research team. Why do you want me to exchange the magic lamp? Fury glanced at Li Feng and the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain, and said, "You are a magician. I am afraid that your research direction is biased towards the magic side, and what I want is technology." Do you know technology? Definitely. If so, you can find a bunch of magicians. I don't mind letting you lead another research team to participate in the research of the Rubik's Cube, such as the ancient one magician mentioned by both you and Mephisto. Hee hee. Li Feng sneered a few times. Let me go to Ancient One to study Space Gem. Would you like to introduce Kamataja's seat and the 3 holy place seats to you, by the way? Believe it or not, Ancient One turned your face and beat you and me into big fat boys, the kind whose face is bigger than the belly. Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows, sighed, and said, "There are some things. Can you stop worrying about it? You also asked Ancient One to study it, and you figured it out. This is why people are busy maintaining dimensional peace. Take care of you, little person, or just rely on the attention you dare to hit her. Believe it or not, her disciples and grandchildren will not recognize the parents who beat you, or you have to apologize afterwards." "I don't mind apologizing," after silently adding, "as long as I know Ancient One." Fury squinted and said, "How do I feel that the disciples of Ancient One are very domineering?" Regarding the topic of Ancient One, Li Feng really didn't want to say anything to Fury. He opened and closed the portal and said at the same time, "In one word, let me not join the research team." Fury shook his head to reject Li Feng, and waved at Li Feng with an impatient look and signaled the other party to leave quickly and don't delay his office. From the very beginning, Fury never thought of letting Li Feng join the research team. He didn't want to use Rubik's Cube to develop portals to crush the world's major manufacturers of vehicles, such as cars or airplanes. His goal from the very beginning was to extract the energy from the Rubik's Cube and use it to create powerful and environmentally friendly weapons to deter the evil forces that dared to reach out to the Earth. So, why does he want a magician to join the research team? Having said that, Li Feng knows hypnotic ability. How many scientific researchers Li Feng has contacted afterwards become his subordinates? The potential safety hazard is too high, and the gain is not worth the loss. As for the magic lamp, he knew from Peggy Carter's mouth that the magic lamp can only fulfill the summoner's 3 wishes, and now he only wants to test how many wishes Li Feng has made with the magic lamp. If Li Feng did not use the 3 wishes, then Li Feng would have taken a fancy to the magic lamp. If he had used 3 wishes, then the magic lamp was only a collection for Li Feng, and might be loaned to Shield like the mask of the night god. It's just that now, Li Feng also uses the magic lamp to test his attitude, making him a little confused for a while. Has Austin ever used a magic lamp? Seeing Fury resolutely rejected himself, Li Feng curled his mouth and waved to open the portal. If you don't participate, you won't participate. The big deal is when Loki opens the portal and observes the status of the activated space gem. It's just that Fury knows that I never talk about magician. Why do you want to explore the magical world again recently? Could it be that the devil's affairs made him feel anxious recently? And Shavik, has there been a major breakthrough in the research of Rubik's Cube? So Fury doesn't need my help. It just doesn't make sense. Although Shavik is a Superman, is the Rubik's Cube so easy to crack? Back at home by the lake, Li Feng, who still didn't understand, scratched his head, put the problem behind his head, and lay on the couch by the lake with a magic book in his hand, drinking beer leisurely while studying wizard magic. He needs to be as fast as possible. Turn knowledge into power, because Mind Gem is coming. Time flies. A Li Feng who is busy making a fake infinite gems rarely puts down his magic book, lies quietly on the grass, drinking beer while watching a fairy tale playing in the distance. Documentary. This can be regarded as Li Feng doing his homework. After all, he doesn't know when he will cross into the fairy tale. If he encounters a fairy tale with a black eye, how can he get the benefit? Not far away, a figure of a child file size was surrounding a bonfire, sprinkling some spices on the food on the fire from time to time. It was a supper prepared by Creature for Li Feng, a roast leg of lamb with a tempting fragrance. Just as Creature picked up the leg of lamb from the fire, the phone in the RV suddenly rang. Li Feng glanced at the RV in wonder, hooked his fingers at the leg of lamb in Creature's hand, and said when the leg of lamb drifted towards him, "Creature, see who is calling." After a while, Creature took the phone and walked to Li Feng's side. "Boss, it's Mr. Fury's call." After hesitation, Creature said timidly, "Mr. Fury's voice sounds very anxious." "Fury? Why is this guy looking for me?" Li Feng froze for a moment, then floated the leg of lamb in the air and answered the phone with a smile. "I heard that you are very anxious now. Tell me what happened, which makes me happy." On the other side of the phone, Fury is not in the mood to arguing with Li Feng, and bluntly said, "Loki has come to Earth. He not only snatched the Rubik's Cube, but also controlled my subordinates." After a pause, Fury thought that Li Feng might not care about him. "The fate of the subordinates," added, "it's still your friend Shavik, who is also taken away by Loki's control. Is it finally here? It just so happened that my fake infinite gems has also been made successfully." Li Feng squinted and said, "What do I need to do?" As soon as Li Feng's words fell, Fury's hurried voice came from the phone. "I will come to my office right now, and someone will give you a mobile phone, and there will be a picture in the phone. After that, someone will tell you what to do." Putting down the phone, Li Feng got up and twisted his waist, waiting for physical activity before holding a beer in one hand and a leg of lamb in the other, waving his hand to open the portal to Fury's office. Just before Li Feng stepped into the office, the door of the office was suddenly opened. An agent with sunglasses at night walked quickly in front of Li Feng. Seeing that Li Feng was busy with both hands, he placed the phone in the faint twitch of the corner of his mouth, turned to leave after sitting at the desk. During the period, the little brother wearing sunglasses didn't say a word. Li Feng glanced at the mobile phone showing a photo in the office, poured beer into his stomach, and waved to open the portal. When Li Feng ate the leg of lamb and came to an underground base comparable to the ruins, he heard a woman's voice behind him. "Hello, Mr. Magician." Hearing the sound, Li Feng turned his head and looked at the opponent. Seeing that the opponent was wearing Shield's combat uniform, and it was a slightly broken combat uniform with white thighs exposed, Li Feng's pig brother opened his colored eyes and asked, "Huh, I found a wild beauty. Why, meeting girls, it seems I was lucky." Maria Hill, you can call me Hill Agent, the most popular celebrity around Fury. Hill has not only heard of Li Feng, but also knows that Li Feng has been single for many years. Although she is confident about her figure and appearance, she is not yet confident enough to attract Li Feng when she meets for the first time. Knowing that Li Feng was only making bad jokes with himself, Hill ignored Li Feng's words and said neatly, "Since you can come to the base, Fury must have told you what to do." Li Feng shook his head, and after taking a bite of the leg of the lamb, he said slurredly, "Fury will tell me what to do after that." "The someone in Fury's mouth means you." Hill squinted his eyes, nodded and said, "It's me." Hill pointed to the surrounding ruins and said, "Find all the injured, especially the scientific researchers here, and send them to the hospital as soon as possible. Give priority to rescue researchers. Perhaps this is the real reason Fury asked me to come." Looking at this, Fury's research on the Rubik's Cube has indeed achieved great results. Li Feng turned his head and glanced at the ruins, brushed his eyes with his right hand, and opened his eyes to scan the surroundings. "Fury didn't let me come as simple as opening a portal to send the wounded to the hospital." While talking, Li Feng cast a spell to turn a pile of stones and cement and other building materials into a pile of fine sand, and then cast a spell on the injured people behind the fine sand. After correcting the dislocation of the bones, he performed the healing technique while turning back. Hill said, "Your Fury is smart. I can find and rescue these people in time, and I can also complete the rescue mission at the same time, so he can have a lot of medical expenses left." Although Hill said that he had known Li Feng's irregularities a long time ago, he didn't know until he met Li Feng that this was irregularity, and it was simply a mental illness. So much so that he couldn't tell which scientific researcher and medical expenses were more important. In Hill's twitching eyes, the injured people who were injured and unable to move walked out of the fine sand with a bewildered face and stared at Li Feng with curious and greedy eyes. This is not to blame for the greed in the eyes of these researchers. After all, the last second they thought they were burping, the next second they pressed their cement blocks, and the steel bars in the cement instantly turned into fine sand. So a magical scene Any person who loves scientific research will sprout the heart of Li Feng's research. When Li Feng met the gazes of several scientific researchers, he just looked at each other with disdain, then turned to look for the next wounded. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, none of you can fight. Having been busy for more than half an hour, Li Feng has been opening the magic eyes. Without blinking a few times, Li Feng rubbed his dry eyes and said to Hill behind him, "In the entire underground base, anyone who can still breathe has been sent to Fury's office. As for those who have been sacrificed." Speaking of this, Li Feng scratched his head helplessly. "Their souls have left the body, and my eyes can't see them. You need to spend your time looking for their remains." Looking at Hill with a melancholy face, Li Feng sighed and said a little apologetically, "Sorry, I can't help you with the rest." "No, you have helped us a lot. Thank you, Mr. Magician." Hill grudgingly gave a thankful smile, pointed to the portal, and said, "Let's leave here too, and the rest will be handled by the people behind." Li Feng nodded and opened his magic eyes to search the surrounding spirits again, and turned around to return to Fury's office after making sure that there were no omissions. In the office, except for Fury, who was sitting on the sofa applying ice cubes to his wounds, Li Feng had not seen any of the wounded who had been transported back. But think about it, this group of wounded who withdrew from the base were all fake and shoddy wounded, and they all received treatment when they left the underground base. According to Fury's temperament, SHIELD is not a place to raise idlers. Since everyone is okay, it is definitely a matter of returning to work as soon as possible and getting paid without work, which is impossible in S.H.I.E.L.D. Using Hill to report the specific losses of the underground base to Fury, Li Feng walked to the wine cabinet by himself, took out a bottle of wine that seemed to be packaged high-end, unscrewed the bottle, and took 2 sips. Just as Li Feng was sitting at his desk and was about to turn on the computer to play a few games, Fury, who heard Hill's report, walked up to Li Feng with a poker face. "Help me pick someone up." Li Feng looked up at Fury and blinked inexplicably. "What do you mean? I was kind enough to help you treat the wounded, so I thought I was your little employee now. I'm a magician. The charges are too expensive." Without waiting for Li Feng to refuse, Fury took out his mobile phone from his pocket and pressed a few numbers and said to Li Feng, "Pick up your friend, Dr. Banner." After speaking, Fury put the phone to his ear and asked, "Did you leave?" On the other side of the phone, Natasha Romanoff's voice came, "No, I'm still waiting for the special service team. I may be able to convince Banner, but I can't communicate when facing a big guy, so there is no special service team. Support. I dare not face the big guy alone." Fury nodded and motioned to agree with Natasha Romanoff. After looking at Li Feng, he said to Natasha Romanoff, "You don't have to wait for someone from the special service team. I have a more suitable person." After asking Natasha Romanoff to send a picture of his seat, Fury hung up the phone and handed the phone to Li Feng and said in a commanding tone, "I need Banner's knowledge of gamma rays to find the Rubik's Cube and get Banner back as soon as possible." After a pause, Fury seemed to think of something and changed his words and said, "Get your home first and wait for me to send you a photo." "My home? Do you still want to let Natasha Romanoff visit my collection, see how many fairy tale props I have, and explore the magical world by the way?" "You old Dean." Although Fury spoke to himself in a commanding tone, Li Feng felt that he could bear it. After all, it was all the gems Fury gave to the door for the gems he was about to get. Thinking of this, Li Feng took the phone, glanced at the photo, and waved to open the portal. On the other hand, Natasha Romanoff didn't understand at first who was the more suitable candidate for Fury's mouth, but didn't realize that the person in Fury's mouth was indeed more suitable for this mission until a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. First, the intelligence shows that Li Feng and Banner are friends. Judging from the fact that Banner will not hurt his ex-girlfriend Betty when he becomes Hulk, Hulk still has Banner's thoughts, or that Banner can control Hulk for a short time. In the face of friendship, even if Banner becomes Hulk, Banner will try to prevent Hulk from harming Li Feng. Second is strength. Natasha Romanoff knew that when Li Feng and Hulk met on the streets of New York for the first time, Li Feng hit Hulk back to Banner with a palm. Although I don't know if Hulk has a psychological influence on Li Feng, this does not prevent Hulk from facing Li Feng's weakness. Therefore, even if Banner can't control the release of Hulk, what if he can't beat Li Feng It will only increase the psychological shadow again. The only thing that makes Natasha Romanoff upset is that Li Feng has taken advantage of himself verbally several times. For the task, and Barton, I will not trouble you for the time being, but it's impossible to want my old lady to smile and greet others. With a straight face, Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng, who was holding the bottle in one hand, and said, "Get on the plane," then turned his head and walked into Quinjet, not knowing that his name is already on the Natasha Romanoff notebook. Li Feng scratched his head and shouted, "Beauty, do you have a picture of the banner where the banner is located?" Iron flight is too slow. The corner of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched. The most advanced aircraft on the entire planet is a piece of copper and iron in your eyes. Then he thought of something. Natasha Romanoff covered his face and walked off the plane. Well, you are a magician, you have a portal, and Quinjet is indeed a bit slow. At this moment, a phone ringing suddenly came from Li Feng's pocket, which caused Li Feng, who had not used a cell phone for many years, to remember that the cell phone SHIELD had given him had not yet been returned, and he was now lying in his pocket making a harsh ringing. Seeing Li Feng froze for a few seconds before taking out her cell phone, Natasha Romanoff felt inexplicable at first, and then after guessing the reason for Li Feng's froze, he launched a silent and contemptuous attack on Li Feng. Seeing this, Li Feng said that he was powerless to refute, and Shanshan glanced at the phone and said, "The picture sent by your boss, do you think it is the location of Banner?" Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes. Is this still a guess? If she can, she really wants to take Li Feng's head apart and take a look. What's in the other person's mind and nothing else? What does it mean to go out with a wine bottle in her hand? You should be thankful that you are not an agent. Otherwise, I can just give you a beating if you go on a mission and drink alcohol. Before Li Feng could refute anything, Natasha Romanoff said with a bit of contempt and helplessness, "Don't open the portal quickly." "Yes, sir." Li Feng sipped his drink, bowed to salute, opened the portal and made a request, saying, "Lady first." Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng, who was not going straight, and asked as he crossed the portal, "Where is this?" Li Feng scratched his head, glanced blankly at the surrounding slum-like buildings, and listened to the conversations of nearby pedestrians, and said, "They speak Portuguese, and I heard a few words in Spanish." Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised and glanced at Li Feng in wonder. In the Shield information, Li Feng has no experience in learning foreign languages. How can he not only hear Portuguese, but also understand Spanish? Just when Natasha Romanoff wanted to find out how many languages Li Feng said, the mobile phone in Li Feng's hand once again sounded the alert tone of receiving a text message. Li Feng glanced at the phone, and while throwing it to Natasha Romanoff, he walked to a dilapidated 3-story building nearby and said, "We are in Brazil, and Banner is in the small building in front." Natasha Romanoff glanced at the message on the phone, walked quickly to Li Feng's side, and said, "The message says Banner is helping a group of infectious patients." Before Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, Li Feng snapped his fingers to impose a protective spell on Natasha Romanoff, and said, "Don't worry, I can use spells." After speaking, Li Feng strode into the small building, raising the bottle in his hand and shouting, "Banner, I'll bring a good bottle of wine. Come out and have a few drinks with me." On the 3rd floor of the small building, Banner, who was busy treating patients, heard Li Feng's voice in surprise, got up on the stairs in surprise, and shouted in an unexpected tone, "Austin!" "It's me." Li Feng looked up at Banner, shook half a bottle of wine in his hand as he walked up the stairs, and said, "Man, it's been a long time since I saw you. I brought a gift from a big black-faced big shot to see you." Seeing Li Feng went upstairs unsuspectingly, Banner said hurriedly, "Austin, I have an infectious patient. Don't come up." Li Feng shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "Do you think I care about this?" While talking, Li Feng already took Natasha Romanoff to the 3rd floor. Banner glanced at Natasha Romanoff behind Li Feng and asked curiously, "Your girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Li Feng turned his head and looked up and down Natasha Romanoff, disdainfully said no. On the side, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His hands clenched in a fist inexplicably, and even the blue veins on his fists were clearly visible. "Madan, What do you mean by your disgusting expression? You a single dog who has been abstinent for many years. Natasha Romanoff crossed Li Feng in a bad mood and shook hands in front of Banner and said, "Hello, Dr. Banner. This is Natasha Romanoff from S.H.I.E.L.D." Just as Natasha Romanoff took Banner and walked aside to introduce the current situation, Li Feng squatted halfway in front of the patients and fluently chatted with the patients in Portuguese. Just as Li Feng's chat was on the rise, Banner, who had been persuaded to join the search team to walk to Li Feng's side, greeted the patient and asked Roar in a low voice in English, "Austin, can you treat them?" Li Feng shook his head helplessly and replied in a low voice, "My spell cures the wounds, but not the disease, but..." After a pause, Li Feng stretched out his hand at several patients and said while casting the spell, "I can transfer most of the germs in their bodies." As a gray mist floated out of the patient's body, Li Feng explained in a low voice, "They still have a small amount of germs in their bodies, so they need to be treated with medicine." Banner patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "This is already very good. There are fewer germs, which means that they will suffer less pain. The most important thing is that the medical expenses will be less. They don't have much money to buy medicines." Li Feng shrugged, got up and looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked, "When will we go back to New York? I miss my big bed." Natasha Romanoff raised his brows and looked at Banner, indicating that Banner would decide the return time. Banner thought for a while. After turning around and looking at Li Feng's patient as if he was still looking at God, he gave a few words, then turned to Li Feng and said, "Let's go now." Banner touched his stomach and smiled shyly. "Tell the truth, I miss Creature's cooking too." Li Feng took the two people back home by the lake, licked the corners of his thirsty mouth, and shouted, "Creature, get me 3 beers." After a pause, Li Feng turned his head and asked Natasha Romanoff, "Can I drink now?" Natasha Romanoff shrugged his shoulders, rolled his eyes, hands on hips, embroidered her figure and smiled. "Why, plan to get me drunk and implement your nasty thoughts." Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Why? I'm afraid. Since I'm afraid, I go home to find my mother. Besides, what's the matter with a girl's house and a man's house overnight? Man." Natasha Romanoff looked up and down Li Feng with contempt and said, "But as I know, you haven't looked for a female partner for several years. Are you sure you are still a man? Whether he is a man or not." Li Feng rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Why, you want to know how man I am, and if you want to try it later." Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng lightly. On the side, Banner looked at the two silently, shook his head helplessly, walked quickly to Creature, and smiled gently. "Creature, I'm here to trouble you again." Holding a beer, Creature raised his head and looked at Banner in front of him. Facing the guest who had helped Li Feng study, Creature grinned and smiled happily. "It's Mr. Banner. Creature welcomes Mr. Banner." While talking, Creature handed Banner a large glass of beer, leaned forward and Banner apologized and walked towards Li Feng with the glass in the back. Natasha Romanoff took the glass, squatted curiously and looked at Creature and asked, "You are the elf, Creature? Otherwise?" "Creature is genetically mutated by a human child." Li Feng took a sip of his beer and said, "Creature, prepare some food. Tonight I'm going to get someone drunk. Hee hee." Creature glanced at Li Feng with a look of lewdness. Compared with others, Creature knew Li Feng's personality better, and at the same time knew what Li Feng wanted most. In Creature's eyes, women may be the most unwanted creature Li Feng currently needs. After guessing that his boss simply wanted to get drunk on the lady in front of him, so as not to let this lady board the RV, Creature glanced at Natasha Romanoff with a bit of disgust, then turned and disappeared in front of Natasha Romanoff. As a senior spy, Natasha Romanoff could see the disgust in Creature's eyes at a glance, which made her a little puzzled. Natasha Romanoff, who couldn't guess Creature's inner thoughts, frowned and asked, "Austin, Creature doesn't seem to like me." Regarding Creature's performance, Li Feng said that he understood it, but he didn't want to explain anything to Natasha Romanoff, and said casually, "Perhaps Creature saw that I was interested in you, for fear that you would steal his place in my heart. So I don't like you." After speaking, Li Feng was not taking care of Natasha Romanoff, and waved to Banner, motioned to the recliner by the lake, and waited for Creature's food to come out of the pot. On the recliner, Banner looked at the sparkling lake, and Li Feng, who was able to subdue Hulk on the side, made him feel much better. Banner took a sip of beer and said in an apologetic tone, "Austin, I'm sorry. I left without telling you." Li Feng waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay. I know you left because you were worried that Rose would trouble me." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Banner and said, "But if you look down on me too much, it depends on Rose. No ability to deal with me." Seeing Li Feng's posture that he didn't put Ross in his eyes at all, recalling that he hadn't had enough to eat or wear warm during this period of time, and he had to keep one eye open when he slept, he took a deep breath and said, "Maybe Rose has nothing to do with you. But it's okay to make you a little trouble." Speaking of little trouble, Banner remembered something. He turned his eyes to Natasha Romanoff, who was an audience member, and looked at Li Feng and asked in a low voice, "I left before finishing the teaching. Did you have any trouble?" Li Feng couldn't help but smiled a few times, rubbing his hands, and exclaimed, "There are troubles, but in the end, I finished it." Banner stared with big eyes, swallowed in fright, and asked, "Did you succeed?" "Mudun, that's a nuclear fireball." Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, Banner felt that the trouble Hulk caused was actually nothing. Hulk took a long time to demolish and flatten half of the street. As for Li Feng, a fireball caused more than 10 times the damage of Hulk. Why did this make Hulk, who lived by professional demolition, love? Especially considering that Li Feng can open the portal and scurry around the earth, while rubbing out fireballs and throwing them randomly. The speed and efficiency are not known how many blocks away Hulk is. Hulk's demolition team leader, shouldn't it be handed over to Austin? On the other side, Natasha Romanoff, who wanted to find out more, saw the two chatting enthusiastically, but she couldn't help but interrupted and asked, "Gentlemen, can you think about women's feelings? Could anyone please tell me what?" Succeeded. Banner glanced at Li Feng. He didn't know what to say about this. SHIELD is a law enforcement agency with a business license. Who knows what they will do with Li Feng? Li Feng himself doesn't care about the time, and he still remembers that Hydra had troubled him before. So the New York battlefield is not only defending the Earth, but also a stage where Li Feng shows his strength from the side and warns the various forces to don't mess with me. Maybe there will be a nuclear reaction fireball to stun the quartet. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng looked at Natasha Romanoff with a faint smile and said, "I asked Banner for nuclear physics, although there was a small episode in the middle, but in the end, I was able to rub the nuclear reaction fireball with my hands." He paused. With an expression of pride, Li Feng said in embarrassment, "It's just that the current fireball is equivalent to a tiny nuclear bomb. You are admiring me when I am working hard to create a fireball and neutralize the world." Nuclear bomb? Li Feng's words scared Natasha Romanoff into confusion. He subconsciously sat upright on the recliner, staring in an incredible way. "Can you release nuclear weapons at will?" Banner nodded bitterly. To be honest, he doesn't know if he did something wrong when teaching Li Feng nuclear physics, but it's done. What can he do? Having said that, in such a big world, he is not the only one who understands nuclear physics. Li Feng really wants to learn how to use nuclear bombs. There are ways. He doesn't teach. Some people come to serve Li Feng. After all, magician's name is still very useful. Natasha Romanoff rubbed his swollen forehead, got up and turned around a few times. "Austin, you are illegal. No matter which country, no one is allowed to hold nuclear weapons privately." Li Feng curled his mouth, turned his head to look at Banner, and asked, "Do you know which weapons conventions clearly stipulate that individuals are not allowed to rub nuclear bombs with bare hands?" Banner rolled his eyes. "Is this talking human? In which country is full of food, it is legally forbidden to rub nuclear bombs with your hands. Is it especially rubbing? Thank you for thinking it out." With helplessness, Banner shook his head speechlessly and said, "There are laws that are not allowed to be held by individuals, but it is forbidden for others to rub nuclear bombs." Banner said, "I haven't heard of it." As soon as Banner's words fell, Li Feng laughed and said to Natasha Romanoff, "You said I violated the law. Could you please tell me that I violated that rule?" "Which law?" Natasha Romanoff's face froze. She really couldn't answer this question. "You said that Li Feng possessed nuclear weapons. The problem was that you dismantled this stuff's home into parts, let alone found nuclear bombs. It is estimated that you could not even find nuclear weapons materials. To say that there are no nuclear weapons, someone can just rub one and show it to you. Natasha Romanoff, who felt that he could not help it, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, walked to the lake and pressed a few numbers, and said, "Sir, do you know that Austin is good at rubbing nuclear weapons?" Glancing at Li Feng, Natasha Romanoff said, "In their magician's words, it is a spell that releases a nuclear reaction fireball." On the other side of the phone, Fury, who was just lying on the office sofa about to take a nap, got up and sat up with a look of confusion after listening to Natasha Romanoff's report. For a long time, Fury, who was scared of sleeplessness, walked silently to the floor-to-ceiling window. For some reason, he, who was obviously not addicted to cigarettes, suddenly wanted to get rid of his sorrows. When it comes to the combination of portal and nuclear reaction fireball, Fury thinks farther than Banner. Li Feng doesn't need to throw fireballs all over the world at all. As long as he opens the portal, he can throw the nuclear reaction fireball wherever he wants. And even if he has a photo, he can throw the nuclear reaction fireball to a base a few hundred meters underground. The kind that no one finds under the bed. After all, the portal doesn't make any noise to remind people I'm here. Who learns to rub the nuclear reaction fireball is not good. Must let the cunning Austin learn. Is God asleep? Rubbing his forehead, Fury holding the phone sighed and said, "Natasha Romanoff, watch Austin. I will let the plane pick you up early tomorrow morning." After a pause, Fury added, "The previous mission is invalid." After speaking, Fury put down his phone, walked silently to the desk, picked up a cigar and lit it with a match, then returned to the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking one by one. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff, who ended the call, returned to the lounge chair expressionlessly. "Fury will send someone to lend us tomorrow morning. Don't drink too much and delay tomorrow's trip." After speaking, Natasha Romanoff closed his eyes and said that, "I want to sleep. Don't disturb my posture." As for the task that I was thinking about talking with Li Feng bottle wine before. Have you heard that Fury said that the task is invalid? Wouldn't it be good for the alcoholic who drinks beer as plain water to make his stomach feel better? Li Feng scratched his head and didn't care much about Natasha Romanoff's repentance. As long as Natasha Romanoff didn't explore the magical world, he didn't bother to pay attention to what Natasha Romanoff thought. Looking at this, someone has escaped. Banner, who had experienced Li Feng's alcohol intake, glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was dormant, and said, "By the way, I have no chance with creatures' food." Li Feng raised his glass and respected Banner, saying, "If someone gives up enjoying food, you can enjoy more food." "It makes sense," Banner said after also holding up the wine glass and respecting Li Feng. Natasha Romanoff, "My mother has never eaten any food. Besides, I'm still worried about Barton. Where's the mood to enjoy the food?" 10 minutes later, Natasha Romanoff skillfully used his chopsticks to compete with Li Feng for the enticing flavor of the food in front of him. It was a posture that he would not let Li Feng take a bite. The next day, when the sky was getting dark, Li Feng, who was snoring on the couch, was inexplicably awakened by the roar of air currents. Opening his sleepy eyes, Li Feng breathed out and asked, "Natasha Romanoff, Fury came to pick us up?" Banner, who had awakened a long time ago, pointed to the surface of the lake and said, "I only saw something hovering over the lake." Aside, Natasha Romanoff nodded, answering Li Feng's question, and then said to Banner, "That's the invisible Quinjet." Li Feng glanced at the rippling water ripples on the lake surface. He guessed that Quinjet was descending. He got up and twisted his waist. He said, "Obviously, there is a convenient portal. Fury has to use Quinjet to pick us up. Why? Do you want to show off in front of me, Shield, who has a big business and has a lot of oil?" Natasha Romanoff turned his head and looked at Li Feng, leading everyone to the lake, and said, "That's because we are not going to the tricubic wing building this time, but a moving base. Your portal may not be able to be positioned in the moving base. Sky Mothership. I know this. I guess Fury doesn't want me to know that this big guy is parked at a secret base, so I don't post pictures of me. It is estimated that even Natasha Romanoff does not know where the aerospace carrier is." Unfortunately, in addition to opening the portal, I also know the magic of the magic lamp wizard. As long as the sky mothership is on the Earth, I can find it at any time, even if it is hidden in an underground base 100 meters deep for testing. Li Feng, who pretended not to know the existence of the sky mothership, shrugged at Natasha Romanoff, tacitly admitting that the portal could not be opened to the moving base. When he stepped into Quinjet, he suddenly touched his stomach and asked, "Shield provides breakfast. Do you know that 3 meals a day, breakfast is the most important thing?" Natasha Romanoff raised his eyebrows, subconsciously recalling the food made by Creature, and said sincerely, "Compared with Creature's craftsmanship, SHIELD's breakfast is far worse." Banner agreed with this, and he was considered a wandering person. Although he had never eaten SHIELD's breakfast, he knew that when he thought about it, he was really hard to find in this world. The most important thing is that Creature is not only good at cooking several or a few countries' cuisines, but when you say the name of the dish, Creature can cook it for you. Such a chef is comparable to a precious panda. Okay. Li Feng spread his hands, sat down honestly to buckle up his seatbelt, and spit out, "I am not interested in Shield's breakfast anymore. You go in the wind and rain every day. May I say goodbye to the world someday? And Fury can't ask a few skilled chefs to comfort your stomach? Or is Fury diverting the chef's funds to maintain his own hair? Does Fury's reflective black head have hair?" Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes and sat beside Li Feng speechlessly. You might as well slander Fury for embezzling money to buy shoe polish. In the hustle and bustle, the plane crossed the mountains and flew over the sea, landing on an oversized aircraft carrier. After getting off the plane, Li Feng happily pulled the banner to the edge of the deck, took a deep breath of the salty air, and said, "You know, my dream was to drive an aircraft carrier to fish for whales or squids in the sea. That feels it must be very exciting. I finally came to the sea today. Why should I try the taste of sea fishing?" After a pause, Li Feng turned to look at Natasha Romanoff in the distance and shouted, "Beauty, do you have a fishing rod? Cannon barrels? The thick one, I want to fish, catch big fish. God's rod with a thick barrel. You're a mentally retarded magician." Hearing what Li Feng said, Natasha Romanoff took a few steps back subconsciously, preparing to be as far away from Li Feng as possible. After all, the idiot knew whether there would be a risk of infection. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's temporary deafness, Li Feng scratched his head and asked wonderingly, "What's wrong with her?" "Auntie is here." Banner shrugged and signaled that he didn't know, and also said that he didn't want to offend anyone inexplicably because of random guesses. At this time, a Quinjet landed in the distance, and Phil Coulson enthusiastically led Steve off the plane. After getting off the plane, Steve looked around habitually and saw Li Feng and Banner blowing in the sea breeze on the edge of the deck. Steve apologized to Phil Coulson and quickly walked towards Li Feng and shouted, "Hey, Austin." Hearing someone calling himself, Li Feng turned his head to follow the voice and found that Steve called himself. Li Feng enthusiastically shouted, "Steve, I thought Fury let you enjoy your retirement life. I was thinking about it, but Fury obviously couldn't let me go," Steve said when he looked at Banner, stretched out his hand to shake Banner, and said, "Dr. Banner, hello." Banner smiled and shook hands with Steve. "Hello, Captain." After the handshake was over, with the military's spirit and mission-oriented Steve couldn't wait to ask, "They said you can find a Rubik's Cube?" Banner turned his head and looked around, as if Li Feng beside him gave him a sense of security. He shrugged and asked in a relaxed tone, "They only told this? I only care about these." Steve said affirmatively. After thinking about it, Banner didn't answer Steve's question. After all, he just came to the aircraft carrier, and he didn't even see the Rubik's Cube search device. Who knows the probability of finding the Rubik's Cube? At this moment, Natasha Romanoff, who was not far away, seemed to have received some notice from the communicator and walked to Steve and said, "Gentlemen, you'd better get into the mothership. You won't be able to roar suck outside for a while." As soon as Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, there was a sound of mechanical activation from below the surface of the sea. Steve looked towards the sea subconsciously and said, "This is a submarine." With curiosity, Banner looked towards the sea, shrugged indifferently, and said, "It looks like they are going to bury me like a can on the bottom of the sea." As for the heart, Banner sneered a few times. Submarine? Sorry, Hulk is not so easy to drown. Besides, there's a magician friend who will open the door. I am worried about Wool. Until the turbine of the sky carrier hidden under the sea pressed the sea water below the horizontal line and drove the sky carrier to slowly lift into the air, Banner shook his head. It looks worse than previously guessed. While talking, Banner and Steve subconsciously stayed away from the turbine. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng, who was still looking at the turbo, and shouted, "Magician, what are you looking at?" "My fish." Li Feng pointed to the turbo and said depressed, "I haven't tried sea fishing yet. How come this silly thing started? Does Fury like to fight against me? I shouldn't talk to this guy." Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes, turned and took Banner and Steve into the Sky Mothership. With his mouth curled up, Li Feng quickly converged his smile, put on an innocent expression, and followed Natasha Romanoff behind him. After a while, 3 people came to the command room. Yes, it was 3 people, Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and Steve. As for Li Feng, this guy is confused on the way to find a restaurant. By the way, observe the pattern in the Xiaokong, Timu's ship. Li Feng's goal is Mind Gem, and Barton, who is controlled by Loki, is the best reason for Fury to hand Mind Gem into his own hands. Therefore, Li Feng would never allow Natasha Romanoff to stun Barton to restore his consciousness. He wants to petrify the controlled Barton intact, and then perform a good show in front of Fury. After pretending to be lost, Li Feng blasted his way, then quietly turned into black mist and wandered around in the Sky Mothership. After a while, Li Feng had already recorded the pattern of the small half inside the Sky Mothership. Just as Li Feng was visiting the mothership enthusiastically, Fury's voice suddenly came from the broadcast. "Austin, come to the command room. I'll talk to you about something." "Discuss? Loki found?" "Still." Li Feng scratched his head thoughtfully, squinted his eyes to regain his human form, and walked quickly to the command room. In the command room, Fury stood alone in a corner looking at the clouds outside the window. Seeing Li Feng walking into the command room with a few sandwiches shaking step by step, Fury couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and waved at Li Feng. When Li Feng came to the front, Fury held his arms in his arms, ignored Li Feng's mouth, and asked, "Can you unlock the spell that Loki controls people?" He laughed inwardly, but Li Feng nodded in front of him. "Before Loki confused Phil Coulson's consciousness, you know." "Fury, I know. Phil Coulson wrote in the report in detail, and also told me that you helped him unlock Loki's spell. This time I can also untie it." Li Feng shrugged and said with a curling mouth, "Unless Loki has made a lot of magical power during this time, but it's impossible to think about it. Even if it's a god, it's impossible on the magical road. There's a phenomenon of rapid progress in a short time." After a pause, Li Feng tilted his head to pretend to think something, and said, "Definitely. If he uses any props to increase his power, then I may not be able to help Barton and Shavik for a while." "Props?" Fury touched his chin and said with memories, "I remember when he controlled Barton and Shavik, he controlled them by tapping the spear lightly on their chests." "A spear?" Li Feng pretended to be entangled and said a little embarrassed, "It should be a staff. After all, Loki is still a magician after all. Using a spear is a bit of a violation." Scratching his eyebrows, Li Feng said with an unsure look, "If I can, I'd better let me study the staff. Otherwise, I can't be sure whether I can unlock Loki's spells. The spell amplitude effect is a bit exaggerated." Fury rubbed his temples with a headache. Li Feng's question is actually a bit paradoxical. The prerequisite for getting Loki's staff is to find Loki. But Loki has been found, and the Rubik's Cube has basically returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then this matter will naturally end. At that time, his team has time to help Barton slowly recover his will. What is the need for an outsider like Li Feng? After a meeting, I decided to find Fury, who Loki was talking about Barton's regaining consciousness, and asked, "Can you release a nuclear fireball? What's the matter? I can't figure out any spells by myself." With a little pride, Li Feng disdained Fury and said, "Tell you, this is a magician thing. Don't want to use any conventions to restrain me." Feeling irritated, the corner of Fury's eyes jumped, and when his right hand touched the pistol on his thigh uncontrollably, the bald-headed Sylvite agent who had had several sources with Li Feng in the distance shouted, "Sir, I found Loki." With curiosity, Banner looked towards the sea, shrugged indifferently, and said, "It looks like they are going to bury me like a can on the bottom of the sea." As for the heart, Banner sneered a few times. "Submarine? Sorry, Hulk is not so easy to drown. Besides, there's a magician friend who will open the door. I am worried about Wool." Until the turbine of the sky carrier hidden under the sea pressed the sea water below the horizontal line and drove the sky carrier to slowly lift into the air, Banner shook his head. "It looks worse than previously guessed." While talking, Banner and Steve subconsciously stayed away from the turbine. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng, who was still looking at the turbo, and shouted, "Magician, what are you looking at?" "My fish." Li Feng pointed to the turbo and said depressed, "I haven't tried sea fishing yet. How come this silly thing started? Does Fury like to fight against me? I shouldn't talk to this guy." Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes, turned and took Banner and Steve into the Sky Mothership. With his mouth curled up, Li Feng quickly converged his smile, put on an innocent expression, and followed Natasha Romanoff behind him. After a while, 3 people came to the command room. Yes, it was 3 people, Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and Steve. As for Li Feng, this guy is confused on the way to find a restaurant. By the way, observe the pattern in the Xiaokong, Timu's ship. Li Feng's goal is Mind Gem, and Barton, who is controlled by Loki, is the best reason for Fury to hand Mind Gem into his own hands. Therefore, Li Feng would never allow Natasha Romanoff to stun Barton to restore his consciousness. He wants to petrify the controlled Barton intact, and then perform a good show in front of Fury. After pretending to be lost, Li Feng blasted his way, then quietly turned into black mist and wandered around in the Sky Mothership. After a while, Li Feng had already recorded the pattern of the small half inside the Sky Mothership. Just as Li Feng was visiting the mothership enthusiastically, Fury's voice suddenly came from the broadcast. "Austin, come to the command room. I'll talk to you about something." "Discuss? Loki found?" "Still." Li Feng scratched his head thoughtfully, squinted his eyes to regain his human form, and walked quickly to the command room. In the command room, Fury stood alone in a corner looking at the clouds outside the window. Seeing Li Feng walking into the command room with a few sandwiches shaking step by step, Fury couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and waved at Li Feng. When Li Feng came to the front, Fury held his arms in his arms, ignored Li Feng's mouth, and asked, "Can you unlock the spell that Loki controls people?" He laughed inwardly, but Li Feng nodded in front of him. "Before Loki confused Phil Coulson's consciousness, you know." Fury, "I know. Phil Coulson wrote in the report in detail, and also told me that you helped him unlock Loki's spell. This time I can also untie it." Li Feng shrugged and said with a curling mouth, "Unless Loki has made a lot of magical power during this time, but it's impossible to think about it. Even if it's a god, it's impossible on the magical road. There's a phenomenon of rapid progress in a short time." After a pause, Li Feng tilted his head to pretend to think something, and said, "Definitely. If he uses any props to increase his power, then I may not be able to help Barton and Shavik for a while." "Props?" Fury touched his chin and said with memories, "I remember when he controlled Barton and Shavik, he controlled them by tapping the spear lightly on their chests." "A spear?" Li Feng pretended to be entangled and said a little embarrassed, "It should be a staff. After all, Loki is still a magician after all. Using a spear is a bit of a violation." Scratching his eyebrows, Li Feng said with an unsure look, "If I can, I'd better let me study the staff. Otherwise I can't be sure whether I can unlock Loki's spells. The spell amplitude effect is a bit exaggerated." Fury rubbed his temples with a headache. Li Feng's question is actually a bit paradoxical. The prerequisite for getting Loki's staff is to find Loki. But Loki has been found, and the Rubik's Cube has basically returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then this matter will naturally end. At that time, his team has time to help Barton slowly recover his will. What is the need for an outsider like Li Feng? After a meeting, I decided to find Fury who Loki was talking about Barton's regaining consciousness and asked, Can you release a nuclear fireball? What's the matter? I can't figure out any spells by myself. With a little pride, Li Feng disdained fury and said, Tell you, this is a magician thing. Don't want to use any conventions to restrain me. Feeling irritated, the corner of Fury's eyes jumped, and when his right hand touched the pistol on his thigh uncontrollably, the bald-headed Sylvite agent who had had several sources with Li Feng in the distance shouted, Sir. Hearing what Sylvite said, Fury took a deep breath and calmed down, and solemnly warned to Li Feng, I don't care how you figure out the spell. I only know that you are now a self-propelled nuclear bomb and must be supervised by S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury patted the gun on his thigh and threatened in a low voice, I know this thing is useless to you, but don't forget, your body is as fragile as ordinary people, and I know how you choose when facing energy weapons. Hide in the RV and let Abomination help you kill the enemy. I asked a sniper to give you a few shots with an energy weapon from a kilometer away. What will you end up doing? After speaking, Fury patted Li Feng on the shoulder, hurried back to the console with an expression of, you have to think clearly. Li Feng looked at Fury's back with a green face, his mouth twitched slightly, but he said in his heart, Hee, the energy weapon that is a kilometer away. Frightening who? Small weapons are naturally weak, but it can't wear my amulet. The large energy weapon is also powerful. You think I am blind? Will I not see such a big thing? After performing his horrified expression in place, Li Feng rubbed his cheeks, put on a poker face, walked behind Sylvette, and asked, Where is Loki? It's not that Li Feng asked this question, but that apart from knowing that Loki is in Germany, he really doesn't know where he is. As a result, the ghost knew that it would run into the Marvel world. With a bright head, Sylvette turned his head and glanced at Li Feng. He is on Cunning Street in Stuttgart, Germany. Hesitation, Sylvette looked at the monitor screen in wonder and added, It seems that he has just never thought of hiding. On the other side, Fury, who returned to the console, glanced at the video and shouted, Captain, it's up to you. Then Fury turned to look at Li Feng and said, You too. No need for good acting skills. Li Feng naturally looked at Fury with disgust and silently followed Steve without saying a word. Soon, Natasha Romanoff took Li Feng and Steve onto the fighter plane. Steve was a little puzzled and disappointed by Li Feng's behavior. It was obvious that there was a portal that could instantly teleport to the destination, so that the mess caused by Loki could be resolved as soon as possible. But Li Feng chose to take the Quinjet. This is obviously not working hard. Seeing Li Feng sitting silently in his seat, Steve had a slight headache and said to a small degree, It is now during the mission period. No matter what Li Feng has a problem, he should put aside first. On a larger scale, Fury has judged that there are aliens on the Earth preparing to start a war. They are now on the way to perform a beheading mission. This is a matter of life and death on the Earth, and no major events can be done. Compare with this mission. What's wrong with Li Feng's stinky face? After a long time, Steve sighed and asked as a friend, Austin, what did Fury say to you that made you so absent-minded? Li Feng looked at Steve blankly, then turned to look at Natasha Romanoff, and said bitterly, I figured out a powerful spell by myself, but Fury thinks I am too dangerous. I'm going to watch me 24 hours a day. I have to eat and sleep. The kind of surveillance, or simply put me in a small black room, talk to me when I need it, and let me die alone in the small black room when I don't need it. Steve frowned. Freedom can be said to be a symbol of America. Freedom is a noble spirit in this land. Take a look at the iconic Statue of Liberty in the United States. This thing has many meanings. Among them is the people's struggle for democracy and the lofty ideal of freedom. Now, Fury actually wants to monitor citizens based on personal impressions and still puts his friend in a cell without the support of the law. Natasha Romanoff, driving the Quinn jet, heard Li Feng's words and subconsciously turned his head and looked at Li Feng. As an agent, she knows how free the so-called American freedom is. There are so many cameras on the street, mobile phones in her pockets, and computers on the desks. Freedom can be monitored by wearing any color underwear. Damn it. This is the captain's innocence, and I haven't heard the meaning of the provocation in Li Feng's words. Natasha Romanoff blanked his eyes. Li Feng, as the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., should be pretended for some things, especially the communication equipment on the fighter plane is normal. Working state. After thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff felt that she should say a few good things to Fury, at least not to let the team leader's upright director set collapse. By the way, she also expressed her loyalty to Fury. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff curled his lips and said, "Captain, you ask what spell Austin has mastered. You know, we didn't think about monitoring Austin 24 hours before." Hee. Li Feng sneered a few times before asking, "That's why you don't want to monitor me 24 hours? It's because I have a portal, so you can't monitor me at all." Natasha Romanoff did not deny what Li Feng said. Similarly, she knew exactly why Li Feng interrupted Steve's inquiry and said disdainfully, "Don't change the subject. I asked what spells you know." "Yes," Steve frowned and asked curiously, "Austin, what kind of spell have you figured out? Let Fury monitor you, who will be the portal at all costs." Li Feng vaguely cast his eyes to Natasha Romanoff, pointed to the top of his head, and said, "The fireball of nuclear reaction created by simulating the sun." After a pause, Li Feng said with his head to the side, "But I can't go to the sun's surface to do field work, so my fireball was made according to the principle of nuclear bombs." Steve's face stiffened when he heard the nuclear bomb, and when he was thinking of how to persuade Li Feng not to use nuclear reaction fireballs in the future, Li Feng asked, "Steve, is my magic lamp easy to use?" Steve was a little puzzled and didn't understand what Li Feng suddenly asked about the magic lamp. And Natasha Romanoff, who was busy flying a plane on the side, had a sudden heart. When she knew what Li Feng wanted to express, she listened to Li Feng quietly said, "Is the magic lamp dangerous? Just make a wish and you can reach the peak of life, and you can change it according to the caller's wishes." The law. The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled slightly. "Maybe you don't know. I borrowed a mask from S.H.I.E.L.D. That stuff is so powerful. After an ordinary agent puts on a mask, he beats a demon prince all over the floor looking for teeth." Paused. Next, Li Feng said in an accentuated tone, "It was beaten empty-handed." After thinking about it, Li Feng ignored Steve, who was astonished, and continued, "Captain, if you have the opportunity, you can ask Starkshire. I still have an item in my hand. The power of that thing is even more amazing. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is regrettable." Regarding whether Li Feng said something about the devil was a lie, Steve is not stupid. Li Feng has said that an agent has used it, so he can just ask Fury or find information. It's just that the Devil Prince and Regret Medicine have all come out. Steve only felt that he couldn't understand the changes in the world, and asked in confusion, "What prop?" Li Feng looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was listening in a vertical ear, with a smile, and then turned his attention to the indicator light of the communication device showing normal work, and said astonishingly, "Time converter, a prop that allows people to travel through time. I used to bringing Sir Stark to the past, as for what Sir Stark has experienced." Li Feng spread his hands. "You need to ask Sir Stark yourself. Mudon travel through time. There is history Stark can testify." Natasha Romanoff shook the hand of the joystick and couldn't help but stare at Li Feng. God is really blind. Let this scourge get the props to travel through time. Feeling the same as what has been said, Li Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Steve, do you think these magic items are more serious than nuclear fireballs?" Without waiting for Steve's answer, Li Feng concluded, "So, Fury doesn't think I'm in danger at all, but just wants to confiscate my props. This time, using my spells to threaten public safety, he asked I accept control and even threaten me with force." Li Feng scratched his head, pretending to be curious, and asked, "If I compromise this time, what about next time? Will I be asked to hand over the props, and finally the way to practice magic?" Compared with the curiosity of others, Steve once asked Li Feng why magician chose to avoid the world. Out of trust, Li Feng asked Steve not to tell others the reason, and then told Steve the specific reason for magician's escape. Now, Steve heard that Fury wanted to explore how to practice magic. Knowing the consequences of large-scale borrowing of dimensional energy, he subconsciously retorted, "No, once the foundation of practice magic is made public, The harm is more serious than war. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng's expression, then at Steve, and asked curiously, "The consequences of practicing magic are dangerous?" Steve nodded silently. "I can't say the specific reason. I can only tell you that war is only dead man or annihilation of the country. And public magic, based on the current technology and greed of mankind, will only usher in the scourge of annihilation." Steve's words successfully elicited the curiosity of Natasha Romanoff and fury on the other end of the communicator. Unfortunately, as a person who kept his promise, Steve chose not to talk no matter what Natasha Romanoff talked about. Even in the end, Steve, who saw Natasha Romanoff's routine, simply closed his eyes and rested and put on a posture like he said, "I just listened." Seeing this, the corner of Li Feng's mouth raised slightly. He understood that this time, using SHIELD's curiosity and everything he had done had already caused Steve to disagree with fury. It was just that Steve could not say anything during the mission. But Li Feng didn't widen the small rift between Steve and Fury because it was unnecessary. Fury's attitude to Steve may be good, but is not very friendly to Li Feng. I don't know how many overt and secret temptations will be. Now, as long as Li Feng does not have the heart to destroy the world, and firmly maintains a friendly relationship with Steve, I believe that the small rift between Steve and Fury will only grow bigger and bigger. With the silence of the three people, the fighter quickly flew over Cunning Street. Li Feng unfastened his seatbelt and walked to Natasha Romanoff. Through the cockpit glass, he looked at Loki, who was wearing a big horn helmet on the ground and was giving an impromptu speech. Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes to Steve, who had jumped off the plane, and said with a cold face, "Rough separation. What's your purpose?" Li Feng smiled and waved to open the portal. When Li Feng wore a skull mask and landed on the ground with a sickle, Steve and Loki were already fierce. It's just that the way the two fights makes Li Feng feel speechless. As a shield warrior, it is understandable that Steve likes to play close combat with the enemy. But Loki, this is an authentic spellcaster. As a result, I don't know if he was infected with the Aesir Protoss, who is rich in berserkers for a long time, or if he knew that Odin was not a father. The nervous system was irritated. Frozen is to discard the spells he is good at, relying on his staff and physical fitness to play melee combat with Steve. But let's not say that Loki is not a silly person who is several times the age of Steve. Relying on his rich combat experience, he really suppressed Steve from the beginning. Had it not been for Steve's superior physical fitness and the amazing shield in his hands, perhaps Steve had been beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. However, with the appearance of Li Feng, the battle between the two began to undergo subtle changes. The first is Loki. His perception tells him that there is an invisible magician not far away who wants to attack him. Especially whenever Loki wants to slap Steve with a stick, this dangerous perception becomes clearer, which makes Loki and Steve fight. The middle began to become a little daunting. Several times later, the extremely unhappy Loki threw the captain out again and followed the perception to search for the source of the danger, trying to determine which be *******D was so indifferent and dared to disrupt his fighting rhythm. On the other side, although Steve was thrown into the air by Loki, he was a veteran of the battlefield. Seeing that Loki dared to take a short run in the battle, his eyes lighted up and he seized the opportunity keenly. He stood up and faced Loki's big face. Operation as fierce as a tiger. In desperation, Loki could only give up looking for the erratic Li Feng and concentrate on dealing with Fu Steve, who launched a fierce attack. But the premonition that someone was about to attack from behind resurfaced in his heart again. Given that the magician behind him was too cunning, Loki rolled his eyes and created a phantom to prepare for the captain to release his mouth, and took the opportunity to find Li Feng. It's a pity that Li Feng is now opening his Dharma eyes. The phantom body has no spiritual body at first sight, so it's strange for Li Feng to be fooled. Therefore, Li Feng cleanly threw the time stagnation spell in his hand to the hidden Loki and shouted, "Captain, when you have a hobby of chatting with E2O energy, what does this make your mother-in-law think? Be careful. The report says that you are now empathetic." Steve Loki's silhouette. This made Steve reluctantly pick up the shield and pat Loki's real body in the direction of Li Feng's attack, venting his grievances on Loki. On the other hand, Loki saw that the illusion technique he was good at was completely ineffective against the insidious magician, and felt helpless. Although in his plan, he was a bait that got mixed into SHIELD, but the bait was also good for face. What's the matter with the plan to be suppressed by a soldier who is obviously still in the human range? Where's the face of his dignified Protoss? How would he convince the crowd when he ruled over mankind in the future? After all, what right does the Protoss that can't even do I can fight 10 to rule the earth? I'm afraid that people will be laughed at. The so-called Protoss is actually the abbreviated Protoss of the lunatic family. As for his opponents are actually two. Do you have a photo? Do you have a video? Don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. You have to pay legal responsibility. Just when Loki was so annoyed that he wanted to let go of his hands and feet and end Steve as soon as possible, suddenly there was a huge amount of dynamic music in the sky. Steve was stunned and subconsciously stopped and took a few steps back, looking up for the source of the aerial music in order to determine whether the person coming was a friend or an enemy. And Loki guesses who the arrival is. After all, such a characteristic way of showing off is very consistent with the identity of Stark. But Gugue guessed he didn't take the opportunity to attack Steve's heart, because his perception clearly told him that the magician hiding behind him still used the spell in his hand to target him. As long as he dares to move, the other party immediately shoots the spell. It touches his face. I'm afraid that the soldier holding the shield in front of him will take the opportunity to slap his handsome face with the shield. Loki, who felt that the battle was too awkward, thought for a while, and felt that he could simply surrender with the excuse of being overwhelming. Anyway, his purpose was to get into S.H.I.E.L.D., even though he got into the enemy team as a prisoner. But for the sake of planning and a better future, Loki said he could bear it. Thinking of this, when Loki was about to raise his hand to surrender, a steel battlesuit suddenly sprang up in front of him, and he shot him off without a word. The huge amounts of impact caused the staff in Loki's hand to drop and drop to the side. Then, Stark stood in front of Loki, pointed all the weapons on the battlesuit at Loki, and kept the weapons in a state of activation at any time. When Steve picked up Loki's staff casually, Stark arrogantly said, "You reindeer, try it." Loki twitched, and while shedding his armor to express his surrender, he sneered, "What's this? A dog that can bark doesn't bite, and a dog that bites doesn't bark." Stark frowned. Before he could figure out the meaning of Loki's words, Li Feng, who was still invisible, carried the scythe that ignited the hellfire and floated behind Stark and said, "He meant that you, the dog, though the barking is fierce, but your weapons can't hurt him, and my dog, who has never barked from start to finish, has the ability to bite him." While talking, Li Feng put his hand on the shoulder of the battlesuit, not only preventing Rage's Stark from rushing towards Loki, but also indicating his location to Stark. Seeing that Stark didn't beat anyone because Loki called him a dog, Li Feng looked at Loki with a smile and said, "In addition, he has the meaning of provocative. Provocation." Stark raised his brows and ordered JRVS to record the energy fluctuations radiated by Li Feng. He said with a certain tone and doubt, "He wants me to be jealous of your strength and then turn my face with you?" Listening to Li Feng nodding and accepting yes, Stark immediately stopped doing it. "What makes me jealous of other people's strength? Am I the kind of person? Believe it or not, I can solve the mystery of the spell in minutes, and then use technology to create the spell and hit you, the reindeer, crying and going home to find his mother for comfort." Loki may be dissatisfied with Odin, the stepfather, but it took real affection for his mother. Seeing Stark cursing and involving his beloved mother, he put on his armor again on the spot. The deputy is going to beat Stark into a big shit. Seeing this, the captain stopped in front of Stark, held the shield in front of him, and said, "Loki, surrender. You are not our three opponents." Steve shook the circle in his hand and continued to persuade him. "Besides, you have lost your weapon now." Loki glanced at the staff in Steve's hand, looked at Stark in disgust, took off the armor again, and boarded the Quinn jet obediently. "Tony Stark, you wait for me. I have to tear down your house now. On the fighter plane. Loki thoughtfully looked at the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder, squinted, and asked, "Are you the magician who helped Thor in the first place?" Li Feng shrugged. "Why? You want to trouble me?" "That's right." Loki leaned back in his chair, comfortably, glanced at Natasha Romanoff with a smile, and said loudly, "I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a great power to protect the Earth, but how did I see a dark magician mixed in? In S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe the meaning in Loki's words is too obvious." Natasha Romanoff, who was flying the fighter plane, couldn't help but look back at Loki and asked, "What happened to the dark magician?" Li Feng scratched his head and said indifferently, "What else? Call me evil." Loki looked at Li Feng with a smile and said, "I didn't say that, but you confessed it yourself." At this point, Loki turned to look at Natasha Romanoff. "Beauty, I tell you a secret. Dark energy is born corrosive, so all magicians who use dark energy are destined to be corroded by dark energy." Loki looked around the fighters and pointed to Li Feng and said, "You better be careful of this magician. Don't think he's like an okay person now, but in your heart, he may be swallowed by darkness when he turns into a dark monster that cannibalizes people." After listening to Loki's words, Steve, who has already regarded Li Feng as a friend, subconsciously looked at Li Feng, who was silent, and touched his chin to think. Just when Steve was a little worried and wanted to start caring, Li Feng suddenly applauded at Loki and walked up to Loki in 3 steps and 2 steps and said with admiration, "Talent, you are the means of instigating people anytime and anywhere. I want to learn no matter what. I don't mean anything else. I really want to learn the ability to instigate discord," pointed to Natasha Romanoff. And Li Feng said with a studious look, "Just now a lady said that I would instigate the relationship between the captain and Fury. It's nasty. I didn't even despise it at first. I didn't know that my methods were really low level until I saw your methods." Li Feng, "By the way, you already know what kind of person Fury is from Barton." Seeing Loki nodded blankly, Li Feng asked for advice. "Can you help me with the provocation plan I specified before?" Before Loki had any reaction, Li Feng said to himself, "Originally, I wanted to persuade the captain to check S.H.I.E.L.D.'s past-related information so that the captain could find out what Fury has to face. What do you think of this plan?" Loki was a little confused. "What kind of situation? It's obviously that I'm instigating your relationship with the people on the fighter plane. How? And what do you mean by admitting that you're instigating a divorce in front of the captain?" Steve on the side is also a little confused about what Li Feng wants to do. What the hell is trying to persuade me to check the information? On the other hand, the high IQ Sure Stark and the senior spy, Natasha Romanoff. The two can see that Li Feng has actually resolved Loki's provocation. Not only that, Li Feng also explicitly told Steve Fury that there was a problem, but Li Feng had no evidence. Steve needs to find it himself. Regardless of whether Steve believes Li Feng in the end, based on the principle of seeing is believing, there's a high probability that Steve will go to the database to find information. On one side is the righteous man of God. On the other side is the secretary who does not know how much dirty work secretly. At this time, Fury is expected to encounter a crisis of confidence. Loki may be dissatisfied with Odin, the stepfather, but it took real affection for his mother. Seeing Sure Stark cursing and involving his beloved mother, he put on his armor again on the spot. The deputy is going to beat Stark into a big shit. Seeing this, the captain stopped in front of Stark, held the shield in front of him, and said, "Loki, surrender. You are not our 3 opponents." Steve shook the circle in his hand and continued to persuade him. "Besides, you have lost your weapon now." Loki glanced at the staff in Steve's hand, looked at Stark in disgust, took off the armor again, and boarded the Quinn jet obediently. "Tony Stark, you wait for me. I have to tear down your house now." On the fighter plane, Loki thoughtfully looked at the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder, squinted, and asked, "Are you the magician who helped Thor in the first place?" Li Feng shrugged. "Why? You want to trouble me?" "That's right." Loki leaned back in his chair, comfortably, glanced at Natasha Romanoff with a smile, and said loudly, "I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a great power to protect the Earth, but how did I see a dark magician mixed in? In S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe the meaning in Loki's words is too obvious." Natasha Romanoff, who was flying the fighter plane, couldn't help but look back at Loki and asked, What happened to the dark magician? Li Feng scratched his head and said indifferently, "What else? Call me evil." Loki looked at Li Feng with a smile and said, "I didn't say that, but you confessed it yourself." At this point, Loki turned to look at Natasha Romanoff. "Beauty, I tell you a secret. Dark energy is born corrosive, so all magicians who use dark energy are destined to be corroded by dark energy." Loki looked around the fighters and pointed to Li Feng and said, "You better be careful of this magician. Don't think he's like an okay person now, but in your heart, he may be swallowed by darkness when he turns into a dark monster that cannibalizes people." After listening to Loki's words, Steve, who has already regarded Li Feng as a friend, subconsciously looked at Li Feng, who was silent, and touched his chin to think. Just when Steve was a little worried and wanted to start caring, Li Feng suddenly applauded at Loki and walked up to Loki in 3 steps and 2 steps and said with admiration, "Talent, you are the means of instigating people anytime and anywhere. I want to learn no matter what. I don't mean anything else. I really want to learn the ability to instigate discord," pointed to Natasha Romanoff. And Li Feng said with a studious look, "Just now a lady said that I would instigate the relationship between the captain and Fury. It's nasty. I didn't even despise it at first. I didn't know that my methods were really low level until I saw your methods." Li Feng, "By the way, you already know what kind of person Fury is from Barton." Seeing Loki nodded blankly, Li Feng asked for advice. "Can you help me with the provocation plan I specified before?" Before Loki had any reaction, Li Feng said to himself, "Originally, I wanted to persuade the captain to check S.H.I.E.L.D.'s past-related information so that the captain could find out what Fury has a face. What do you think of this plan?" Loki was a little confused. "What kind of situation? It's obviously that I'm instigating your relationship with the people on the fighter plane. How? And what do you mean by admitting that you're instigating a divorce in front of the captain?" Steve on the side is also a little confused about what Li Feng wants to do. What the hell is trying to persuade me to check the information? On the other hand, the high IQ Sure Stark and the senior spy, Natasha Romanoff. The two can see that Li Feng has actually resolved Loki's provocation. Not only that, Li Feng also explicitly told Steve Fury that there was a problem, but Li Feng had no evidence. Steve needs to find it himself. Regardless of whether Steve believes Li Feng in the end, based on the principle of seeing is believing, there's a high probability that Steve will go to the database to find information. On one side is the righteous man of God. On the other side is the secretary who does not know how much dirty works secretly. At this time, Fury is expected to encounter a crisis of confidence. Not only did Li Feng's worship fail to make Loki proud, but there was a faint sadness in his heart, a magician who was very uneasy in common sense. It was clearly stated that it was good to discuss your use of dark energy, how the style of painting suddenly became a discussion of how provoking divorce. But it's okay. What if the dark energy thing is fooled now? I'm sure someone will bring it up in the future. Besides, you have many weaknesses. After thinking about it, Loki smiled and looked at the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder and said, "If I read it right, your sickle-shaped staff is made of aluminum metal." When Li Feng rolled his eyes, he roughly guessed what Loki was trying to say. It was nothing more than to mention the dark energy, and the intention was too conspicuous. So he prepared to remind others from the weapon aspect that magician is dangerous. Be careful when approaching, but I don't care much. As long as Ancient One doesn't bother me, no matter what the problem is. He patted the sickle, and Li Feng said braggingly, "If you have a vision, this is indeed Ulu metal, or it is made of materials removed from your father's armor." Li Feng frowned as he touched the sickle. I picked it up and said, "How do you think my craftsmanship is?" "It's much better than your staff." Loki looked up and down the sickle and said with a faint smile, "I don't know how the craftsmanship is, but I know you can't use your ability to transform Ulu metal, and my perception is not the magical power on the sickle." Loki slightly shook his head and smiled. "So which idiot extracted the divine power?" Not only did the quality of Ulu metal decrease, but also the destroyer lost a thick thigh forever. Looking at the confused faces of the people around him, Loki smiled happily. "By the way, the destroyer is the armor that Odin almost emptied his family to create." This is also one of the honors of the Asgard people. But now, Loki shook his head regretfully. You maimed Asgard's top armor, or the one that is forever disabled. Guess how the Asgard people will treat you, and what Odin will use to deal with you and you. The guy behind who dared to extract divine power. Sitting in the driver's seat, Natasha Romanoff turned to the sickle in Li Feng's hand and said with a little headache, "Kill the Earth. Get back the Ulu medal in Austin's hands." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Natasha Romanoff and said speechlessly, "You, who don't know Asgard at all, will say that your Majesty Odin will kill the Earth." Facing Loki, Li Feng pointed to his nose and said, "Do you think I know nothing? His Majesty Odin is a busy man in the maintenance of the 9 realms, so he has no time to trouble me. And he has accumulated over the years with Asgard. It's not difficult to recreate a thigh for the destroyer. As for whether your Majesty Odin will send someone to clean me up," Li Feng lowered his head and pretended to think, touching his chin, and said to Loki, "I guess His Majesty Odin would send someone to thank me for removing the destroyer's thigh, because I was trying to save him. My dear son did that. As for whether your Majesty's gratitude for my behavior will make your little son feel sad." Li Feng shrugged and said apologetically, "Sorry, you are not my son. I don't know how to comfort you. Would you like to say sorrow and change in order?" Li Feng's remarks about "my son" stimulated Loki a little and made him subconsciously think whether the magician in front of him knew something. After thinking about it, Loki felt that it would be shameful to discuss the topic of his son's kiss or not in front of the public. After a pause, Loki pointed to the blade of the sickle and sneered, "Your sickle is hellfire. As far as I know, this thing is a flame used by the devil." As soon as he finished speaking, Loki seemed to understand something. He shrank his neck while pretending to be, "I am a good boy, afraid of the devil. You have actually been corrupted by the dark energy, turning yourself into a clan of demons. Otherwise, how would you explain how you made the hellfire obedient?" Without waiting for Li Feng to refute anything, Loki shook his head slightly and said, "I don't believe that the magician of the earth is strong enough to control hellfire without changing the camp. After all, even most Protoss can't control hellfire freely." Li Feng scratched his head. "What you said is very ambiguous. It makes me think that the Earth magician should be very weak. It's a pity." Li Feng spread his hands, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked, disdainful, said, "You know too little about the Earth magician. If you don't say anything far away, just say Dormammu. Do you know how pitiful this stuff is? Master Ancient One. Don't you know Master Ancient One? She's an Earth magician world. He's carrying the handle. And if you're fine, go to the boss of Dormammu to fight. And you can also put Dormammu in a variety of begging for mercy. Loki is also a magician anyway. Dormammu's deeds are definitely clear." This made his face stiff, and he subconsciously retorted sharply, "Impossible. Dormammu is—" Before Loki's words were finished, Li Feng waved his hand and interrupted. "The master of the dark space, I know. In fact, the Earth magician knows that Dormammu can obtain pure mysterious energy through the dark dimension. He has the ability to create life and empower other people. And as long as Dormammu has a believer, he will never really die." At the end, Li Feng squatted curiously in front of Loki and asked, "It is rumored that Dormammu claims to be better than Odin. What do you think about this?" Facing Li Feng's sudden question, Loki only felt that he was a little confused and didn't know how to answer. He subconsciously thought of the Ancient One on the Earth. Is his plan to invade the Earth too stupid? No. Loki suddenly thought of something. Since Dormammu is not an Ancient One opponent, why I have never heard of Dormammu being killed. Even if Dormammu will not really die, but I have not even heard of the news of his defeat. Also, Loki said with a look of distrust, since the Ancient One master in your mouth is so powerful, why are there no rumors in the universe? Unless you show evidence. How old are you? Li Feng said disdainfully. A little person like you is also worthy to inquire about Master Ancient One. As for the evidence, Li Feng squeezed his neck. No, I won't give it to you. Loki's expression became stiff, and his face instantly changed from as ugly to as ugly as it was. It was not that Li Feng was angry for not showing evidence to prove the existence of Ancient One on the earth, but that Li Feng said that he was a small person irritated him. Who is he? Although he is not a pure Acer Protoss, he is still the second prince of Asgard on the surface. In addition, Li Feng could not produce any evidence to prove that the magician of the earth is very strong, which made him subconsciously choose Ancient One as a lie made up by Li Feng to scare the children. Besides, some things are already on the line, to the point where they have to be done. Perhaps to test whether Ancient One exists through Katari's matter? Just thinking of this, Loki suddenly heard the inexplicable thunder and cast his eyes on the lightning outside the window. Loki curled his neck and sat back in his seat, the corners of his eyes jumping slightly. Steve saw that Loki was suddenly quiet like a baby, looked at the lightning outside the fighter plane, looked at Loki wonderingly, and asked, "Are you afraid of lightning?" Loki smiled Shan. "I don't like guys who show up with lightning." As soon as Loki's voice fell, the top of the fighter jet suddenly shook as if it was hit by something. Thor also came. Li Feng scratched his head, just about to say when Sure Stark had opened the cabin door, and then when Li Feng shouted wait, Thor broke into the fighter plane like a chicken. He pinched Loki's neck and jumped off the fighter plane. Li Feng chirped, turned his head to look at Stark, and said innocently, "Did you hear me yell wait?" Sure Stark shrugged and patted Li Feng's shoulder. "I'm sure to tell you that the voice you just spoke was neither infrasound nor ultrasound, because I heard it in my ears. Have I not done anything without seeing it? By the way, you know this guy who wears a bed sheet and sleeps on the floor at any time? Thor, that is, Loki's brother," Li Feng said with a shrug. Thor? No wonder the action is lightning fast, but we need Loki, and only Loki knows where the Rubik's Cube is. After that, Sure Stark jumped off the plane. Steve saw Sure Stark jump down, picking up the parachute, and didn't even want to jump down with it. Li Feng glanced at the dark ground through the hatch. After raising the hatch, he sat next to Natasha Romanoff with the staff inlaid with mind gem. While carefully touching the staff, he grinned and said, "It's weirdly cold outside. I won't join in the fun. Does anyone need a cold beer to quench their thirst?" Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes at Li Feng in the co-pilot's seat. One said it was cold outside, and another one had to drink a cold beer. "You really are mentally retarded magician." "No, it's not mentally retarded, but cunning magician." Natasha Romanoff squinted, controlling the fighter to turn around and flying towards Sure Stark and the others, and said, "You are very cunning." "Why do you say that?" Li Feng blinked and asked wonderingly. "Where am I being cunning? I have the reputation of being honest and reliable. Making up rumors will also be legally liable." "Honest and cute boy." Natasha Romanoff's forehead was hung with a black line, and I only felt an unknown fire in my chest rushing out. I don't know why Natasha Romanoff felt a little boring inside the fighter, or pressed the one on the Austin seat, bounced the button to ventilate the cockpit. Resisting the urge to eject Li Feng out of the fighter, Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and sneered. "Phil Coulson saw you cut the thigh of the destroyer armor with his own eyes, so when Loki talked about the material used for the sickle, you admitted cleanly, because you know that you can't afford it. After all, the destroyer is still being studied in S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as we do a test, we will know what the material of your sickle is. But what about dark energy?" With a look of the truth is seen through, Natasha Romanoff cast his eyes at Li Feng faintly and said, "You are gagging and confusing, and you don't mean to explain to Loki and us at all. You know very well that S.H.I.E.L.D. is unable to contact other magicians. This makes it impossible for us to understand the corrosiveness of dark energy and what consequences it will cause, and we cannot analyze you in depth. As for Hellfire, I guess it has something to do with Carter Schrey or Johnny Blazer, but Phil Coulson didn't see with his own eyes how you got Hellfire, so guessing is just speculation. There is no evidence. It's definitely what you said. Forget it," Natasha Romanoff concluded. "Except for the sickle material that S.H.I.E.L.D. can prove, everything that Loki says is off track by you. So you're an honest and cute boy." Bluff. In the co-pilot's seat, Li Feng, who was not seated, took out his ears. "After all this, I still don't understand what you want to say or say." Li Feng stared at the headset on Natasha Romanoff's ear, faintly asked, "What does Fury want to know?" Natasha Romanoff shook his head slightly and said, "It's not what we want to know, but what your purpose is." "Purpose?" Li Feng smiled as if he heard a joke. "From beginning to end, you dragged me into that flying aircraft carrier. Now I ask what my purpose is. I also ask you, do you think I have what purpose?" Natasha Romanoff turned his head and thought, and then seemed to listen to something through the headset. After a while, he said, "Regarding Bob, although Phil Coulson took the initiative to ask you for help, you were very motivated during the mission. At first, we didn't know why you were interested in participating in a mission, but now I know that you have Hellfire, and I know the reason. You went to Hellfire. In the event of Thor's expulsion, you were also very motivated. As a result, you got a destroyer thigh and forged it into a scythe. You calculated how to dismantle the destroyer's forged sickle from the beginning, right? Considering that you have the props to travel through time, I have to doubt that you have actually discovered what will happen in the future through time. Every time you are full of energy, it is an opportunity for you to reap the benefits. This time, although you didn't appear to be full of energy, but halfway through, Natasha Romanoff suddenly changed the subject and said, "If Fury dares to threaten me like this, my usual approach is to drop the mission and leave immediately, regardless of whether the mission is related to the life or death of the Earth." Natasha Romanoff observed Li Feng's expression carefully and said clearly, "And you, the guy who obviously has an opinion on Fury, has been bullied by Fury to the point of complaining to Steve, but you still didn't choose to leave, indicating that Loki provoked you. In the event, there are huge benefits that you can hardly give up. Do you still underestimate Fury?" Li Feng said with a sullen face and silently asked, "What does Fury want to know? The characteristics of dark energy. How do I get Hellfire? Or what do I want to get this time?" Natasha Romanoff shook his head. "Considering that you never said anything about magicians' deeds in the past, and dark energy and Hellfire involve your own strength, Fury knows that he can't ask anything, and he is not interested in these now. He wants to know how you reap the benefits. Do you see the future through time, or use divination?" Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows with a slight headache. "Let Fury make it clear." Natasha Romanoff shrugged, saying that she was just a messenger. No one knows exactly what Fury thinks. After a while, Natasha Romanoff took off the headset and threw it to Li Feng, signaling that he wanted to concentrate on the warplane and not working as a part-time speaker. If you have any questions, Li Feng should ask Fury himself. As soon as Li Feng put on the headset, he heard Fury say, "Austin, let's talk frankly and frankly. I know you have opinions on me, but you are not malicious towards S.H.I.E.L.D." Li Feng couldn't refute this, because it was indeed the case. If you look at Fury from the perspective of ordinary citizens, the director actually does a good job. No matter how much trouble the Earth encounters, he can always think of ways to resolve it. Although some of the handling methods seem a little messy to Li Feng, people don't have the ability to foresee it. They rely solely on their brains and experience to find threads from the cobweb horse trails, and they're crushing certain disasters to the ground. As for making SHIELD a branch of HYDRA, in Li Feng's view, Fury is purely in the wrong hands. This is completely a mess made by Alexander Pierce. After all, when Pierce was transforming SHIELD, Fury was still just a small soldier, and it would be good to be able to detect the anomaly after Fury took over the Snake Shield. But looking at Fury from the perspective of extraordinary people like Li Feng is different. This guy is too suspicious, has a strong desire for control, and always thinks about controlling everything in his hands, especially when facing those extraordinary people who cannot be controlled. Fury either monitors it 24 hours a day or detains it at a secret base. For ordinary people, what Fury has done may be right. After all, he does protect the safety of the public, but for the extraordinary, it makes no sense at all. The extraordinary are not humans, and the extraordinary have to eat. Drinking water to soak the beauty, there's also privacy, good or not. If it wasn't for Li Feng's real skill, believe it or not, Fury turned to put on a black headgear for Li Feng and was imprisoned in a base a few hundred meters underground. This is why Li Feng is unhappy with Fury. As for saying that Li Feng has no malice against SHIELD, Li Feng can only say that he has no malice against the SHIELD that protects the public, but it is quite complicated for the Snake Shield. In Li Feng's eyes, Hydra and SHIELD are feuds. Either you die or I die. But these lurking Hydra agents don't know how their brains grow. Before they broke up with SHIELD, they all wore SHIELD employee badges. As long as Fury gave an order, they were really using their little lives to maintain world peace. Perhaps HYDRA will also benefit from afterwards, but in Li Feng's view, this is something that people deserve. They have sacrificed for world peace. Isn't Hydra allowed to gain some benefits? Having said that, is SHIELD a force that only pays for nothing in return? Not necessarily. If it weren't for Hydra's aggressive means to achieve its goals and the previous mistakes it made too great, in Li Feng's view, the so-called Shield is just a party with different political views from the Fury Party and the HYDRA Party. The U.S. Congress has multiple parties, such as the Democratic Party and Republican Party. Isn't it normal for an international power to have multiple parties participating in politics? If Hydra's way of doing things can be changed, maybe everyone will not agree when Hydra emerges. As for Hydra's desire to rule the Earth, the world today is not a feudal era and has already set its sights on space. Okay? If HYDRA still plays slavery and ignores the interests of the public, believe it or not, billions of people around the world pick up the hose. Just kill HYDRA. Therefore, Hydra really wants to rule the Earth. It is more likely to pack itself into a political party and embark on the throne of the president. Li Feng took a deep breath, retracted his thoughts, and slowly said, I will say what I can say, what I can't say. Before Li Feng's words were finished, Fury said first. Then, needless to say, after a pause, Fury asked in a low voice, Can you see the future? Hesitation, Li Feng nodded slightly and said, Relying on time's spells and divination methods. Yes. After a pause, Li Feng explained, The future originally contains uncertainty, so what I see in the future may not necessarily happen in reality. But if I tell others what will happen in the future, I am afraid that the original what will happen will also change. At the other end of the communication area, Fury asked in silence for a while, I want to know how much trouble the Loki matter will cause. You don't need to explain how accurate it is, just say something about it. Li Feng glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was listening with his ears upright. He touched the wand he got with one hand, rubbed his forehead and thought for a while and said, The Battle of New York. I can only tell you so much. Besides, let me remind you. You said, the more people who know this, the greater the chance of change. After thinking about it, as long as it doesn't involve his own interests, Li Feng feels that Xiuxia's remaining kindness is nothing, and vaguely reminded, Loki is very upset with Sure Stark. After speaking, Li Feng took off the headset and threw it aside. He thought he had done enough. If Fury couldn't understand the meaning of the words, then the death of many people in the Battle of New York has nothing to do with him. On the side, Natasha Romanoff saw Li Feng's tired face, feeling that it was time for him to take revenge, and said with a smile, Austin, do you think Fury is a king of agents? Don't you know the importance of team unity? Li Feng turned his neck mechanically to look at Natasha Romanoff and asked, What do you want to say? Nothing, Natasha Romanoff said, as if looking at a joke. I was just wondering why Fury chose to threaten you before you leave the mission. You must know that this mission is about Loki, and you are the best person Fury knows. Anyone who knows Asgard, isn't he afraid that you will choose to leave it alone? After all, you are not from S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Feng was stunned, and a flash of lightning struck his skull. Ma Dan, Fury suspected that I had another purpose? The so-called threats are just to see if I will leave. It seems that I still observe my attitude towards SHIELD. Feeling that his brain is about to burst, Li Feng rubbed his temples, thinking for a few seconds, and then gave up thinking. There is no way. His brain cells have all died today. Thinking about Fury's thoughts like this, I am afraid that he will be brain dead. Just when Li Feng was taken out of his spine and sat in the co-pilot's seat, Steve's voice sounded from the communicator in the fighter plane. Agent Romanov, where are you? Above you, Natasha Romanov said. Steve, Austin, open the portal and take us back. Received. Li Feng rubbed his wrist and opened the portal when he got up and walked toward the cabin. After a while, Thor took Loki and stood behind Steve, crossing the portal to the fighter plane. After getting on the fighter plane, Thor put Maurinir aside, opened his arms, and walked towards Li Feng, smiling happily. Hey, my friend, it's nice to meet you. Me too. After embracing Thor, Li Feng glanced at the portal and asked, Where is Sure Stark? Steve shrugged, and Thor said embarrassedly, I didn't know that Tin Man was your friend, and I was worried about what trouble Loki might be causing, so I was in a bad mood at the time, and I couldn't help being a bit heavy. Although I see that his iron skin is fine, except for being rubbed off and a little paint, he insists on going home and changing into iron skin to join us. Li Feng scratched his head, Sure Stark on one side and Thor on the other. The relationship between the two is pretty good. How does this make him pick Thor's words? Nothing. Li Feng didn't say anything at all and changed the subject. Last time I left, I thought you would be back soon. Why did you come to Earth now? Or did you come back secretly in the simple meeting, not planning to take me to Asgard? Plain. Thor sighed. It's a long story. The elf glanced at Li Feng in wonder. As far as he knew, although there was more than one magic lamp, he was definitely the only one nearby. Does this magician have other magic lamps in his hand? As for Li Feng's question, the elves were also at a loss. The two powerful elves joined hands to realize a wish of going home. It seems that the chance of success is quite high, but he has never done this before. Can't it? How can I answer this? After thinking about it, the elf scratched his forehead and said, How about you try? Li Feng glanced at the wine glass in his hand, then squinted at the portal and smiled. No hurry. The other elf hasn't played yet. Let's talk about something else, such as... After thinking about it, Li Feng said, Can your magic be taught to others? The other elf did not appear. The elves followed Li Feng's gaze and looked towards the portal. I have lived in the Cave of Wonders for a long time, but I didn't see any other elves in the cave. Frowning, don't know why, the elf always feels that Li Feng is wondering how to cheat people. Turning his head to the side, the elf shrugged and said, Theoretically, the magic of the elf can be taught to others, but the actual situation is that some spells can only be used by the elves because the cost is too high, and your magicians can't afford the price. The elves knocked. He tapped the bracelet on his wrist and explained, The reason why the elves can bear the price is also because of this thing. Although it restricts my freedom, it also protects me. Li Feng nodded. His eyes drifted vaguely to Jia Feng in the portal, and he touched his chin and said, Perhaps my first wish came to mind. How about you teach me magic? The elf smiled and shook his head and said, Yes, but I advise you not to say that. Although the elf can realize any wish. In the middle of the speech, the elf suddenly recalled Li Feng's wish to go home. I can't achieve it by myself, and this is not one of the 3 unfulfilled wishes. So he changed his words awkwardly and said, Well, the elves can achieve most of their wishes, but this is not the point. The point is that when the elves fulfill their wishes, they're usually very gray areas. Generally, we use direct and rude ways to help the summoners complete their wishes. The elves pointed to Li Feng's forehead and said, If you want my spell, the easiest and fastest way is for me to put a huge magic theory directly into your mind. And you. The elf spread out his hands and said, I'm afraid your brain can't handle so much knowledge that suddenly pops up. You will directly become a lunatic. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, took out a matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket, enlarged the magic book that had not been used for a long time, and handed it to the elf, while saying, Record your spells in this book in detail. What? How about this method? The elf took the magic book and found the magic of the magic book at a glance. Don't look at the magic book, but it is more than enough to record his magic. Nodded. The elf rubbed his hands and said excitedly, It's a very good book, a very good way, so are you sure this is your first wish? The elves can't help but get excited. Li Feng's 3rd wish has already been made in advance, and he is still free. Therefore, As long as he is fulfilling Li Feng's 2 wishes, he can get rid of the shackles of the elves. Now, seeing that Li Feng is about to make another wish, he is not excited to be a step further from his previous free painting. On the other hand, Li Feng knows that knowledge is power. If the elves can't help him go home, then choosing knowledge is a good plan. After all, the way home requires strength. Thinking of this, Li Feng didn't speak, but just wiped the magic lamp and promised the elves to record all the magic knowledge in a magic book. At the moment when Li Feng made his wish, the elf picked up the magic book and rushed to the sky, singing and dancing again to vent his inner excitement. It can be seen that this elf likes singing and dancing. After a while, the elf flew back to Li Feng with his big white teeth open and pointed the magic book in his hand, only to see the pages of the magic book turning, quickly recording the magic knowledge of the elf. After about 1 minute, the magic book slowly closed. The elf held the magic book in both hands and handed it to Li Feng, smiling. "Dear magician, your wish has been fulfilled." Li Feng took the magic book and immersed himself in it, and said with a smile, "Thank you. By the way, I want to congratulate you in advance. As long as you and another elf join hands to send me home, then I have promised the 3rd wish you made takes effect immediately, and you will be free from then on." In Li Feng's words, he had already clearly told the elf what his remaining wish was, which also made the elf understand that his freedom was already at his fingertips. At this moment, a trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on the face of the elf. "I haven't thanked you for giving me freedom." Obviously, the elf recalled that he hadn't thanked Li Feng before. How could this make him one of the most powerful in the universe embarrassing? After thinking about it, the elf felt that he could remedy the gratitude, and said flatly, "Is there anything I can do for you?" For example, as he spoke, the elf looked around like scratching his head and waving his hand on the magic carpet. "Some food and fruit," said. "How about some wine and food?" Li Feng touched his stomach, let alone he had been following Jia Feng all the way before, but he hadn't touched the water. The hungry front heart stuck to his back, and he would be polite to the elves when he saw food and fruits. After escorting Loki to the Deconction mothership, Fury couldn't wait to ask him something from Loki's mouth. Li Feng, who was troubled by Fury's brain, did not interrogate Loki's interest. After casually found an excuse, he took the staff inlaid with mind gem and left everyone's sight, preparing to find an unmanned corner to complete his plan of stealing the beam and replacing the pillar. At the moment, Phil Coulson followed Li Feng quietly, until no one came to Li Feng quickly, looked at the staff curiously, and asked, "Is your goal Loki's staff?" Li Feng shook the staff in his hand and asked wonderingly, "Why do you ask?" Phil Coulson said with a gentle smile, "I remember last time in New Mexico, you admitted that you were not Loki's opponent, so you didn't want to face Loki, but now, under Fury's threat, you still choose to face Loki." Phil Coulson pointed to the mind gem with blue light on the staff, half guessing and half sure. "You are for the shiny thing on the staff, right? What's special? None of these agents have a simple mind." Frustrated several times a day, Li Feng rubbed his temples, took a few deep breaths in his heart, and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Tell Fury what I want." "Steal the staff." "No." Phil Coulson shook his head and smiled. "In fact, Fury has guessed that your goal is a staff. We don't care if this thing is in your hands. After all, you are a magician and want a magic. The stick is also understandable, but we hope you can unlock the spell on Barton." Li Feng squinted his eyes for a few times. "Phil Coulson, Fury can't say that." Phil Coulson shrugged. His original words are exchange. "You unlock the spell on Barton, and he reports that the staff is actually your personal trophy. But I don't think there's any need to exchange, my heart told me. Just ask for your help directly. As for the staff, anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. is buried in the warehouse to eat ashes. It's better to give it to you to promote your friendship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson's words made Li Feng feel comfortable from the inside out. At the beginning, when he applied magic to Phil Coulson, didn't he just want Phil Coulson to help him collect good things? Now, Phil Coulson has obviously been affected by magic. Li Feng, who thought he would be in bad luck today, didn't want to bring any unexpected gains. He couldn't help but grinned and said, "Deal." Phil Coulson smiled and turned away from the road, indicating that he knew where there was a quiet small room so that Li Feng could study the staff quietly. He took Li Feng to a room where the staff rested, and Phil Coulson closed the door intimately before turning to leave. Li Feng was not sure whether there were surveillance equipment, such as cameras in a room, and immediately opened the mirror space when Phil Coulson closed the door. In the mirror space, Li Feng, who was completely relieved, was so excited that he grinned with his big mouth showing his molars, while taking out his fake mind gem from his shoulder bag. Looking at the mind gem he got, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh. Mind gem is very useful for magician. Enhancing one's mental and spiritual power is only a basic operation. When using mind gem, you can also read the thoughts of others, and you can also manipulate and modify the thoughts of others. Even with the help of other gems, this gem can enter the minds of all living creatures at the same time and dominate the minds of all creatures. Simply put, with the help of other gems, Li Feng can connect the thoughts of all people on Earth and freely read. As for the big guy in Mutant, Professor X is the same when using the brainwave strengthening machine. Unfortunately, Mind Gem originally also contained huge amounts of energy. Li Feng's current strength wanted to use it, and it was almost the same as suicide. Fortunately, the Mind Gem in his hand is wrapped in a layer of energy. Otherwise, Li Feng would not dare to plant a Mind Gem. He still wants to live a few more years. After a while, Li Feng took off the Mind Gem, braving the blue light, and carefully sealed it in the Matryoshka. At the beginning, Li Feng was worried that the Matryoshka could not seal the Mind Gem. He just didn't know what method Thanos had used. He was shocked to seal the power of the Mind Gem by more than half. This was good, and Li Feng was directly cheaper. However, Li Feng also underestimated the power of Mind Gem, especially even if Mind Gem is sealed multiple times. As long as Li Feng holds a Matryoshka in his hand, he can still borrow a trace of Mind Gem's power. This made Li Feng both happy and helpless. Happy, because as long as he holds a Matryoshka in his hand, his mental power will grow up, which makes him increase the power of spells by a large amount when he casts a spell. You say he is not happy. Helplessly, the energy released by Mind Gem is too eye-catching when holding a Matryoshka. Anyone who knows infinite gems can guess that there is an infinite gems in a Matryoshka. What is the difference between this and a child walking around the street holding a gold brick? Yes, use Mind Gem carefully, or just don't use it and just use it as a collectible. After murmuring a few words, Li Feng put the doll back into his shoulder bag and then inlaid the fake Mind Gem, which was carefully made before, into the staff, making the staff look the same as before. This is not superfluous, but Li Feng has his own consideration. First of all, although Shild verbally agreed to give the staff to Li Feng, what should Fury regret afterwards? The ghost knows what bad ideas Fury will come up with. Secondly, no matter where Mjolnir is, as long as Thor wants to play with a hammer, Mjolnir will fly to Thor obediently. Although I don't know if Loki and the staff will have such a connection, Li Feng doesn't want to take a gamble. In case the staff returns to his hand under Loki's roar call and sees that Mind Gem is gone. Is Loki still looking for Li Feng to kill him? After slipping away from the mirror space with the staff, Li Feng opened his arms and took a deep breath of sweet air. Although it did not match the previous plan, the first infinite gems was obtained. When Li Feng, who was in a comfortable mood, was playing with the staff leisurely, Phil Coulson hurriedly ran up to Li Feng and said, "Austin, go and persuade Banner and others. They are arguing fiercely." Li Feng glanced at the staff in his hand blankly. What's the situation? Without the interference of the staff, this group of people can still quarrel? Is it unnecessary for Loki to use the staff to interfere with everyone's thinking? Between curiosity and doubt, Li Feng was pulled down by Phil Coulson. Before Li Feng entered the room, he heard Fury say in the room, "Why use Rubik's Cube to study weapons?" Because of him, Fury pointed to Thor. Last year, the Earth ushered in an alien visitor. Because of some grievances, a small town was almost razed to the ground. For this, we learned that there are not only humans in the universe, but also these alien visitors are much stronger than us. Seeing Li Feng push the door into the room, Fury pointed to Li Feng's nose again and said, "That's right. It's not just a thread in the universe, but also this magician who claims to be an earthling who has the means to control others silently. We can rub out a nuclear bomb with our hands, and we don't even know if this is the only magician on Earth." Banner raised his brows, raised his hand like a pupil speaking, and interrupted Fury. "I can testify that Austin is not the only magician on Earth." Banner's words successfully interrupted Fury's impromptu speech. "Have you seen other magicians?" Banner shrugged. "I have seen. That black magician uses the same portal as Austin." Fury glanced at Li Feng, frowned, and asked, "Black magician? What is his name? What is it for Austin?" "His name is Mordor." Li Feng saw Banner hesitation and didn't know what to say. He stepped forward and said, "I was killing Abomination on the streets of Manhattan at the time. I didn't even think about hiding my identity, so Mordor came to warn afterwards. I cannot reveal my identity in front of the public, lest I get to the holy place." Li Feng pointed to the cloak on his body, spread his hand, and said, "You have also seen it. Since then, I have worn the cloak most of the time, so that I can be invisible and hide my identity at any time." Fury thought about it, nodded, and said, "Since we were talking about the magician, I want to ask what Ancient One thinks of Loki's invasion of the Earth. Isn't she protecting the Earth? Why didn't I see her?" Li Feng cast a blank look at Fury. At this time, he didn't forget to inquire about the magical world. There was no one left, because Ancient One is so strong that it can slap Loki into pancakes with a slap. So in her eyes, Loki's invasion is as ridiculous as playing at a house. Fury lowered his head and pondered for a while, then quickly blinked at Li Feng twice and one-eyed, and said, "Ancient One may be powerful, facing an army of Qi, Tower, Ruek people." Li Feng scratched his head. He always felt that Fury didn't want to ask Ancient One if he could deal with Chitauri, but asked himself what kind of creature Chitauri was. Especially when Fury said, "Chitauri," he said with a heavy tone, and blinked twice inexplicably for Fury's rare gift of a staff. Li Feng gave Fury a comprehensible look and said, "The group of semi-biological and semi-mechanical creatures are the army of Loki who invaded the Earth." Fury raised his brows. It just so happened, taking the opportunity of Austin to learn about Chitauri and ending the topic about Rubik's Cube. After slapped his hands, Fury smiled and said, "Great, at least I know what kind of enemies I'm facing. What else do you know?" Li Feng thought about it and said, "I don't know much about it. Chitauri has a kind of troop carrier, which is huge. In addition to being able to transport troops, it is also their large war weapon." Speaking of this, Li Feng asked inexplicably, "Has anyone watched the Star Wars?" Except for Thor and Steve, the others nodded, and Li Feng continued, "Chitauri is a cyborg, very similar to the mechanical core in Star Wars. As long as they blow up their mothership, the soldiers of Chitauri will be paralyzed in an instant." After thinking about it, Li Feng, who felt that there was nothing to add, shrugged and said, "I know just such a thing. Chitauri's mothership is estimated to be in outer space. The Earth has no space warships to deal with it. The plan to bomb the mothership is directly ruled out." Fury touched his chin, squinted, and asked, "If you use electronic jamming equipment, can Chitauri be paralyzed?" "I don't know," Li Feng said with a guessing tone. "It is estimated that there is no effect. After all, people's science and technology have already rushed out of the planet. If electronic interference can paralyze the Zeta Swiss soldiers, they have long been caught in the universe. Let other civilizations be destroyed." As soon as Li Feng's words fell, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart, and Li Feng didn't want to put a shield on himself. The moment Li Feng put on his shield, the sky mothership shook violently, and then the floor of the room burst out with a burst of huge amounts of flames following the explosion. As the explosion ended, except for Li Feng in the room, standing unharmed, the remaining superhero lay all over. Natasha Romanoff, Banner, and Thor were the worst, and they were even bombed out of the room. It's strange to say that, except for Natasha Romanoff, the two had the thickest skins on the scene, and they belonged to the existence that couldn't be killed by bombing. Is it because Mao was the farthest the two brothers were bombed in the explosion? Is there any misunderstanding in this? Steve, who was lying on the ground, shook his dizzy head. The moment he resumed thinking about ability, he instantly realized that he had been attacked by an enemy. He hurriedly helped Sir Stark, who was also lying on the ground, up and shouted, "Hurry up and put on the battle." First, I know. Sir Stark apparently has no experience with Steve. It took a while before he realized that someone had attacked the Sky Mothership and hurriedly ran to the warehouse where the battle suit was stored. Fury may be the one who feels the worst among the people at the scene. Especially the Sky Carrier has been in stealth flight, and no one on the ground knows the route of the Sky Carrier. However, the current attack clearly told him that the route of the Sky Mothership was known. As for how the other party knew, as the king of agents, he had several plans in his mind. But to say that the greatest possibility of leaking the route is either Loki has a positioning or Loki's staff has a positioning function. Therefore, the moment Loki and the staff boarded the Sky Mothership, the seat of the Sky Mothership was exposed to the enemy's eyes. The only fortunate thing is that Loki is an uninvited visitor to the Earth. He does not have too many soldiers, so there will not be too many attacks on the Sky Mothership. The original Hawkeye Barton, 8 achievements, is the leader of this attack. If Barton returns to the Sky Mothership and lets him run away, I will resign as the director. Thinking of this, Fury threw a communicator to Li Feng and shouted, "Austin, go to Barton and calibrate his consciousness." After speaking, Fury pressed the communicator and asked Hill about the damage to the spaceship. Hill reported the bad news with just one mouth. There was an explosion outside, and the number 3 engine stopped working. If one of the engines stopped working, we would fall directly from a high altitude. Someone must go to repair the engine. Fury pressed the communication area and shouted, "Sir Stark, have you heard?" "I'll fix it now," Stark said simply as he rushed to the battle suit, apparently aware of the seriousness of the situation. Wearing the communicator, Li Feng scratched his head. Mind gems are already in his hands. It doesn't matter whether Barton is petrified or not. Besides, when it comes to repairs, who else in this world has craftsmanship that could be better than restored cowhide? Fury, or let the flying history Stark look for Barton, and wait for Barton to notify me. Li Feng pointed to himself and said, "And I will repair the engine now." Is it so demanding to be a magician now? Can you even play with the aerospace mothership engine? Fury asked with a bewildered look. You can repair engines? Li Feng shook his head. No. In Fury's face with black lines, Li Feng explained, "But I can magic. Do you remember how I restored the history of Stark?" Fury squinted. If the engine is only a minor problem, maybe Stark finds out the fault point in minutes and immediately restores the engine to normal. And Li Feng, just to find a fault point, you need to use year to calculate the time. But Hill said it exploded, and the engine was obviously not a minor problem. Perhaps the repair speed of Stark really couldn't compare to other people's magic. If it's bad luck, the engine is damaged too badly, and Stark doesn't have any materials in his hands. Maybe he can't repair the engine. Thinking of this, Fury clicked on the communicator again and said, "Stark, let Austin repair." Fury's words were not finished when the battle suit took off on the public channel, and Sure Star shouted, "I heard it. I'll look for the Barton agent now." Hearing Sure Stark's reply, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal. On the deck of the Sky Mothership, Li Feng saw that there was no one around, put his right hand in his mouth, and after a harsh whistle, the black somersault cloud that had been hidden in the corner floated in front of Li Feng. After putting the dark gourd on the black cloud back into his shoulder bag, Li Feng smiled silently. Yes, he sprinkled a batch of resentful spirits inside S.H.I.E.L.D. No way. As Fury continues to upgrade the security system, it's getting harder and harder for a bunch of weird devices to move in a S.H.I.E.L.D., like those that detect energy and brainwaves. Now, there are alarms everywhere in the Sky Mothership. Such a chaotic opportunity is too rare. If Li Feng didn't take the opportunity to get some oil from S.H.I.E.L.D., wouldn't he be too sorry for the opportunity God gave? In addition, there are not many resentful spirits in Li Feng's hands. Maybe this is the last batch of resentful spirits to be mixed into S.H.I.E.L.D. Riding the black cloud, Li Feng quickly floated to the engine and as the staff in his hand pointed towards the engine, the original broken engine began to recover. During the engine recovery, Li Feng covered his face with a black line. He forgot that the mothership was at a high altitude, and some of the engine debris had fallen to the ground, which made the engine recovery much slower than he had originally expected. Fortunately, I know the magic of the magic lamp wizard. A few minutes later, Li Feng pressed the communicator and shouted in the public channel. Fury, now the engine has returned to normal, but some of them are transformed by magic. About a few hours later, these materials were transformed out of thin air. The place will be restored to energy dissipation, so you'd better fly the mothership to the repair shop within these few hours. Fury, it doesn't take a few hours. After I find the sea, I will land on the surface, and then I can find a way to repair the sky carrier. As soon as Fury's voice fell, Stark's voice rang in the communicator. Austin, I have found Eagle Boy. He has just shut down the #1 engine and is running towards the enclosed area. Understood. I'll be there soon. After a pause, Li Feng scratched his forehead and asked, Well, where's the closed area? In the public channel, Fury's stern face couldn't help but twitched and said helplessly, The lowest level of the deck is the area where Loki is. Understood. Li Feng complained as he drove the black cloud towards the enclosed area. Just say Barton is rushing towards Loki. It's not over. Talking about the enclosed area is really painful. In the public channel, there was a moment of silence again. Except for you, the mentally retarded magician, and Thor, who is a stubborn, who doesn't know where the closed area is. After a while, following the movement caused by the battle between Barton and Stark, Li Feng successfully found Barton and flew behind Barton in stealth, and quickly launched a petrified spell on Barton, who was unaware. Seeing Barton stupefied inexplicably, Stark activated the scan ability on the battle suit and asked, Austin, it's me. Li Feng showed up, reaching into the shoulder bag to hold the doll, but did not take the doll out of the shoulder bag. With the other hand holding the staff, he gently touched the staff. Barton's chest. Feeling that Loki's spell controlling Barton has been cracked, Li Feng unlocked the petrification spell. Barton slumped on the ground as he regained his consciousness, clutching his forehead and shouted, Go to Loki, I'm just a bait, and another group is rescuing Loki. As soon as Barton finished shouting, the staff in Li Feng's hand suddenly broke free of his control and floated in the air on its own. Without waiting for Li Feng to act, the staff suddenly disappeared in front of the three people. Obviously, Li Feng guessed it correctly, and Loki could summon the staff at any time. Fortunately, Mind Gem has already arrived. Li Feng shrugged and said helplessly, It looks like Loki is already out of trouble. On the other side, the moment Loki, who had escaped from the cage, got the staff, the feeling of this is not my original staff suddenly rose in his heart, but he couldn't detect what was wrong with the staff for a while. But Loki didn't panic. The Rubik's Cube could open the portal with his hand. At that time, as the ball leader who rules the earth, it would not be easy to build a more perfect staff. Even at this moment, Loki even thought of the materials for the new staff and used the destroyer armor stored in S.H.I.E.L.D. This is Asgard's thing, and it is normal for me to use it now. Destroyer seems to be quite big. Maybe we can not only build the staff, but also the remaining materials to build the armor. Just as Loki was planning his bright future with joy, rushing footsteps suddenly appeared in the corridor. Using his fingernails, Loki guessed that the visitor who was about to show up was his dear brother. The corner of Loki's mouth was slightly tilted, and a phantom appeared at the door of the cage. When Thor ran into the room, Loki immediately controlled the phantom to leave the cage. Thor knows that Loki is not his opponent, but when it comes to the running posture, Thor thinks he is not as good, so he knows very well that once Loki is allowed to leave the cage, he has no ability to take Loki back to Asgard obediently. Seeing that Loki was about to get out of the cage, Thor, who is fierce in his heart, held up his hammer and prepared to knock Loki back into the cage. Pity. Loki saw Thor stupidly run through the phantom and into the cage, and kissed the floor under the influence of inertia. He closed the cell door while showing his figure and sneered at Thor. This trick is really time-tested for you. Thor was immediately angry and hit the glass with his hammer. Unfortunately, the glass not only shattered a bit, but the mechanism that projected the cage from high altitude was activated by this hammer. Loki smiled, turned, and walked to the console. The people on Earth think we are immortal gods. Would you like to try whether you will fall to death? While talking, Loki flicked the switch on the console, preparing to eject the cage and Thor out of the Sky Mothership. At this moment, Phil Coulson was holding an energy gun full of technological sense, walked into the room and pointed the muzzle at Loki and said, "Please let me." Loki glanced at the weapon in Phil Coulson's hand. Before he knew what it was, he was not going to use his body to try the power of the weapon. But not wanting to taste the taste of weapons does not mean that Loki does not have the ability to resist. Loki took a few steps back, pretending to be scared, but secretly he had finished casting the spell, and what Phil Coulson saw was an illusion that attracted attention. At the moment, the real Loki had come behind Phil Coulson, and the staff in his hand pierced Phil Coulson's heart, while Phil Coulson was busy opening his mouth. With Li Feng's current strength, it is not wrong to say that he has secured the second place in the Magician's Circle on Earth. In addition to pretending to be a grandson in the face of Ancient One, the rest of the magicians who were unconvinced, Li Feng came one to do one, and two to do a pair. But it was such a magician who sat firmly on the second place, making him look a little shy when he faced Loki. The gap between the two is a bit big. Compared with spells, Loki uses divine power, while Li Feng uses mana. I don't know how many times the difference between the energy levels of the two is. The ghost knows how powerful Loki's fireball is. Compared with Fist, Li Feng's skill also dominates in kindergartens and nursing homes. Is the fight with Loki looking for death or looking for death? Therefore, Li Feng, who was dragged by Stark to Loki by Barton's reminder, seemed unwilling. Especially Loki is not in Germany, so he won't really kill him in order to get into the Sky Mothership. Now, the trouble with Loki is really Deadman. However, Li Feng's small body is so powerful, sure Stark dragged Li Feng away casually. When Li Feng hurriedly rushed to the cell, Loki not only retired, but also threw Thor out of the Sky Mothership. In the cell, only Phil Coulson, who had died, and Fury squatting in front of Phil Coulson. Seeing this, Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Loki's absence will be enough. As for Phil Coulson, Fury will put Phil Coulson on a big holiday. So, I really don't have any sad heart. On the other side, seeing Li Feng, a magician who knows about resurrection, among the people who broke into the cell, Fury single-eyed and said very quickly, "Austin, find a way to resurrect Phil Coulson." Resurrection? Instead of saving? Hearing Fury's words, Sure Stark was visibly stunned. Phil Coulson is regarded as the agent that Sure Stark has been exposed to the most since he became Iron Man, coupled with Phil Coulson's natural good guy aura. Unknowingly, Sure Stark has treated Phil Coulson as an ordinary friend. So after seeing Li Feng, shook his head regretfully, expressing that he didn't want to resurrect or couldn't resurrect Phil Coulson. Stark pushed Li Feng away, opened his mask, and walked up to Phil Coulson with a slightly horrified expression, and commanded Jarvis while feeling the pulse of Phil Coulson. Scanning Phil Coulson's injury, he wanted to see if he could provide treatment for Phil Coulson. Unfortunately, both the pulse and JRVS told him that Phil Coulson was already cold, and the technology he had mastered could not cure Phil Coulson at all. This made Sure Stark a little bit annoyed, remorseful, and fearful. He, the head of the dignified Stark Enterprise, has many identities on weekdays, such as playboys, billionaires, weapon geniuses, etc., but among these identities is also Iron Man's identity related to death. But it's ridiculous. Although Sure Stark has been an Iron Man for many years, his Iron Man is a little unqualified, because regardless of his appearance, Stark has the soft heart of an ordinary person in the history of battlesuit. At the beginning, he was kidnapped by terrorists and killed a lot of people with the ugly steel battlesuit, but all of them were terrorists who didn't take their lives seriously. Sure Stark killed people to save himself, but he didn't really have any in his heart. What a feeling. Even if you trouble the terrorists afterwards, it is out of guilt for your friends. Killing a terrorist can be said to be without blinking. To say that at that time, His heart was as hard as the battle armor. It was no problem at all. But after escaping back to New York, Li Feng clearly reminded him that Obadiah had a problem, but Stark's soft heart had the upper hand. Thinking that Obadiah also watched him grow up anyway, the first thing he thought was not agile. Killed Obadiah, but wanted to deal with Obadiah's affairs by legal means. As a result, the two finally broke off in the Star Company in the middle of the night and staged a scene of Iron Man versus Iron Overlord. Afterwards, Sher Stark, who almost took his own life, saw that Li Feng wanted to steal Obadiah's property. His soft heart had the upper hand, and he asked Li Feng to ask Li Feng for the good things Obadiah had done to him in the past. The inheritance was returned to the family of Obadiah, even at the expense of paying for Li Fenghua. Not only that, Sher Stark also reported Obadiah's death as an accident in a press conference after the incident, so as to avoid any involvement in Obadiah's family. In the Iron Man 2 movie, when the villain's protagonist Lost Whip debuted, Sher Stark didn't have the chance to kill him, even if he was in full view at the time. But with Sher Stark's identity and financial resources, how much trouble would he have afterwards? You must know that the Morning Whip put the knife on his neck in front of everyone. Sher Stark, a world-renowned person, can only be slaughtered or how to drop it. As a result, Sher Stark directly handed over the opponent to the police after subduing the whip. That is to say, Sher Stark has kind heart. If Li Feng encounters this matter, it is estimated that he should take the other soul out and take a few days to consider other things. It can be seen that Stark's heart is actually an ordinary person. He has no warrior's decisiveness and cannot accept the sacrifice of a friend, even if he knows that his friend's job is to deal with death. With a little panic, Sher Stark got up and walked back a few steps to Li Feng and asked in a flustered and slightly angry tone, "Aren't you capable of resurrection? Why don't you resurrect Phil Coulson? I will have a wool resurrection technique. Can I resurrect Phil Coulson after making it into a mummy?" Li Feng shrugged, walked in front of Phil Coulson, cast a spell to return Phil Coulson's spirit body to his body. After a while, the cool Phil Coulson suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, rubbing his cheek blankly and looking at Li Feng, and said, "Austin, you brought me back to life." Li Feng shook his head and said, "This is not a resurrection technique, but a magical projection of the spirit." After thinking about it, Li Feng explained, "A kind of magic that uses the decedent corpse to bring back conversations between the souls of the dead." He sees it as a psychic spell. Pointing to Sher Stark in fury, Li Feng said, "These two hope that I will resurrect you, but my resurrection technique is very flawed, so I hope you make your own choice." Phil Coulson turned his head and asked wonderingly, "I think you didn't seem to have any flaws when you resurrected Obadiah." Halfway through, Phil Coulson recalled that he knew everything about Li Feng after Obadiah was resurrected. To hate is to regard himself as Li Feng's most loyal servant. Phil Coulson half-guessed and half-surely said, "It must be controlled by you after the resurrection." Li Feng nodded, indicating that this is one of the flaws. "You also see what the hatred of being resurrected by me is now." Seeing Phil Coulson nodded, Li Feng said helplessly, "I couldn't make him a mummy either. First of all, when people die, the soul begins to leave the body, and my healing technique is only effective for living people, so." Li Feng pointed to the pierced heart of Phil Coulson and said, "I can't heal your injury. Even if your soul returns to the body, it cannot be healed." Without waiting for Fury and others to ask the reason, Li Feng continued, "As long as your soul begins to leave the physical body, even for a short while, your physical body has actually begun to lose activity and enter the decay stage. At this time, even if I force your soul back, physical body, your inactive and rotten physical body, is not belonging to ordinary humans, but a member of the evil camp. This has nothing to do with your behavior, but you are born. You can't help you choose what camp you want to join." Li Feng casually explained and continued, "And the healing technique I know comes from a book. Unfortunately, this book is rumored. It was written by Angel. You also know that Angel and Evil are working against each other, so my healing technique will not only have no healing effect on the resurrected Phil Coulson, but will cause a lot of damage to his soul." Spreading his hands, Li Feng said helplessly. Anyway, I don't know how to perform surgery. I can neither treat hatred nor rejuvenate his body. Therefore, even if his soul is stuffed back into his body, his heart will still be broken. Die. I'll just help him make an antiseptic package and make it into a mummy. Then, Li Feng turned his head and said to Fury, "Remember when I said I can't provoke hell?" Fury nodded. This was also the point he was puzzled at the beginning. Since he can't provoke hell and dare to keep the soul of hatred from Mao, aren't you afraid that Mephisto will come to you? Now that Li Feng is ready to explain the reason, Fury immediately took out his own notebook and prepared to record Li Feng's words verbatim. Li Feng, when people die, Mephisto is actually ready to respond to the newcomers. But Mephisto is also a big boss. There's no need to do everything by himself, so the things that meet the newcomers are left to subordinates to do. But the devil, greed, is their nature. Li Feng touched his chin, winking his eyes, and said, "Therefore there are opportunities to operate in the dark. For example, to give the devil some benefits and allow him to take special care of the new people. Down. At the beginning, I sacrificed to the devil a few fresh souls so that he could also help exchange the souls of others and the seats of hatred, and then leave the souls of hatred in my hands." Fury was silent for a while before squinting his eyes and said, "When you killed Abomination, you threw the weird sickle at the dead soldier. Did you trade their souls with the devil?" "Sure enough, you have detected that my original behavior contained energy fluctuations." Li Feng nodded, admitting that he did in the first place. After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he had better put a big move to completely break Fury's heart to revive Phil Coulson, and added, "But the devil is always too conspicuous by bribing, and it is easy for the devil to find me for benefits. So the best way to hide it is to fool the devil and make him think that the soul he accepts is Phil Coulson himself." For example, Li Feng turned to look at Phil Coulson and said grimly, "Disguise Phil Coulson's blood relatives as Phil Coulson and sacrifice to the devil." Blood relatives? Phil Coulson felt a chill inexplicably. Shrugging, Li Feng licked his lips like bloodthirsty and said, "The relationship between soul and body is deeper than you think. So these DNA and Phil Coulson close people are actually Phil Coulson to the devil." After speaking, Li Feng looked at Phil Coulson. "What is your choice? Do you need my help to kill your blood relatives and resurrect you?" The moment when Li Feng asked Phil Coulson how to choose, it means that his nonsense is over here. "I don't believe it is all related to blood relatives, and Fury dare to ask me to resurrect Phil Coulson. Now, if Fury wants to resurrect Phil Coulson himself might not agree." Sure enough, Phil Coulson heard Li Feng's question and shook his head firmly without even thinking about it. Among his closest blood relatives, the bones of his parents were rotten into a handful of lusts. What sacrifice did he make? As for the children, "Apologies," Phil Coulson said that he has no children. "Want to use brothers and sisters to sacrifice." Phil Coulson can't even accept the sacrifice of ordinary people's lives in exchange for his own resurrection, let alone sacrifice to his relatives. "Sir, you'd better let me leave the court to rest." Phil Coulson seemed to be indifferent to life and death with a gentle smile on his face. Sure Stark opened his mouth and wanted to persuade Phil Coulson to say a few words, but in the end he chose to remain silent and walked aside in silence. At the beginning, when Li Feng said that spells couldn't heal the corpse and couldn't make the corpse active again, Sure Stark didn't care in his heart, even a little proud. Spells can't do things, a tech expert, can do it. Even when Li Feng talked about the resurrection technique, Sure Stark was already thinking about how to clone Phil Coulson's body, and then let Li Feng stuff Phil Coulson's soul into the freshly baked clone body of Phil Coulson. The resurrection is complete. As for the fact that Phil Coulson will be controlled by Li Feng from now on, Sure Stark also didn't care. First of all, Sure Stark knows that the relationship between Phil Coulson and Li Feng is actually quite good. With a certain friendship, will Li Feng inexplicably let Phil Coulson do something weird? In addition, Fury is not stupid. I'm afraid that Phil Coulson has not yet completed his resurrection. Fury has already selected someone to monitor Phil Coulson in the future. Maybe it's an exaggeration, As long as Phil Coulson spends more than 10 minutes in the toilet in the future, Fury will kill Li Feng's RV, pinch Li Feng's neck, and ask, Phil Coulson can't come out of the toilet. Is it controlled by you? At that time, Li Feng was afraid that his Fury allergy would be suffocated. Between terminal illness and controlling Phil Coulson, what choice does Li Summit make? According to history, Stark knows about Li Feng, and it is estimated that Li Feng would rather shut himself in the RV and play on his own until he suffers from autism, and he would not choose Fury's allergy. This illness is too shameful. If Fury is really worried about Phil Coulson, or is worried that Li Feng will use Phil Coulson to obtain information from SHIELD, Stark wants to come and let the resurrected Phil Coulson start his retirement life. What else can Li Feng do to Phil Coulson, who has retired? It was just that when he heard that the resurrection needed to sacrifice blood relatives, Stark's inner thoughts stopped instantly. After a few seconds, he looked at Li Feng in horror. Is this a resurrection technique? This is a sorcery that kills many lives. Just facing death. How great is the temptation to live? Stark wanted to see what choices Phil Coulson would make, and then consider whether he would persuade Li Feng to help. If Phil Coulson wants to take some genetic material before his corpse is completely cold, and then use artificial insemination to cultivate offspring, and finally use blood to resurrect. Stark may not be obstructed in the past, but I want him to help, so save it. A baby born by means of technology is also a life. Stark thinks he can't accept the sacrifice of a baby to the devil. If Phil Coulson chooses to face death calmly, then Stark chooses to persuade Li Feng to use another method to save people, such as time converter. Definitely, apart from Li Feng and Phil Coulson, there's an outsider named Fury. Stark doesn't want an agent king to know that there's a way to travel through time in this world. Otherwise, it would be strange that Li Feng is not bothered by Fury's move, and he also will lose a magician friend. This is also the most important reason Stark chose to shut up. After hearing Phil Coulson's vocal refusal, Stark breathed a sigh of relief, barely smiled, patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder, and turned and walked out of the room. He didn't like the depressed atmosphere in the room. He wanted to go out and breathe. Li Feng wanted to leave with Stark, but Fury obviously also had his own abacus. He grabbed Li Feng and motioned for a private chat. Pulling Li Feng to the corner to prevent Stark from eavesdropping, Fury hugged his arms and touched his chin, and asked in a low voice, "Why do people who are resurrected by your hands obey you? Why is it so clear? I have to force me to continue making up?" Li Feng scratched his head, and his brain turned quickly. "I said this into Phil Coulson has just died, and the hell on the other end already knows about Phil Coulson. If it's not justified, the reason for this is that the act of intercepting the soul is a signal to war with hell, and the devil can go to the earth for this reason. Ew. The king of agents, help me analyze. Does the devil really come to the earth for business or come to the earth to make a profit?" Fury cast his eyes at Li Feng. Still have to guess this kind of question? Definitely means choosing to fish for the benefits first. If possible, the devil will even deliberately avoid Li Feng and go directly back to hell to digest the benefits. Then, continue to borrow the reasons for finding Li Feng's troubles to harvest the benefits of the earth. After repeating this process, the devil will bring disasters to the earth. Almost at the end of Li Feng, this is the strategy the devil should have. Seeing Fury just stared at him with one eye, Li Feng, who felt unexplainably unfavorable, curled his lips and continued. "Second, the soul can't survive alone. The law of nature will grind the souls that stay on the earth to powder." After spreading his hands, Li Feng said innocently, "So if Phil Coulson wants to be resurrected, he needs to sign a sales contract with me. The contract tells the hell that Phil Coulson belongs to me. Slaves, even if they die, they're still my personal belongings. Private property is sacred and inviolable, so it's not an inexplicable interception. Hell will naturally not trouble me. Secondly, it is also to use the power of the contract to protect Phil Coulson's soul from dissipating. Is private property sacred and inviolable?" Phil Coulson looked down at his body inexplicably. His eyes twitched and said, "But I'm a human being, not a property." The same, the same. Li Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, "The devil came to the earth to play when human beings were in a slave society, so the hell side recognized slaves as a kind of property from the beginning." When Phil Coulson wanted to refute, Fury squinted and asked, "Are there other ways to protect the soul?" "Yes." Li Feng took out the dark gourd that originally contained the wraith spirit from his shoulder bag and said, "There is a magic circle in the gourd, which can protect Phil Coulson's soul from being ground into powder for a short time. But..." Li Feng looked at Fury with a serious face and said, "Soul is a great meal for some magic creatures. Even if Phil Coulson stays in a gourd, certain creatures will be attracted. If one or two magic creatures come at once, gourd naturally has ability to stop them. But if it attracts too many creatures, gourd cannot protect Phil Coulson." Fury nodded, thought for a while, and asked, "If Phil Coulson's body has been treated and the body is full of vitality, then you're putting your soul back into the body. Phil Coulson is still in evil camp?" As soon as Fury's words fell, Li Feng couldn't help turning his head to look at Phil Coulson and smiled. "It seems that your boss has already thought of something." Phil Coulson obviously thought of something. He lowered his head and touched his chest and tugged at the corner of his mouth. He said helplessly, "Sir, you want to perform cardiac surgery on me first, and then use the technique of resurrecting the corpse to stimulate the corpse to add activity. Finally, resurrect me. What's the problem?" Fury asked. Li Feng took the lead and said, "I'm fine. Anyway, it's not me who died in the event of an accident." Phil Coulson turned his head and looked at Li Feng. He didn't know why. Phil Coulson suddenly felt that he might evolve into an evil spirit. Otherwise, how could he have the urge to take a bite? The world is changing so fast, it's hard to lie in a coffin now. Phil Coulson shrugged. "I can breathe air and roar alive, and I don't want to die." Before Phil Coulson finished speaking, Li Feng interrupted contemptuously. "Don't pull the air. The air provokes you. Just say that you want to be with a cello player." Fury squinted and said in silence for a while, "No, Phil Coulson is still on the death list." Before Phil Coulson and Li Feng asked, Fury continued, "In addition to using Phil Coulson's death to unite the Avengers, I also want Phil Coulson to go underground." "Underground?" Li Feng said jokingly. "Why? Do you think that Phil Coulson will be able to travel between Hell and the Earth on the death list?" Fury blanked his eyes at Li Feng and looked confused when he saw Phil Coulson. After thinking about it, he said, "SHIELD has an internal problem, but I have no clues other than determining that the problem is serious." Fury looked at Phil Coulson and said in a commanding tone, "I need you to disappear into the site of SHIELD and form a team to help me find out what's wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D. After that, Fury turned to look at Li Feng. "Phil Coulson will have a lot of trouble by then, and I'm afraid it's not convenient to help out. I hope you can do it in time. SHIELD agent is about to start." Li Feng grinned. At the moment, he seemed to see a lot of resources in the future passing Phil Coulson's hands and continuously falling into his pocket. Phil Coulson turned his head and thought, as if he understood that he might not be able to see his girlfriend in the future. But for the shield of the Earth of S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson nodded silently with a trace of sadness. Seeing this, Li Feng pointed the pitch-black gourd at Phil Coulson, took the soul of the other person into the gourd and patted the gourd and said, "Corvo, you are the only resident in this gourd. If you feel bored, you can dream. Here, when will I find time to go to the church where the funeral is being held and find some female companions for you, so that they can chat with you?" After speaking, Li Feng handed the black gourd to Fury and asked curiously, "Phil Coulson is your confidant anyway. Do you know the taste of Phil Coulson? Do you like to pinch meat or look thin?" Fury didn't know how Phil Coulson in the gourd reacted, but he couldn't help but twitch his eyes, rolled his eyes to take the gourd, and then turned and walked away quickly. Li Feng said that the gourd is easy to attract some magical creatures, and Fury must store Phil Coulson in a safe place before these unknown creatures arrive. Not long after Fury left, several medical staff took the first aid kit and ran to Phil Coulson either to check the pulse or to check the reflections of the eyeballs. After confirming that Phil Coulson had no signs of life, one of the medical officers who looked like the captain regretfully ordered his subordinates to put the cool Phil Coulson into the body bag and prepared to bury the colleague in the cemetery of S.H.I.E.L.D. after waiting for the Sky Mothership. Inside, it's just that the next few medical soldiers who did the Phil Coulson death report at the inspection site were a little puzzled. Judging from the blood on the ground, Phil Coulson's heart was pierced, and the one who lay down at the end was obviously in two places, and there were still breaks in these two places. Not a short distance. Generally speaking, the body needs blood to provide energy for walking, but Phil Coulson's heart is pierced. The blood in the body obviously cannot flow, so naturally it cannot provide energy for walking. So, what did Phil Coulson see before he died? His body is so excited that his beating heart still allows blood to flow. Or Phil Coulson has no grievances, and his heart is pierced. Move with a grievance. Until it was determined that the several sets of footprints in the ground were left by Phil Coulson walking around in the event of a heart strike. Several medical soldiers who were investigating the scene suddenly felt chilled, and their eyes looked different at Phil Coulson inadvertently. Special, you won't cheat the corpse. On the other side, seeing that Phil Coulson was enjoying the treatment of being too lifted while walking, Li Feng scratched his head and walked out of the cell humming. Obviously, he was in the wrong mood. You should also be thankful that the resurrection has been rounded off abruptly, and the threshold of resurrection has been raised and invisible. This is a resurrection technique that requires the sacrifice of blood relatives. I guess no one will ask me to resurrect someone in the future. I really admire myself. At the door of the cell, Stark was in no mood, especially when he saw that Phil Coulson was carried away in a body bag, and there was a little gloom on his face. Seeing Li Feng walk out of the cell, Stark looked around, coughed dryly at Li Feng, and whispered, "Come with me." After that, Stark walked to a corner of no one on his own. Li Feng scratched his head, walked up to Stark in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong?" "You still ask me what's wrong?" Stark opened his mouth and asked, "Why don't you save Phil Coulson? Don't tell me about resurrection. Your time converter can go back to the past, and your eternal spring water replenishes vitality." Is still in the camp. Li Feng touched the saliva on his face and interrupted innocently. "How much do you know about SHIELD? Do you think SHIELD has no means of resurrection?" Stark was stunned. "What do you mean? What's the meaning?" "It means that I have to bother to lie." At this moment, Li Feng forgot about Fury's desire to unite the Avengers with the death of Phil Coulson, took out a match file-size magic book from his pocket, and turned it over to the page of the resurrected corpse, and handed it to Stark. "This was a notebook I got some years earlier, and then I gave copy to Fury." Now, after a pause, Li Feng said with a confused look, "I don't know what Fury played with the technique of resurrecting corpses. It's tricky, but it's okay to rain-fuse the body with vitality." Although Stark's achievements are mainly reflected in physics, it is impossible to say that you don't understand biology at all. Thinking about extremists in the future, you know that Stark actually knows a lot. After just a few glances, with the help of Jarvis, Stark already knew what Li Feng showed him. With an expression of astonishment, Stark's eyes beamed and said, "Someone used electric eels to resurrect dead man before electricity was invented, and it involves science and technology, and has nothing to do with magic." Li Feng shrugged, tacitly acquiescing that what Stark said was the truth. After a while, Stark returned the magic book to Li Feng, took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement, and said, "Although I didn't analyze the technology resurrection technique carefully, it must still have many flaws." Li Feng reduced the magic book again, put it back in his pocket, and said, "Should I say that I am a genius, Stark? You are right. This kind of resurrection technique will make Phil Coulson lose his memory." After thinking for a while, Li Feng said in a heavy tone, "It is all memories, like unloading all the memories in Phil Coulson's brain and returning the brain to the newborn's memory state. Well, no matter what kind of resurrection technique, it has obvious flaws, but I'm not looking for you to talk about resurrection technique." Stark, who felt that his thinking was inexplicably contorted by Li Feng, pinched the tip of his nose and whispered, asked, "Why don't you save Phil Coulson with the time converter?" "I don't dare," Li Feng said with a deep grievance. Excluding the danger of using the time converter, What can I do even if I go back to the past? Especially I can't do Loki. Phil Coulson is dead now. Anyway, SHIELD will resurrect me? Who will resurrect me? Sure, Stark wanted to say that he would resurrect Lee Fong, but when he thought that he actually didn't have any resurrection skills, how could he resurrect Lee Fong? Incubating eggs is almost the same. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. will resurrect Lee Fong. Sure, Stark also thought about it in his mind. Lee Fong is a magician, or a wild magician who has nothing to do with him. If SHIELD does not seize this opportunity to thoroughly study Lee Fong, would it be too stupid? It is estimated that after Lee Fong is resurrected, he will find out that SHIELD has been renamed the Magic Bureau. It is the kind of agent that can use two-handed spells. After thinking for a while, Stark cast his mouth and said, "Isn't he able to take people through time? Bring Thor to travel through time. I have seen how Thor bullies Loki with a hammer." After thinking about it, Stark added, "If you're worried about Thor being muddled, we're still big guys. The idea is good, but the operation is a bit difficult." Lee Fong spread his hands and said with his head sideways, "First of all, Thor, this product was in the cell at the time, but Loki was thrown out of the sky mothership like a monkey, and it traveled through time." Li Feng's words were not finished yet. Stark, who recalled something, raised his brows and said helplessly, "You can't let your past self see yourself who has traveled through time. And Thor's on the scene, so there is no way to bring Thor back to the past." As for Banner, Li Feng rubbed his forehead like a headache. "You have also seen that Loki took back the staff that controls the person, so after Banner saw Loki, you guess Hulk beat Loki together. What about me? Or I knocked Hulk down on the front foot and played with Loki on the back foot. Is it to save Phil Coulson or to save Banner?" Stark was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes, and said, "With you, the magician looks like a cowhide, but I really have a problem. What's the use of you?" After that, Stark went to the warehouse. Since it was confirmed that Phil Coulson would be resurrected, he had nothing to worry about. He still wanted to find a way to find Loki and end the matter as soon as possible. He still wants to go home and talk to Potts at the candle night. Li Feng scratched his head. "What's the use for me? Just my backing, no strength, no strength. Grandma doesn't care for uncles or uncles. Wild magician who will kneel when you see a big brother. What can you do? It's all a bit of bitterness and tears. Is it easy for me to live?" Rubbing his cheeks, Li Feng drooped his head and walked to the command room listlessly. In the command room, Steve didn't know what he was thinking and sat silently at the huge table. Stark, who took off the battle suit, was not in the mood to say anything and sat leaning at the table. Fury saw Li Feng sitting down at the table with a face full of misfortune, and the corners of his mouth twitched vaguely. He threw a few blood-stained captain cards on the table and said, "This was found in Phil Coulson's jacket. The code is a ghost, it's in the locker, and the blood on the card is ketchup." Li Feng looked up at Fury, speechlessly. Li Feng, who was not in the mood to break Fury's trick, put his head on the table and continued to listen to Fury's nonsense. "He will never have a chance to ask you for an autograph." When Steve picked up the bloodstained card, Fury introduced the situation of SHIELD. "The communication is broken. We can't locate the Rubik's Cube. Thor and Banner are also missing. And I lost the best confidant. God lost his confidant." Stark felt that he couldn't hold back his expression and didn't want to spoil Fury's speech, so he could only pretend to be sad. The Avengers' plan is to bring the world's best people together to see if they can play a greater role. When we need them most, they can work together to fight the enemies we are not sure to defeat. Speaking of this, Fury glanced at Stark and Steve and said, "Phil Coulson believed this even to his death. He believed the existence of a hero. Stark feels that he can't sit still anymore. As expected of being an agent, this nonsense is the same as true." With a sullen face, Stark got up and left the command room. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would laugh. Li Feng looked up at Stark, thought for a while, and felt that he was fine on the Sky Mothership, so he might as well have a drink before the war. After all, the waiting battle is the stage for his muscle show. "Oh, yes, I have to deal with a mind gem, and the spells on Shavig also need a chance to unlock, because Mal thinks I have a lot of things." Thinking of this, Li Feng patted Steve on the shoulder as a kind of silent comfort. He turned his head and said to Fury, "I can't stand the atmosphere on the Sky Mothership, and let me know when I find Loki." After a pause, Li Feng sighed. In a tone, he added, "Although I am not Loki's opponent, it is okay to contain it. At least his illusion technique is not effective for me." After speaking, Li Feng opened the portal and returned to his home by the lake. Returning to the RV collection room, Li Feng immediately took out the doll with Mind Gem and smirked at the doll like a fool. After a while, Li Feng, who wiped off the Haratsi, scratched his head and began to wonder what to do with Mind Gem. The first is to rule out the idea of putting Mind Gem at home. I hate that this product has hooked up with Mephisto. The ghost knows if Mephisto has any thoughts about Mind Gem. Li Feng said that he is not a gambler and does not want to take risks. Needless to say, the remaining method can only be carried with you, but the power of Mind Gem is a little beyond Li Feng's expectation. Even if the seal of Thanos and the seal of the Matryoshka are placed in a shoulder bag, people can still detect energy fluctuations. This gave Li Feng a feeling of death. So before taking it with him, Li Feng needs to dress up the Mind Gem well. At least he can't know that this is a Mind Gem. On the air and space mothership. After Sure Stark and Li Feng left one after another, Steve could only face the spitting Fury alone. As Fury continues to praise Phil Coulson for his goodness, I don't know if Steve doesn't like the more he listens, or he doesn't want to face Fury's saliva, got up and left the command room, leaving Fury, who was talking more and more vigorously, singing a one-man show in the command room. Steve, who left the command room, was a little confused. Although the time he knew Phil Coulson could only be calculated in minutes, Steve had to admit that under the influence of Phil Coulson's own halo, his impression of Phil Coulson was actually quite good. He is a good person with a kind heart, outstanding ability, and a sense of responsibility. Sentimentally, Steve unknowingly walked to the place where Phil Coulson had sacrificed. Originally, Steve just wanted to quietly remember Phil Coulson, but it turned out that Sure Stark was also there. Seeing Sure Stark's preoccupied appearance, he thought that Sure Stark was also here to cherish the memory of Phil Coulson. Steve put his arms in his arms, leaned back against the wall, and asked, "Is he married?" "No." Stark, who was supposed to be here to be clean, replied without looking back. "Phil Coulson has a cello girlfriend." After being silent for a while, Steve whispered, "I'm sad. He looks very nice. The problem is that I am not sad. I know that Phil Coulson will be resurrected." Sure Stark rolled his eyes. "Steve, he is so stupid." "Why?" Steve frowned and asked. "Is it silly to die for faith?" Regarding Phil Coulson's beliefs, Sure Stark said that he does not express any personal opinions. After all, the belief is not clear, but in terms of facts, does Phil Coulson know that SHIELD can revive him? In terms of Fury's character, I am afraid that Phil Coulson has limited knowledge of the resurrection. Didn't Phil Coulson think about what if SHIELD could not resurrect him? Then what is the meaning of everything he did? Didn't it mean that he sacrificed in vain? With a bit of puzzlement, Sure Stark said quietly, "He shouldn't deal with Loki alone. He is doing his duty." Steve retorted. Sure Stark shook his head, "But this is beyond the scope of his ability. He should wait for support." Before Stark finished speaking, Steve interrupted, deeply feeling, "Sometimes you can't help but do it." "I've heard this before." Stark cast anxiously at Steve and muttered quietly, "There are many shortcomings in the resurrection technique that have not been resolved, and people have only one small life, and you should not make a joke about your own small life." Steve was a little absent-minded when he saw Sure Stark, worried about whether there was something wrong with Sure Stark, and asked concerned, "Is this the first time you saw a soldier killed? Warrior? Have you ever seen a soldier who is a scientist and billionaire?" "I'm not a soldier," Stark said uncomfortably. "So I didn't intend to listen to Fury's mercy from the beginning." "Steve, although I am a soldier, I have reached retirement age a long time ago, and I am Captain America, not Captain Shield. I didn't intend to listen to Fury's mercy. Both Fury and Loki are responsible for Phil Coulson's death, but now we should focus on the overall situation." After a pause, Steve asked with a headache, "Loki needs an energy source activates the portal. What do you think?" Sure Stark shrugged, and when he was about to say no opinion, What suddenly came to my mind? Energy source? Dan, doesn't Lao Tzu's company have a high-power energy source? And Loki is a symbol of arrogance. He needs audiences, flowers, applause, and my company is now one of the iconic buildings in New York. So why is Lao Tzu's company becoming Loki's stage? Thinking of this, Star cursed this be *******D, and hurried to the warehouse where the battle suit was stored. Seeing Stark panicked and left. Steve guessed with his toes that Stark had guessed where Loki would appear. He ran to the place where the shield was stored without thinking about it. And by the way, he informed everyone to start the mission to capture Loki. On the other side, Stark, who hurried to his company, found Shavig on the company's rooftop and some kind of equipment being activated. Seeing this, Stark flew to the rooftop and said condescendingly to Shavig, "Close him, Dr. Shavig." Shavig, controlled by Loki, raised his head and glanced at Stark and said lightly, "It's too late." With a longing of being brainwashed, Shavig looked at the Rubik's Cube affectionately and said, "It wants to show us a whole new universe. You are also a scientist. Don't you want to see it with your own eyes?" Before Shavig finished speaking, Stark had already judged that Shavig, after brainwashing, could not use his mouth to let the other party understand the consequences of what he did. Adding to the fact that the machine is about to open the portal, Stark is not in the mood to speak up with Shavig. Ordering JRVS to gather all the energy of the reactor in his palm, Stark raised his hand to the machine, and it was a powerful energy cannon. Compared with the battlesuit that was rubbed into a malfunction in the movie by repairing the turbine, Stark's current battlesuit is still glamorous and full of energy. The power of this energy cannon can be imagined. Pity. Arc reactor is based on the Rubik's Cube. From an ethical point of view, it is not unreasonable to call the reactor the son of the Rubik's Cube. Now, the sun actually dares to beat lousy. Is this still not going to change the sky? The upright and mature Rubik's Cube immediately propped up the shield to block his son's energy. Adhering to the principle that it's better to hit his son for pleasure when idle and idle, the Rubik's Cube lets the energy go from and to and from, so thunder can't cover the ears and the bells jingle. Jishur bounced his son's energy towards the reactor on the Stark battlesuit. Let you know that Lao Tzu is Lao Tzu, and the sun is the sun. If you dare to beat Lao Tzu, let's have a good baby in your next life. At this time, Stark, who was not in a hurry to dodge, was in a miserable situation. The reactor on the battlesuit was beaten by his Rubik's Cube father and lost energy. The history of being bombed, Stark was a little confused, and then his brain reacted to the fact that the thing that blocked the energy cannon was composed of pure energy. With the current method of battlesuit, it could not penetrate the energy shield. Stark's eyes twitched and cast his eyes on the little energy value left in the battlesuit. Fortunately, the company is at your feet, and you don't have to carry the battlesuit to find a place to replenish energy. After thinking about it, Stark controlled the battlesuit and flew to the company, ready to change to a battlesuit with full energy value. After all, he was ready to fight. How can he kill the enemy without energy? It's just that unexpected circumstances. Just when Stark is about to land at the company, he found that Loki in the distance actually smiled evilly at himself. "Mudun, is this handsome me?" Stark, who has a girlfriend, said that he was a bit square, and his heart was full of small tensions. On the other side, Loki saw and Stark took off the battlesuit after seeing him, walked into the living room with his staff, and smiled lightly. "Are you planning to beg me for mercy?" Stark, who has no battlesuit bodyguard, secretly said bad luck in his heart, and said in a relaxed tone, "Actually, I'm here to threaten you." Loki glanced at the corner of his mouth disdainfully, stepped on the catwalk gracefully, and approached Stark, and said, "Then you need to at least wear a battlesuit. I want to wear a battlesuit to beat you, but I can't help it. It takes time for JRVS to prepare the battlesuit, and this time can only be delayed by myself." Stark pretended to be indifferent to Loki and walked to his wine cabinet. He picked up the bottle loosely inside and outside, and said, "Yes, but the battlesuit is useless, and you still have a bright staff. Want a drink?" Loki seemed to see Stark's plan. He glanced at the staff in his hand and said, I won't save you by delaying time. No, Sir Stark poured himself a drink and said with disdain, it's a threat. Threat? Loki turned around and walked to the French window, sneered, my people are coming soon. You are about to die. What are you threatening me with? Avengers, Stark, who was thinking about how to delay time, raised his brows and explained, we call Roar ourselves as a team, the strongest league of legends in the world. Yes, I've seen a team that doesn't understand unity. Loki laughed. Stark quietly picked up the locator of the battlesuit and put on his hand and said, yes, it took us a while to understand the meaning of team. Do you need me to help you introduce the players? Your brother, that little handsome guy, a rich veteran of combat elites, a powerful magician, a big man who has a bad temper, and an elite killer. And you, Sir Stark pointed to Loki, said earnestly and earnestly, you hapless be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, made them all messed up. Loki, this is my plan. A terrible plan. Sir Stark activated the locator and walked out of the wine cabinet to receive the battle suit. Loki, I have an army. Before Loki could finish, Sir Stark interrupted. We have Hulk. He can take your army apart. Stark, who obviously started positioning but didn't see the battle suit flying towards him, thought for a while and added nervously, maybe you haven't figured out the situation. You can't sit on the throne. There is no possibility for you. Success. Maybe your army will come. Maybe we can't beat your army. But we will come to you. If the earth is lost, Stark said with certainty, we will come to you for revenge. Obviously, Sir Stark's claim that Loki could not sit on the throne hurts under his heart. With an unhappy look in his eyes, Loki walked to Sir Stark, tapped Sir Stark's chest with his stick, and prepared to control Sir Stark, and said, if you and your friends turn against each other, they won't have time to trouble me. It's just that the mind gem on the staff is now in Li Feng's hands. Stark's Loki, who casts spells, controls the history of Stark. He only feels that his spells are a little weak, just like the kidney function is not good, causing the spell to be weak and sweaty. He didn't control the history of Stark. With a little bit of force, Loki tapped the staff on Stark's chest once. On the other side, Sir Stark almost cried in his heart. When Loki controlled himself for the first time, he only felt that the amulet he bought from Li Feng's high price in his pocket broke instantly, which made him understand that the amulet had fulfilled its mission and protected himself once. But he also has 2 amulets in his pocket. If Loki is going to cast spells on him 3 times, he will be properly controlled. Fortunately, Loki lost patience after casting the spell twice, pinched Sir Stark by the neck, and threw Sir Stark out of the window. The moment he was thrown out of the building, JRVS's voice rang in the communication area next to Sir Stark's ears. Sir, preparations for Mark 7 are complete. Stark, enjoying the excitement of jumping off the building, shouted, then what are you waiting for? As soon as Sir Stark's voice fell, the Mark 7 quickly pounced on Sir Stark under the control of JRVS. Just when Sir Stark could see the ants on the ground, the battle suit was finally put on. Sir, who felt he was safe, let out a long sigh, then turned and flew in front of Loki. You have offended another person. Phil Coulson, agent. After speaking, Sir Stark raised his hand and gave Loki a cool energy cannon. On the other side, the Rubik's Cube was officially activated at the moment. I saw a blue energy soaring into the sky, tearing a huge amounts of space crack in the sky, and then a group of ugly aliens rushing towards the Earth driving some kind of transportation. Seeing this, Sir Stark himself was unable to capture Loki in a short time, and immediately gave up the idea of capturing Loki, turned around and rushed to the aliens, and at the same time asked JRVS to call a phone. As Sir Stark completed the feat of tearing 2 aliens by hand, Li Feng's tired voice sounded in the communicator. Don't know if I am busy? Nothing, don't disturb me. Before Li Feng's words were finished, Sir Stark interrupted very quickly. I'm tearing up aliens. Can you be busier than me? Is Chitauri here? While speaking, Li Feng walked out of the RV and looked up at the huge amounts of teleportation in the sky above the city. The stage has been set up. Li Feng smiled silently, hung a string of necklaces with mind gem around his neck, put on a cloak of invisibility and a skull mask, stepped on the black cloud, and carried the sickle, quickly flew to Star Company and shouted, "Hold on, I'll be right there." After a while, Li Feng flew to the Rubik's Cube, released the overwhelming Dementors, and ordered Wonkai to protect him. He looked up at Stark and said to the phone, "Man, hold on. Let me rub a fireball." "Fireball? Why only rub one?" Sure Stark turned his head and glanced at more and more Zeta Swiss soldiers and whispered, "Take a few more. I'm afraid one is not enough." "Hey." Li Feng sneered a few times during the cast, licking his lower lip, and said excitedly, "After 2 minutes, when I finish reading the spell, you were talking about letting me rub some fireballs." On the Sky Mothership, Fury with a poker face stood in front of the command platform and looked at Chitauri, which was monitored by the satellite. He secretly prayed that Stark was holding on for a while. When the reinforcements arrived, the agent monitoring energy fluctuations suddenly shouted, "Sir, it was monitored that a wave of moving energy suddenly appeared on the roof of the Stark building, but the satellite did not capture anything." Fury's heart burst. When he was wondering what these energies were, he heard Stark shout in the communicator, "That's Austin and his army of Dementors." Dementor? Fury subconsciously remembered that Phil Coulson had reported on Li Feng's invisible army, but Phil Coulson's report was vague. Seeing history now, Stark knows about Dementors. Fury's eyes lit up and subconsciously asked, "How many Dementors are there, and how effective are they?" Seeing that Fury is still interested in exploring Li Feng's old bottom, Sure Stark said angrily, "Ask yourself?" Fury nodded silently, thinking that since Li Feng released an army of Dementors, it meant that the other party didn't want to hide anything. It was just when Fury wanted to call Li Feng to inquire, the agent monitoring energy fluctuations suddenly swallowed, wiped his forehead with cold sweat, and shouted, "Sir, the Stark building has detected a nuclear reaction." As soon as the agent's words were finished, an orange-red fireball with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly appeared on the satellite screen, and it flew straight towards the portal. During the fireball flight, any Chitauri who blocked the way would be injured next to him, and he would die by knocking. Until the fireball passed through the portal and was detonated, Fury had a stern face and gritted his teeth and said, "Austin's nuclear reaction fireball." On the other side, Stark, who was hiding far away after being reminded by Li Feng, saw a mushroom cloud rising at the other end of the portal, swallowed, and said to Li Feng, "This is the fireball in my impression, but I like it. The trouble is coming." A few. Gasping Li Feng was not curious and said, "Come here." So Chitauri is not a fool. Knowing that I'm rubbing the fireball, he is so stupid to wait for me to read the article? Why did you send a large army to trouble me? N.S. Turning his eyes to the floating dead bodies in space, Sure Stark Shanshan said, "Well, this thing really attracts hatred." After a pause, Sure Stark recalled something and asked, "Yes, you have a way. Break the pure energy shield." "It can be, but I need a lot of time." While talking, Li Feng turned away the Rubik's Cube next to his eyes, and now he had Mind Gem hanging around his neck, and the sickle of his cane was not inferior to the staff in Loki's hand in terms of material. In fact, there is no need for Sure Stark to say anything. Li Feng already understands what Sure Stark wants him to do. It's just that this thing is emanating spatial fluctuations. Isn't it too sorry for yourself if you don't understand the space with such a good opportunity? "How much is good news?" Sure Stark shot down a Zeta Swiss soldier and shouted, "I will draw away these ugly monsters, and you can close the Rubik's Cube with peace of mind." It is excusable to say that ordinary people can't find Li Feng, who is invisible, but it would be a waste if Loki can't find it in the Sure Stark building. Seeing Li Feng's perception of spatial fluctuations, Loki subconsciously thought that this magician was thinking about how to close the portal. Chitauri is his ally who has completed his ambition and hegemony. It's just so inexplicably blocked in space. Thinking of this, Loki puts on his armor and will kill Li Feng. By the way, he laughs at Li Feng. He dared to make up the unwarranted Ancient One to frighten me, and even said that Ancient One can beat Dormammu's lie. Now what about Ancient One people? You let him come out and see if I don't get Ancient One's teeth all over the floor. This is why Li Feng doesn't know what Loki is thinking Otherwise, he will contact Ancient One to see who is on the ground looking for teeth in the end. Just when Loki was about to be jumped to the rooftop to make trouble for Lifong, his pet brother Thor suddenly appeared in front of Loki, driving lightning, pointing to the Rubik's Cube and shouting angrily, "Loki, close the Rubik's Cube immediately, or I will ruin it." "Ruin the Rubik's Cube? Who do you think you are?" Loki looked at Thor with contempt, looking like a patient with secondary and second disease, and said complacently, "You can't do it. You can't stop me anymore now. There's only war." "Well, then," Thor murmured bitterly, and rushed towards Loki with a sledgehammer. He was going to use electrotherapy to treat Loki well. As for the side effects of electrotherapy, it should be okay for Loki, right? Well, Loki is also a god anyway. It should be nothing. On the rooftop, Lifong, who had been guarding against Loki, silently curled his lips when he saw Loki and Thor fought together. Loki is obviously a magician, but he has committed an old problem when he fights Thor again, and he gave up his spells and played melee with Thor. Needless to say, how could Loki be Hammer's opponent? Press and rub on the ground. This is how Loki knows Thor well. And after tricking Thor, he stabbed Thor to prevent his face from continuing to rub against the floor. Perhaps knowing that a minor injury is just a band-aid for Thor, Loki turned over and fled the Stark building through Thor's carelessness. Seeing this, Lifong grinned. "Since Loki is no longer in the building, my safety is naturally guaranteed." The energetic Lifong waved his hand and commanded in a general manner, "Wonkai, take the Dementor to eat." "Yes, master." The drooling prosperous wealth watching Chitauri's soul immediately took his orders. Wonkai could see that although these Chitauri are cyborgs, the remaining half are all living creatures. As long as it is a living creature, it has a soul. Although the soul and the body affected each other, the souls of this group of Chitauri were a little defective, or that these souls were of low quality and small in size. They could only be used as snacks before meals. But for the Dementor, mosquitoes are also fleshy when they are small, and the quality is not enough to gather them in quantity. Didn't you see the opponent squeezed out of the portal overwhelmingly? Soon, Wong Kai flew to the portal with the Dementor and waited for Chitauri to be delivered to his lips. While the Dementors were eating happily, they already felt Steve, Hawkeye, and Natasha Romanoff on the battlefield, staring blankly at the sky as the Zeta Swiss soldiers reigned inexplicably. Unsure of the situation, Steve asked wonderingly, "What's the situation?" Chitauri is not satisfied with the Earth. As soon as Steve's voice fell, Stark's faint voice came from the communicator in his ear. "Are you here as a bullet cart? As for why New York will rain Zeta Swiss soldiers, you'd better ask OSS. Ding! These are masterpieces of Dementors. These guys with skulls are eating." "Chirp!" Sure Stark turned his head and glanced at the few chasing soldiers behind him, then glanced at the Zeta Swiss soldier who landed freely just after passing through the portal door, and said in a relaxed tone, "Speaking of which, I know the Soul Saver for the first time. I wonder how spectacular the collective dinner scene is." "Dinner?" Steve frowned and asked puzzledly, "You mean Austin's subordinates can kill Chitauri in seconds?" Sure Stark shrugged. "Apologize, I mean the literal meaning of the meal. Dementor's food is soul, and those Chitauri who are in free fall have obviously been devoured by the Dementor." Suddenly thinking of something, Stark suddenly smiled and added, "By the way, Dementors are not afraid of physical attacks and energy attacks. They are invincible except for the use of magic or special energy that damages the soul. In fact, Chitauri died inexplicably. Several waves of people have found 365 Dementors who were dining around the portal by searching for energy, but they soon discovered that the weapons in their hands were of no use to the Dementors. When the Dementors saw the energy directly passing through the body, but they were unharmed, they didn't care about the weapon in Katari's hand and happily grabbed food from their companions. No way, the portal is so big, and there are 365 companions on the scene. Don't you, Rob? Believe it or not that you can't eat a bite of food. This has led Chitauri's captain to be somewhat square. Is this still the backward Earth in the impression? Loki, who was busy playing peekaboo with Thor, saw the Zeta Swiss soldier hit the ground like rain, and was a little confused in his heart. What do you mean? Let you invade the Earth? Why did you commit suicide collectively? Bewildered, Loki looked up at the portal and saw a group of skeletons gathering invisible around the portal. His face suddenly changed. At the beginning, Loki learned all the information of everyone in the Avengers team when controlling Barton. Not to mention the details of everyone, but also the general situation of each team member. But among these materials, only Li Feng has the least information. There is no way Barton and Li Feng are not familiar. But now, Loki doesn't even need to turn his memory to know that these soul-eating things belong to magical creatures, belonging to the magician who wonders how to close the Rubik's Cube. The portal has the possibility of being closed, and none of the Zeta Swiss soldiers can pass through the portal alive. Damn magician, spoil my good things. Loki glanced at Li Feng's direction angrily, picked up the communicator from the Zeta Swiss soldier lying on the ground, and shouted, "You trash commander! Can't you send more soldiers to break through the encirclement of that group of skeleton monsters?" On the other side, Commander Zaidari, who was squatting on the battleship, felt aggrieved. "It was not your soldier who died together, was it? I really don't feel bad about selling Yi Tian. What's more, the number of portals is so big. Didn't the large number of skeletons block the portal tightly? How many deaths are sent?" However, Loki is an Imperial envoy who was ordered to invade the Earth, and his status is many times higher than him. What about the commanders? He can only nod and bow to Loki and say yes, without putting down the communicator and directly commanding the messenger. Send Leviathan and try to go through the portal. Loki listened to the commander's good attitude and nodded in satisfaction and reminded, "There's a magician next to the Rubik's Cube. Those skeleton monsters are his legion. If you find a way to kill him, maybe these skeleton monsters will disappear." When the commander heard this, his eyes suddenly burst out with two angers. "Oh, you magician, one person's power is blocking my Qatari army. I will peel your skin to pay homage to my good boys." Past, the battlefield used Zeta Swiss soldiers to move closer to the Rubik's Cube and destroy the magician at all costs. As the messenger issued the order, Li Feng, who was feeling the energy of the space, suddenly heard the roar of a large creature in the sky. Squinting, Li Feng looked up to the sky, only to see a big whale, armed to the teeth, passing through the portal, and the Dementors immediately stopped in front of the big whale. It's just that the big whale is a bit special. Although it's also a half-living creature, the size of the people's body is placed there, and the Dementor can quickly swallow the big whale. But with the big whale, the Zeta Swiss soldier passing through the portal can become a Dementor's slip through the net. After thinking about it, Li Feng ordered through the slave contract. "Wang Kai, let go of Chitari's troop carrier and concentrate on devouring a single Zeta Swiss soldier." "Yes, master." After Wang Kai responded respectfully to Li Feng, he turned his head and continued to block the portal with the Dementor. Commander Zaidari saw that the Dementors gave up attacking the huge war weapon Leviathan, and he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, if these skeletons gnawed Leviathan, it would not be dead. There are two soldiers, but soldiers in one boat. Only after a while, the commander received new information from the battlefield. Leviathan was hit on the ground by a 46-meter-tall giant, and the Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ship were wiped out. The commander was a little confused. What's the matter? It turned out that when Leviathan played, Li Feng hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Stark would drag Leviathan for a walk and then wait for Hulk to leave the game. However, Leviathan knew from the moment that his goal was to hide in the Stark building's Li Feng. So no matter how Stark coquettish in front of Leviathan, Leviathan remained unmoved and flew straight towards Li Feng. Now, Li Feng was a little dumbfounded. "What do you mean? Smells of fish food on my body and owes your family money. Can't you go with me?" Scratching his head, Li Feng lowered his mouth in disdain, waved his hand to open the portal to the mouth of the Hudson River in New York City, and prepared to summon reinforcements. As the exit of the portal was wrapped in a metal cast, 46 meters high, wearing an ancient Greek-style costume statue, there was suddenly a Statue of Liberty with a torch and a book in front of the Stark building. That's right, This American landmark is Li Feng's reinforcements. Who made this thing made of metal? It's hard. With a grin, Li Feng ignored the Leviathan who was about to approach him, and quickly finished casting the spell at the Statue of Liberty, shouting in full, "Statue of Liberty, for justice, attack." As soon as Li Feng's words fell, the Statue of Liberty that could only be seen immovable suddenly blinked, turned to face Leviathan, and the torch held high in his hand slammed into Leviathan's head. Poor Leviathan, before he had a rush to eject the Zeta Swiss soldier on him, he was smashed to the ground by the Statue of Liberty. It's not over yet. The Statue of Liberty seems to find that the big whale is still panting, lift up the huge amount of iron feet, and step on Leviathan until the big whale is stomped into a lump of mud wrapped in iron skin. The Statue of Liberty took arrogant steps back to Li Feng's side, and a pair of bodyguards squeezed the fish that slipped through the net to death one by one. There is no description, it is really pinched to death by hand. After all, the Statue of Liberty is 46 meters high. Compared with the palm of its hand, a small Zeta Swiss soldier is not pinched to death. Commander Zatari was furious after knowing the cause of his Leviathan's death. What a damn, he thought that magician would be killed by passing through the portal, but a sturdy bodyguard came out inexplicably. After thinking about it, the captain yelled to the messenger in a frantic manner, "Send my order, release all the Leviathans, and kill magician for me." Soon, the big whale passed through the portal one after another, rushing towards Li Feng with a murderous face. The so-called two fists are hard to beat forehands. If there is only one Leviathan in front of Li Feng, it would be good to say that a Statue of Liberty is enough. Just looking at the appearance of the other party's collective dispatch, this is completely carried by himself. Li Feng glanced at the Rubik's Cube. Originally, there were too many enemies running on a black cloud, but now, what a rare opportunity. Li Feng, who really didn't want to give up the opportunity to comprehend space spells, called Sure Stark and said in a depressed tone, "Dude, do you know where there is a large statue? I want a metal one." Sure Stark glanced at the Statue of Liberty, waving a torch in front of his company building and beating the head of the Zeta Swiss soldier with rats, then looked at the huge amounts of mud not far from the building and said sighfully, "Oh, Sting, you really know how to play. I guess you move such a statue will be enough for you to live in jail in your next life. How many do you want to come here? Then what should I do?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and said aggrieved, "I just figured out how to close the Rubik's Cube. If I leave, the energy I spent before will be wasted." Stark's face stiffened, and he glanced at the Zeta Swiss soldiers who were constantly ejecting from Leviathan, thinking that without the Statue of Liberty and other big killers, the battle seemed to be really weak. Sure Stark said helplessly, "Is there no other way?" Seeing Sure, Stark couldn't think of the other huge metal statues for a while. Li Feng perceived his mana and said, "Why don't you help me find 2 statues of Liberty sold in a craft shop? I'll cast it myself. Enlarge." Okay. This time, Sure Stark did not hesitation and immediately agreed. After a while, Sure Stark sent 2 slab-sized metal statues of Liberty in front of Li Feng, and at the same time threw a communicator to Li Feng and said, "Banner is here, and Thor are helping you to hold a Leviathan." Pointing to the communicator, Sure Stark said with a weird look, "Fury is looking for you." After speaking, Sure Stark turned and flew towards a Leviathan that was approaching Li Feng, preparing to hold the Leviathan that was about to affect Li Feng's closing of the Rubik's Cube. "Are you looking for me?" Li Feng took the communicator in wonder, and heard Fury growl before asking, "Austin, you be ****D. You know what you did? The Statue of Liberty is like you can move. The president's phone calls are all calling me." Feeling a painful eardrum, Li Feng curled his mouth. Before Fury finished speaking, he put the communicator in his pocket. "Isn't it just a statue? What if it moves? You bite me." Li Feng looked down at the Statue of Liberty in his hand, sneered a few times, threw the 2 statuettes out, and quickly finished casting the spell. When the 2 statues fell to the ground, the 2 statues of Liberty had completed metamorphosis from the original slappers to huge metal statues with a height of 4 meters and wearing Greek costumes. Not only that, But Li Feng felt that a soldier should look like a soldier. What is it to hold a torch in a book? Do you have to read a book to symbolize a power outage? The bookish spirit is too strong, not good. Simply turn the torch into a mace and the book into a shield. This is what a soldier should look like. In this way, a small Statue of Liberty suddenly appeared on the streets of New York, carrying a mace and running towards Leviathan. Suddenly, the whole demeanor of a violent woman. The other small Statue of Liberty looked a bit more ladylike. I saw the other side standing around the corner, waiting for Leviathan to show up and then shoot the other side to death in the world with 3 or 2 shields. After each of the 2 Statues of Liberty killed a Leviathan, it seemed that they were celebrating the victory. Under the surveillance of the major satellites, the 2 ladies came to clap each other to celebrate. Then, the lady danced on the spot and trampled to death the Zeta Swiss soldier who had crawled out of the Leviathan. The violent woman was much more straightforward. She smashed the dizzy Zeta Swiss soldier into the air like a golf club, and the Zeta Swiss soldier who was smashed into the air also crashed the companion who came to support. On the Sky Mothership, Flo looked at the pseudo-Statue of Liberty who clapped and danced and played games with a sullen face. At this time, he was a little worried. In case Li Feng's brain suddenly convulsed, let the genuine Statue of Liberty guarding the Stark building to show a ballet before satellite surveillance. If this is the case, the United States will lose its face. You must know that it is not only the United States, but the world that pays attention to New York. Covering his face, Fury thought melancholy. What's the matter? Is it going to send an agent to guard the Statue of Liberty every day? When Fury was still wondering how to protect the Statue of Liberty, Li Feng had already thought that he actually still had support or air support. For example, the Empire State Building in Manhattan, New York had several Iron Eagles on it. At that time, Li Feng's first magician, that is the 777-level Barstow magician in The Magician Apprentice, he was a ruthless man who always drove the Iron Eagle on the Empire State Building out to play. Looking at Barstow's chic figure, don't let Li Feng, who was a rookie at the time, be envious. Now, how does Li Feng try to control the taste of the Iron Eagle? So handsome. As for how Fury felt after the Iron Eagle appeared on the stage, what did it matter to me? Talking about the war, who cares that the Iron Eagle symbol does not conform to the public's 3 views? Besides, you don't throw it away when you use it up, I'll pay it back. Thinking of this, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal, awaken the decorative Iron Eagles on the Empire State Building one by one, and ordered them to find the Zeta Swiss soldiers around the battlefield and kill them one by one. With no fear of death, no fear of injury, and fearless air support, Chitauri's invasion has become a farce, where New York has become a stage for Li Feng to show his muscles. The first is the portal, which was directly rounded up by Li Feng's army of Dementors, and the Zeta Swiss soldiers came to die, as many as possible. And as soon as Chitauri is not sending out a single attack, the Dementors will collectively pounce on Leviathan to eat a big chunk, so that Leviathan just got out of the portal and fell to the ground, by the way, smashing the Zeta Swiss soldiers inside. Into Meatloaf. The same is true. Commander Zatari had to send individual soldiers to feed the Dementors. If there is less, it's not enough, because when Wonkai sees that the food is scarce, he will leave a small amount of Dementors and bring a large number of clansmen to the target. Realign Leviathan. Nothing. Captain Zaturi could only send a large number of soldiers to death in the twitch of his mouth, so that Wei-Dan could successfully land on the Earth. It's just that although the Leviathan is a troop carrier, how much force can it carry? Besides, there's still a lot of killing gods on the ground. Let's not talk about the genuine Statue of Liberty guarding Li Feng. At 46 meters tall, Leviathan is just a small fish, or the one that slaps to death. The other 2 smaller Statues of Liberty seem to be weaker, but the mace in their hands is really ruthless. But all the Leviathans near the Stark building were smashed to the ground with a few sticks. There is also Hulk, who has been tantrums near the Stark building. The Zeta Swiss soldiers were stunned when they saw it. They couldn't kill the opponent with their weapons. They would only be able to beat the opponent rage, and then threw them like sandbags. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Stark building is the safest place in the entire battlefield. As for the Zeta Swiss soldiers who landed far away from the Stark building, they are also not much better. Stark and a group of Iron Eagles simply occupy the sky over New York. With our many Zeta Swiss soldiers, they're there. Sometimes when Steve came to support Stark with Natasha Romanoff and Barton, he would only see the Zeta Swiss soldiers paralyzed all over the floor. Running on two legs is better than being able to fly. It can't hurt. After another meeting, Li Feng understood that he could not feel the energy of the space because he saw some field personnel wearing SHIELD combat uniforms in the 2 blocks closest to the Stark building. Needless to say, the reason why these people appeared here was 80% of the time that they reminded Fury that Loki would act on the warnings that were made by the Stark building. Although this group of field agents are also killing the Zeta Swiss soldiers, the Ghost knows whether the other party is also secretly observing itself. Besides, the delay is almost over, and Stark should be suspicious if it continues. Just when Li Feng reluctantly gave up the enlightenment of magic, took out the mind gem from the necklace, and wrapped it around the sickle to close the Rubik's Cube, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Li Feng picked up the phone, looked at the caller ID, and said in an uncomfortable tone, "Sure, Stark? I'm about to close the Rubik's Cube." Before Li Feng's words were finished, Sure Stark yelled anxiously, "Don't turn off. Fury informed me that a tactical nuclear bomb is flying towards us. I know where to throw this thing." "Nuclear bomb?" Li Feng rolled his eyes, and there were not many Zeta Swiss soldiers on the battlefield, and an unknown fire rushed out in his heart. "Didn't you see that we are about to win? Or is it? These people are afraid of my power and are going to blow me up here? I'm really bullying?" The more he thought about getting angry, Li Feng picked up his sickle and closed the portal, opened his invisibility cloak to expose himself to satellite surveillance, and said coldly to the phone, "Tony Sure Stark, I have closed the portal. You brought the nuclear bomb to me. I want to have a good talk with Nick Fury." "What?" Sure Stark was stunned when he heard Li Feng call his full name suddenly. When he heard Li Feng speak in a low-temperature tone, Sure Stark felt that things were a little bigger. Looking at the shrinking portal, Sure Stark gritted his teeth and forcibly took the nuclear bomb to fly into space. As for bringing the nuclear bomb to Li Feng, how could it be possible? This is a nuclear bomb. Once Li Feng gets rid of it, don't think about New York. People living. His building was just built and it was destroyed like that. That's all money. It's just that Sure Stark fell into underestimation of Li Feng's current anger. But think about it. If Chitauri's invasion is successful, it would be excusable to be forced to launch a nuclear bomb. But now all fools can see that Chitauri has failed. At this juncture, the nuclear bomb is launched, which is obviously aimed at the Avengers. Who else can do this besides HYDRA? Moreover, Li Feng has not let go of the hatred of Hydra before attacking him. If he does not take this opportunity to teach HYDRA, Li Feng said that he could not swallow it. He is not a little rookie who was once bullied. Seeing Sure Stark in the distance, Stark didn't fly to his side at all. After a few sneers, he opened the portal over Sure Stark and instantly teleported Sure Stark and a nuclear bomb to his eyes. Then, Li Feng used the portal again to make the exit and entrance of the portal appear one up and down, and the portal was separated by less than 2 meters, forming a nuclear warhead chasing after the nuclear bomb's tail, or seeing the flames of the nuclear bomb's tail. In the scene of burning nuclear warheads, Stark, who was still holding the nuclear bomb, saw his face change drastically, released his hand and drilled out of the portal to fly to Li Feng's side, and said angrily, "Austin, do you know what you are doing?" Li Feng coldly glanced at Stark, took out the communicator from his pocket and put it on his ear, and said without a trace of emotion, "Nick Fury, deliver the goods that ordered the nuclear bomb to be launched in front of me. As for the time." Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark and asked in a gloomy tone, "How many seconds will this nuclear bomb explode?" The meaning of Li Feng's intention is already very clear. If Fury sends the World Safety Commissioner who ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb to him before the nuclear bomb explodes, then everything is easy to say. At the other end of the communicator, Fury also said blankly, "There is not enough time. The distance is too far." Li Feng, "Sorry, distance is not a problem for me. I have a portal, If you don't hand it over, hey, don't they want to blow up New York? I will do you all. Not only that, afterwards he also used a fireball to blow up all the cities in the United States one by one. Don't doubt my ability. I can hide under the Atlantic Ocean, then look at the photo and open the portal to the city center, and then give you a few small fireballs for free. I don't believe your rapid reaction force and mine. Open the portal quickly. Also remind you, Lao Tzu is a wild magician who is full of food, and the whole family is not hungry and has no worries. I can leave the United States, such as moving to Asgard with Thor, wandering between stars, or living in Xander. I heard that the snails are the delicacy in the universe. As the portal closed and the Zeta Swiss soldiers were paralyzed on the ground like a power cut, Steve, Hawkeye, and Thor all rushed to Li Feng. Seeing Li Feng in front of him, chasing after him with a nuclear bomb that exploded in less than a minute, and Li Feng's appearance that he had found his way early, all felt helpless, except for Thor and Banner. Banner is not sure whether a nuclear bomb can kill him. I guess it can't. After all, Hulk is a product of gamma rays, and the gamma rays produced in space are produced by nuclear fusion at the core of the fixed star. A nuclear bomb is really nothing to him. So terrible. Thor was different. He didn't know what it was. No way. Asgard didn't have such a backward weapon. So Thor just glanced at the nuclear bomb curiously. When he heard Li Feng count the sandal snails, Thor subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, Shandal snails are indeed a famous delicacy in the universe. It's a pity that Thor's words only drew everyone's eyes, especially Loki, who was subdued on the side, not only rolled his eyes wildly, but also said with a trembling heart, My dear brother, should your focus be on this nuclear bomb, this thing? Once it explodes, you who are in the center of the explosion will not die or be disabled. Nuclear bomb? Thor shook the hammer in his hand and said as if he was smashing the nuclear bomb now, Since it is so dangerous, then take it down. Special, you a brash man with well-developed limbs and simple mind. Stark was frightened and immediately stopped in front of Thor and said angrily, If you drop the hammer, it will explode right away. Steve rubbed his forehead with a headache. Although Li Feng contributed the most in the previous battle, most of the Zeta Swiss soldiers were killed by Li Feng, but now it is yours to threaten New York with a nuclear bomb. Austin, what can you say? We're talking about dealing with a nuclear bomb first, and you'll become a sinner in New York like this. Li Feng's neck stalked. I didn't launch this thing. The corner of Loki's mouth twitched, and he said silently, Then you are stealing someone's dingshi and threatening others? This is not a hero's behavior. Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Loki and Thor, and sneered, Why? You two plan to leave this alone. Li Feng pointed to Loki and said, Perhaps your dad bit his teeth to endure the pain of bereavement because you invaded the earth and were killed. But you, Li Feng pointed to Thor, as the future ruler of Asgard, if you die in the hands of the Earthlings, guess whether your father is looking for your mother to give birth to a crown prince, or who'll be annoyed to wash the earth with blood. Thor and Loki looked at each other. How old is our father? Does his stuff still have a function to inherit from generation to generation? Li Feng's words have clearly reminded Thor. Someone wants to kill you. Thor is not stupid, nor is he a layman who has never fought in a war. Anyone who has experienced this so-called Chitauri invasion will know that this kind of funny war does not require a big killer. Even because Li Feng showed off his muscles, Thor felt that he hadn't played his best. Thor was silent for a while, leading Loki to stand behind Li Feng, posing as if he wanted Fury to hand over the person who ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb. He wanted to see who was the ruthless man who dared to use a nuclear bomb to neutralize Asgard's two. A member of the royal family. Li Feng's words, Fury on the other end of the communicator can also hear clearly. Didn't he never thought that the Earth was responsible for the crime of severing Odin's children and grandchildren? But what could he do at the time? It was not him who ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb. He even shot down another fighter plane with a tactical nuclear warhead and even reimbursed a flight man by the way and notified Stark as soon as possible. What else can he do? Fury stared at the timer of the nuclear bomb explosion and said helplessly, Austin, you don't have enough time for me. You send the nuclear bomb away first, and I will arrest people immediately afterwards. Barton, originally regaining his self-will with the help of Li Feng, should first say thank you when he saw Li Feng, but now he said he couldn't say it in this scene. Hearing Fury's message from the communicator seemed to be compromising, Barton warned carefully. Austin, Fury is right. You have to give Fury the time to hand him over now. He glanced at the nuclear bomb. Barton said with lingering fear, there is less than a minute left. How can Fury be in the Sky Mothership? It takes time to arrest people. Now, it is enough for Fury to give a few names. Natasha Romanoff said in a busy interface, yeah, there's not enough time. You will only make Fury find a substitute for the dead. Ha, for the dead ghost. Li Feng sneered a few times, turned his head to look at Loki, and asked, you're also a magician. How much do you know about the spells that draw other people's memories? Before Loki could answer, Li Feng let the hellfire ignite on the sickle, grinning grimly. I can not only extract other people's memories, but also other people's. Soul, Loki swallowed. Loki hadn't noticed anything before, but when Li Feng's sickle ignited the hellfire, and the skeleton cat inside the sickle, plus the Dementor who devoured the soul before, Loki clearly understood the magician in front of him. He is a magician who plays with the soul. Is the Earth magician so ruthless? Dare to play with the soul without authorization. Are you afraid of offending the Hell or the Dead Lady? It's not that Fury has never seen Li Feng extract the soul. After all, Phil Coulson's soul was extracted with Li Feng's help. So he knew very well that Li Feng said that he would extract souls, not to tell him, but to tell him to relay the original words to the World Security Council that launched the nuclear bomb, so that these officials know that they should not be fooled by anyone. It's just that Fury is very aware of the manners of these officials. They don't have the heart to make self-sacrifice for the New Yorkers, and especially if they die, they will be played by the magician's soul. On the one hand, the resurrection of Phil Coulson needs Li Feng's help. After all, no one can afford to take Phil Coulson's soul out of the gourd and stuff it into Phil Coulson's body. Fury said that he could not offend Li Feng. On the other hand, the World Security Council supervises S.H.I.E.L.D. It is not wrong to say that it is the boss. Fury also has no good end when offending the boss. Only now, Li Feng's threat is tantamount to making Fury stand in line. To resurrect the confidant of Phil Coulson, he still offends his boss to ruin his future. Just as Fury had a headache and convinced Li Feng in 1 minute, the veteran Steve on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Steve walked up to Li Feng and said with a stern face, Austin, war has nothing to do with civilians. You shouldn't use the innocent citizens of New York to threaten. Before Steve could finish, Li Feng interrupted impatiently. Which snowflake is innocent during the avalanche? When the flood comes, which drop of water is innocent? Since someone wants to blow up New York, it can only I'm sorry. Besides, this nuclear bomb is not mine. If you don't believe that you collect fingerprints on the nuclear bomb, there is absolutely nothing to do with me. After speaking, Li Feng rolled his eyes and squinted his eyes and asked, Captain, you were also born as a soldier. Could you please tell me, what are the duties of a soldier? Protect the home and the country, Steve said with certainty, even though he was a little wondering why Li Feng asked that. Yes, defend the country, Li Feng grinned and said faintly. Then all aliens have invaded the Earth now, and rescuers such as firefighters have also arrived. Where are the soldiers who kissed the United States? Anyway, I saw the police fighting with small pistol. After he started, Li Feng sneered and said, if the army is stuck in traffic on the road, I believe that. After all, New York is a cosmopolitan city. Plus the cars fleeing the city are enough to cause a big traffic jam. But Li Feng changed his tone, glanced at the broken surroundings with cold eyes, and asked, what about the Air Force? Their plane can still get stuck in the air? Or did the plane that transported the nuclear bomb just run through the red light all the way? I moved to freedom? There are people calling Fury on the goddess statue. How come the military doesn't even use an ordinary missile, and it comes up with a nuclear bomb? You don't talk to the bureaucrats to talk about what it means. Accuse me of why, idle egghead. Finally, Fury said that he would arrest people, but now he has sent someone to arrest? The time spent with me is enough for him to complete the arrest layout. So, I don't believe Fury will go at all. Arrest! Steve was stunned, and when he was about to say something, he was dragged behind him by Li Feng and said, "Now, it's about a second before the nuclear bomb explodes. You're all behind me. I will open the mirror space to avoid the nuclear explosion. As for the New York meeting, how? It's none of my business to love anyone." Li Feng is not talking about it. He really doesn't care what New York will do in the nuclear explosion, because mind gems are all available, and the remaining infinite gems have little to do with New York. The first is the space gem. This thing will definitely be brought back to Asgard by Thor. Li Feng is afraid to grab the space gem with Odin now, and it will not be too late to wait for Asgard to be destroyed. NS. The time gem is in Ancient One's hands, and Li Feng is also afraid to grab it. It will be peeled and dried. Only after Ancient One leaves the game, Doctor Strange will appear. At that time, Li Feng is almost capable of borrowing or simply grabbing time gem's ability. The reality gem hasn't played yet, but this gem will be sent to Collector by Thor. Li Feng doesn't know what the strength of Collector is, but Li Feng has a plan. If the Collector is weak, just grab it. If the opponent is strong, he has a strange magic item to trade with the Collector. In order to go home, the item will be gone when it is gone. Nothing great. As for the remaining power and soul gem, they are still floating in the universe without a master at all. Li Feng can only find out the whereabouts of the power gem when he arrives at Xander Star. As for the soul gem, I have to ask Gamora. Li Feng remembers that the star is good, but someone who knows the whereabouts of soul gem. It is said that Li Feng has a backup plan to collect infinite gems. Stark, Banner, Shavig, and Dr. Pym, who have not yet met, these people add a machine that can make time travel. Even if Li Feng makes a mistake when collecting gems, he is not afraid of it. Therefore, he really has no love for New York. Just a few seconds after the nuclear bomb exploded, Stark stood silently behind Li Feng, and when they were about to enter the mirrored space for refuge, a portal suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng. Suddenly, Li Feng saw a monk dressed up and a woman with a hood covering her bald head walked out of the portal, and said to himself in a relaxed tone, "Throw the nuclear bomb." "Yes, master." With an expression of aggrieved expression, Li Feng had no room for a bargain, waved the nuclear bomb portal into space. In the last second, Li Feng faced Fury with a disgusting face, and in the next second, he faced the bald-headed woman but acted like a good-looking baby, making all the people at the scene a little embarrassed. Except for Loki, he vaguely perceives the dark aura on Ancient One, and at the same time guesses who is coming, which makes him subconsciously lean behind Thor. And at the same time, he was grateful that Chitauri could not invade the Earth as he wanted otherwise. This girl is a ruthless person who can beat Dormammu violently. His small body is not enough for the opponent to punch. Seeing that the nuclear bomb crisis was lifted, Steve and others were relieved and asked their companions with their eyes, "Who is this lady? What a big aura?" As for Li Feng, as if being bullied outside, now he found his parents and said, "Master, they bullied me." The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched, and she appeared helpless in front of everyone. Originally, the Chitauri invasion had come to an end with the closure of the portal, and Ancient One didn't want to be exposed to everyone at all. But Li Feng wanted the nuclear bomb to explode in New York, so she had to come forward because there's a holy place in New York. If the holy place is blown up, the Earth's defense will have a loophole in a short time, and the time to repair the loophole is enough time for the alien creatures, such as Dormammu, to break through the remaining 2 holy places. At that time, the Earth's troubles will be really big, and the Earth will disappear if it is accidental. And using magic to protect the holy place from nuclear bombs is not impossible. It's just that, doesn't the world know that they're the holy place in New York and that there's a magician in the world? At that time, Ancient One estimated that he would be annoyed and would leave the venue early to rest before cultivating Doctor Strange. "I know," Ancient One said with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance, "but you shouldn't ruin New York." After speaking, Ancient One glanced at Stark, waved to open the portal, turned and stepped into the portal, and said with his back to Li Feng, the necklace is good. If the necklace is good, Li Feng said that he understands it. It is just that he dared to continue to be so nonsense. Then Ancient One's necklace is good means that she looked at the necklace and asked Li Feng to obediently dedicate the necklace to Ancient One. But what does it mean to warn oneself that New York should not be destroyed? After a while, Li Feng patted his forehead. The major event worthy of Ancient One's appearance is also related to the maintenance of dimensions, and the New York holy place is also related to dimensions. Why did I forget this? On the Air and Space Mothership, Fury saw the nuclear bomb explode in space through the satellite, and Li Feng respectfully faced the person wearing the yellow monk's clothes, and his heart was immediately relieved. At the same time, Fury is also thinking about who this man in monk clothes is. There are no clues other than the fact that she is a female magician through the communicator. Could it be that she just hears her name and doesn't see her, Ancient One? After a while, Fury felt a little headache again, and the nuclear bomb crisis was over, but listening to the meaning of the woman's magician, as long as Li Feng doesn't toss New York, she won't care about the rest. This is so dying. For the first time, Fury felt that magician's portal was too disgusting, especially in the hands of a magician who was capable of rubbing nuclear bombs. How could this make him defend? It's impossible to guard against. Squeezing his forehead, Fury walked out of the command room with a dark face, ready to blow the sea breeze on the deck, calm himself down, and wonder how to appease Li Feng by the way. Anyway, Austin can't mess around at this juncture. At least he will be resurrected. Phil Coulson is talking about other. On the side, Hill saw Fury walk out of the command room like a ruin. After thinking about it, he followed Fury until the two walked to the edge of the deck. Hill looked around and made sure there was no one, and then whispered, "Sir, how are you going to appease that magician with mental retardation?" Mentally retarded? Fury glanced at Hill weirdly, shook his head, and asked with a wry smile. In novels or film and television dramas, magicians are described as powerful, knowledgeable, etc., but have you ever used mentally retarded to describe magicians? Hill squinted his eyes and said thoughtfully, "You mean Austin has been playing stupid in front of us?" Fury nodded, pointed to his head, and said, "The mentally retarded magician in your mouth has learned to rub nuclear bombs through self-study and Banner for a few days. You can make them after you buy a few books in a bookstore." A nuclear bomb? Hill pondered for a while, feeling that she was being played by Li Feng as a monkey. Her eyes jumped and shook her head. She was not a genius like Sure Stark. Just going to the bookstore and buying some books can build a nuclear bomb. What a joke. Everyone is such a genius. Believe it or not, the country immediately listed all books on nuclear physics as banned by the general public, except for internal personnel, forbidden to read them by outsiders. This is a nuclear bomb. Once a family workshop can produce a nuclear bomb. In this country where guns cannot be prevented, there may be something wrong with it. This is just one of the things Austin played stupid, Fury sighed, and continued, "We know and see only two magicians. One is Loki, the other is Austin. Comparing these two people, do you think Loki is stupid?" Fury asked suddenly. Hill shook his head. Maybe he hadn't thought Loki had anything great before, but now that the Chitauri incident is over, Hill is thinking about Loki's work and deeds again. Since Loki took the initiative to show up, SHILD has been caught in Loki's plot. Barton didn't say anything. He was directly controlled by Loki. If Li Feng hadn't taken the initiative to unlock the spell, perhaps the Avengers would have to deal with Barton when Chitauri invaded. Then came Banner. Loki stimulated Banner with words when he was locked up in the cell. Banner was holding back at the time, but the squeezed anger in his heart kept Hulk in a state of being able to play it any time. If it weren't for Li Feng, who could suppress Hulk, he was also in the sky. On the ship, maybe Hill would suggest to Fury to send Banner to the cell for the first time so that Dr. Banner can vent his squeezing anger. Stark and Steve, although they don't know how Loki did it, their quarrel has clearly expressed that they are not pleasing to each other's eyes. Finally, there's Natasha Romanoff. She is a spy. She should be hiding in the dark to perform missions, but after talking to Loki, Natasha Romanoff changed her routine and chose to go to the front. If Natasha Romanoff's change has nothing to do with Loki, Hill said it was an insult to whose IQ? It can be said that Loki alone changed everyone in the Avengers team in a short period of time. Later in Loki's command of Chitauri's invasion, Hill also saw that Chitauri's forces and Leviathan were a bit terrifying. If Li Feng was eliminated, the remaining Avengers would be difficult to win. Even if the Avengers win in the end, these superheroes will be paralyzed or simply exhausted. And Loki, who is planning all this, is stupid. Who believes this? If it wasn't for Li Feng to change something without being affected by Loki, and even release his army to reverse the situation, the ending would even be different. In other words, is it considered that Austin had more conspired than Loki? Smarter? Fury saw Hill looking thoughtful and smiled and whispered, "It looks like you have thought of something. It's not that Loki doesn't want to plot Austin. I suspect that Loki can't do it." After a pause, Fury turned to look at the surging sea and said, "Loki and Austin didn't fight each other today, as early as last year. I played it in New Mexico. When Loki planned for the throne, what did you think of his layout?" Hill thought for a while and put his arms in his arms. First, he deceived Thor with lies, so that he loses the heart of fighting for reserves and fighting, and even makes Thor lose the determination to make Mjolnir. Then let the destroyer kill him. Thor completely cut off troubles. After analyzing Loki's plan, Hill nodded and said, "The success rate is quite high, except," Fury interrupted, "except that he didn't count that Austin actually had the ability to delay the destroyer, so that Thor had time to understand the king's heart, and finally Thor regained Thor's power." Hill nodded and heard Fury say, "This time Loki's plan can be said to have been destroyed by Austin. You can also see how many soldiers Chitauri dispatched, if there is no blockade by Austin's Dementor army. Portal, the Avengers will not see the hope of victory if they are exhausted." Speaking of this, Fury gritted his teeth like constipation and said, "I'm afraid Loki hadn't thought that Austin would actually let the Statue of Liberty go to war." Speaking of the last, Fury, who recalled the two small statues of Liberty who were high-fiving in the street, couldn't help but cursed. There is more than one Statue of Liberty. Hill twitched and faintly added, "And the Iron Eagle of the Empire State Building." Yes, an Iron Eagle. Maybe this is not all Austin's strength. Fury rubbed his temples. Such a magician who has ruined Loki's plan several times is mentally retarded? Turning his eyes to Hill, Fury said quietly, "When you treat others as a fool, you are not mentally retarded in the eyes of others. So, are we the real mental retardation in Austin's eyes?" Hill looked at Fury, who was cursing, and asked, "Regarding the reconstruction of New York, do you still want Austin to take action? After all, the other party has restored the precedent of the Stark building in 10 minutes. I've asked Steve to do it." Fury shook his head and said, "I hope Austin will help Steve for the sake of it." On the other side, after the threat of Li Feng was demolished by Ancient One, he squatted on the edge of the rooftop with a bitter expression, as if he was disappointed in love and wanted to quietly, and no one would disturb him. What a threat Fury became a farce. So embarrassing. Steve walked to Li Feng's side and looked at the ruins of New York in the distance, except for the Stark building, which was still intact, and said, "Can you restore New York with magic?" Li Feng turned his head and looked around, rolled his eyes, and roared in a hurry, holding the grass, "Captain, do you look at me upset and want to exhaust me?" Pointing to the collapsed building in the distance, the corners of his mouth trembled, said, "Calculated by my current mana, even if I don't eat or drink, it will take a month to restore the building." Hearing what Li Feng said, Steve breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if he could recover. A month's time would be much faster than reconstruction, and save money. "No hurry." Steve patted Li Feng on the shoulder, encouraging, "You take your time, and you can also practice spells by the way." "Special." Li Feng looked at Steve speechlessly and said angrily, "I wanted to blow up New York in the last second, and let me rebuild in the next second? Captain, what do you think?" Steve shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, 1 yard fits 1 yard. "You're saying you didn't blow up New York?" Li Feng was stunned. He felt that Steve didn't seem to believe that he would blow up New York. "If it weren't for New York's holy place, guess I would blow up New York." Scratching his head, Li Feng looked up and down at Steve, who was a godly, righteous man, thought for a while, and said, "I don't have time or energy to rebuild New York, but you can just make a wish." Wish. Steve's eyes lit up and smiled. Almost forgot that magic lamp. After speaking, Steve reached out for the magic lamp and said, "I owe you a favor." Li Feng curled his lips, and the favor that the righteous god could owe seemed pretty good, but it was difficult to make the righteous god return the favor. Needless to say, the first thing that is illegal, Steve will never help, and the second is the violation of morality. Is this really asking Steve for help? It's boring. I want Steve to be a teacher of morality classes and chatter in my ears all day. After thinking about it, Li Feng took out the magic lamp from his shoulder bag and said, "I don't want your favor, as long as you urge Fury to deliver the goods that ordered the nuclear bomb to be delivered to me." Steve nodded. There is no need for Li Feng to talk about this. He himself wanted to ask Fury to ask what was going on. Even if the water was deep inside, he still wanted to be fair to the New Yorkers who were nearly blown into ashes. Especially this matter also involved Odin almost severing his children and grandchildren, and the interstellar war broke out accidentally, so I can't take it too seriously. Seeing that Steve was eager to wipe the gods, Li Feng hurriedly drove the black cloud into the Stark building. If Jia Feng saw him on the scene, it would be not to satisfy Steve's wish, but to spit at him. Elves can't hurt people, but spitting can't hurt people. It's almost an insult. At the moment, Sure Stark was sitting in front of the bar and applying ice cubes to the wound. Seeing Li Feng rushing in a panic, he looked behind Li Feng in wonder. He wanted to see if the bald woman had returned. Otherwise, Li Feng was afraid of it. What? Seeing that there was nothing behind Li Feng, Sure Stark was about to ask what happened when he saw a monster with a red upper body and smoke surrounding the lower body suddenly appeared in front of Steve. Scared Sure Stark immediately shouted, "JRVS, where's my battle suit?" Maybe it was Steve's wish that the movement was a bit loud, causing the Avengers who had gathered to rest in front of the bar to leave Loki, who was in special shackles, and ran to Steve with their weapons. It's just that the sight that followed makes them a little shocked. The scale of Chitauri's invasion is not big, and it is not too small. Compared with the movie, the Zeta Swiss soldiers faced by New York this time are much less. After all, the Dementors said that they were very full this time. It is estimated that they could be hungry for a year and a half without eating. It can be seen how much the Dementors ate. No, it was how many Zeta Swiss soldiers stopped by the Dementors. The same is true. The number of citizens killed by Chitauri is much less than in the movie. But in the same way, compared to the Leviathan with 3 or 2 kittens in the movie, this time Commander Chitauri was sent all the Leviathan by Feng Li. The buildings destroyed by these big men are much more serious than in the movie. As a result, after Steve made his wish, Jia Feng needed to restore the building a bit astonishing. Colorful ribbons of building fragments are floating all over the city. As the concrete blocks and steel bars on the ground return to their original places like the old swallows returning to their nests, the collapsed tall buildings were restored to their original state before everyone's eyes. During this period, some bold citizens walked out of the shelter and walked to the street to watch, as if rewinding the mirror image of the collapsed building. It was not until it was determined that the ground that had collapsed or was smashed out of the pothole was restored to its original state that Steve was relieved, took off the communicator from his ear, bowed to Jia Feng to express his gratitude, and said in fluent English, "Thank you, Mr. Elf. Now, please go back to the magic lamp." Jia Feng frowned, sighed, and returned to the magic lamp. As for why Jia Feng sighed, Steve knew that it was just the elf who wanted to regain his freedom, but Steve had nothing to do with his intentions. First of all, he is not the owner of the magic lamp, and is not qualified to release the elf Jia Feng. Secondly, he doesn't know Arabic. Didn't he have to connect to foreign aid through a communicator before he made a wish? How could he give Jia Feng freedom in Arabic? When the elf returned to the magic lamp, Sure Stark on the side touched his chin, curiously spinning around the magic lamp. What is this? What creature is inside? Have you heard the story of Aladdin's magic lamp? Steve said helplessly to everyone. In front of the bar on the other side, Loki sat diagonally across from Li Feng and said with a smile, but a smile, "You fooled everyone. They thought you were just using a nuclear bomb to scare people, but I can see that you are real. Not give a damn about. I've already lived myself as the person I once hated. How would I care about New York? Li Feng glanced at Loki and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet that was closest to him. While pouring wine for himself and Loki, he said, "What do you want to say? Seeing that this invasion failed, I want to keep it. The next sentence, I will come back." Loki twitched his mouth, picked up a glass of wine, and said with lingering fear, "Do you think I'm stupid?" After a sip of the wine, Loki rolled his eyes and said, "Others don't know the magician who made you honest. How strong I am. But I have a glimpse of the opponent's strength. Do you think I'm like a person who likes to seek abuse?" Li Feng played with the wine glass in his hand, nodded in a meaningful way, and said, "It's very similar. Otherwise, why do you always go to tease your brother? Don't you like to let Thor hammer your chest with a small hammer? Your sister's chest hammers, so it's Mjolnir who can hammer dead man." Loki feels that he can't communicate with Li Feng. The other party's irritating skills are too strong, and it is very likely that he will slip through the other's mouth. Before the useful information was released, he was so angry that his cerebral thrombosis had been dredged. After taking a few deep breaths, Loki stared at the necklace on Li Feng's chest and asked, "What is the energy source on my staff?" Before Li Feng made up any lie, Loki gritted his posterior teeth and said, "Before, when I controlled Stark, I felt something was wrong with the staff. Later, the Ancient One Master reminded me of the necklace, my staff. It was in your hands for a while, so I'm pretty sure you changed the energy source on the staff. I understand you. If you don't have enough interest to attract, you won't face me." After thinking about it, Loki said in a tone that I can tell you. "Just like in New Mexico before, you got the black of the destroyer. Blue metal, this time, your purpose is for the energy source on my staff." Loki looked at Li Feng's shoulder bag, shook the shackles in his hand again, signaled that he is now a prisoner, and whispered, "I don't ask you to return my energy source. After all, it's your trophy. I'm just curious. What the hell is that thing?" Loki's long talk made Li Feng couldn't help but raise his murderous heart, especially now that Loki's strength is still locked by the shackles. The opportunity is rare. "It's just..." Li Feng glanced at the people who were still observing the magic lamp with a melancholy expression. "It is estimated that when Loki died, Thor immediately hacked me to death. Speaking of which, I am too weak and a god. Just can't beat. On this day, I can't get mixed up." Li Feng thought for a while and mysteriously leaned over to Loki and whispered, "Do you know mine, Jim?" "Well, the infinite gems, I definitely know." Loki looked at Li Feng with a slightly surprised look, pointed to the necklace vaguely, and said, "This is mine, Jim. The meaning of a lie lies in 9 true and 1 false. Definitely, the point is that lie." Li Feng rolled his eyes and said with contempt, "What kind of look do you look at? If this is a mind gem, do you think I'd dare to wear it with me with my strength? I'm looking for death." It makes sense for Loki to think about it. It's not that he blows, but that he really looks down on Li Feng's strength. If he doesn't have the shackles, he can rub each other to death with 1 finger. Even if the group of Dementors go together, it's useless. Don't look at the Dementor's invincible appearance in front of Chitauri. If it weren't for Thor to hide with him, so he didn't dare to fly into the sky and tear the Dementor, this war might have been rewritten. Thinking of this, Loki blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Li Feng shrugged, pretending to say in a relaxed manner, "This thing is a high imitation mind gem. Since you have used it, you should know that this thing can enhance your mental power, and it can also strengthen the spells you control." "There are huge amounts of energy in the real mind gem," Li Feng lied, squinting. "But do you think this stuff has huge energy?" Loki thought about it and shook his head. Seeing this, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was right to speculate that mind gem was sealed by Thanos for most of its energy. In terms of Loki's strength, it is strange to perceive mind gem. So, a magician of your level can be boosted by this thing. What about me? Li Feng raised his brows and said with joy, "You said it's worth my calculations." Although I felt that what Li Feng said was reasonable, Loki still felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Loki looked at Li Feng fiercely and said, "No, How do you know that this thing is a high imitation mind gem? If people move their mouths, my brain cells will become disabled. Fortunately, Lao Tzu has already thought of how to lie. Li Feng glanced at Loki contemptuously. Don't think you are a god, but there are things that you can only envy if you don't have the ability, such as… While talking, Li Feng dragged a ball of water. After Loki shouted, "Time spell," with a surprised look, Li Feng retracted the time stagnation spell and cast a 3D projection in front of him. Loki heard the conversation between himself and Sorcerer and saw the scene where he wanted to control Sorcerer. He turned to look at Li Feng and said, "Can you see the past and the future?" Seeing Li Feng nodded, Loki said half doubt and half surely, "So you see that the thing in my staff is a high imitation mind gem?" After a pause, Loki reached out and grabbed Li Feng's hand, using his only divine power to cast a polygraph spell, and said, "I want to know if you are lying." Li Feng rolled his eyes and grabbed the hand, radiating the magical brilliance. He turned his head and said, "I saw this gem was destroyed by an earthling in the future." After a pause, Li Feng added, "Destroyed. The person of this gem is not a magician, but a supernatural person who could be killed by grabbing it. This is not a lie, because the mind gem in Avengers Alliance 3 was indeed destroyed by the people on Earth, but Thanos passed the time and restored the mind gem." Loki looked at his spell and didn't respond, thinking that infinite gems could not be destroyed by an earthling, and he felt that Li Feng did not lie. And when Steve walked into the building with a magic lamp, Loki gave up on the necklace. "Thank you." Steve returned the magic lamp to Li Feng and said, "I thank you for those who are almost homeless." Li Feng took the magic lamp, put a shoulder bag in Sure Stark's eyes, waved his hand and said, "No, you should stare at Fury and see what this marinated egg will do." "Don't worry, I will keep my promise." Paused. Steve pointed to the Statue of Liberty standing under the building and said helplessly, "Now that the war is over, should you let the statue return to it? The place? After all, it is a landmark of the United States, not the door of Sure Stark's house." On the side, Natasha Romanoff stood up and brushed his presence and said, "There are also iron eagles and 2 small statues of liberty." Sure Stark nuanced his mouth and whispered, "What happened to the Statue of Liberty as a doorman for my company? It's a big deal, I pay it. It's a pity that Sure Stark's wealthy and only received everyone's eyes." Only Li Feng felt his eyes light up, lying on the bar as if they were deserted, and said, "The 2 statuettes are easy to say. Anyway, they're on the ground." They returned to the Empire State Building, but the genuine Statue of Liberty. Li Feng said weakly, "You have seen it too. I have no mana right now, or let it be the guard of the Stark Building for a few days and wait for me to recover. Mana is sending you home." Just when Li Feng felt that what he said was justified and well-founded, Loki on the side smiled and pierced Li Feng's lies. "Don't listen to him nonsense. I obviously perceive that he has recovered most of his mana. The reason why the Statue of Liberty is here is just to use this to coerce Fury to complete the arrest and order the launch of the nuclear bomb as soon as possible." Li Feng looked at Loki uncomfortably. "Ma Dan, if you don't talk to others, you will be dumb." In the end, the Statue of Liberty returned to where it was supposed to be and continued her life of staring at the world. No way. Except for Thor and Loki, who said they had no objection to guard the Stark Building. The rest of the Avengers all opposed, including the anti-water Stark. "You said that you have too much money to spend, and you are the Iron Man. What are you afraid of as a doorman at the Statue of Liberty? What a coward." As Sylvig appeared in the Stark Building with a bright bald head, put the Rubik's Cube and Loki's staff into a special suitcase, and then the Battle of New York was officially over. During the period, Li Feng looked around with his eyes open and saw that there was always only one Sure Stark at the scene, and he roughly understood that there was no Avengers Alliance 4 in this world. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave Sure. Stark suddenly stood behind Li Feng and whispered, "Found it." "Huh?" Li Feng was stunned. His little confused eyes blinked at Stark Sure and asked, "What did you find?" Seeing that Li Feng didn't remember what he had asked him to help find, Sure Stark pinched the tip of his nose speechlessly and whispered, "Happy told me he found the book." "Book? Hold the grass." Li Feng licked the corner of his mouth, suppressing his excitement, and whispered, "Dark God book?" Sure Stark spread his hands. Otherwise, perhaps it was Li Feng's excessively excited behavior that attracted people's attention. Steve and Natasha Romanoff crowded around Li Feng's identity curiously and asked, "What are you talking about? So excited." On the side, Loki felt that this was the best opportunity for Li Feng to block up. He couldn't help but raised his hand like a schoolboy, grinning and informing him, "I heard it. They're saying they have found the Book of Darkness." After speaking, Loki tilted his head suspiciously, as if talking to himself, and also as if asking something, and said, "The word dark in the title of the book, it is probably how to teach people to play with the soul of the spell book." Looking at the few people around Li Feng, Loki pretended to be scared and took a few steps back, and said in a grievance-like voice, "Mom tells me, don't get close to the magician who is related to the darkness. They will take you. Soul, modify your memory, and make you a puppet in their hands." Steve rolled his eyes to Loki, who had acted his head, frowned, and said, "I remember Loki once said that dark energy has corrosive properties." Steve looked at Li Feng and asked with concern, "Austin, can you give up studying dark energy and study other spells?" For example, Steve's knowledge of spells is almost zero, and he can't think of such as what. And Loki laughed and said, "For example, study more spells like the Statue of Liberty, and let these giants help move bricks for construction. Adding bricks to a better world. This thing is powerful, and the hands are big," he said with a longing mouth. "It is estimated that the bricks it moved with a slap is enough to make all brick movers laid off." The goddess moved bricks. As a patriotic representative, Steve glanced at Loki angrily, turned his head, and said to Thor, "Can you let this guy shut up?" Thor shrugged his shoulders and stuck a prop on Loki's face. Loki's mouth was immediately sealed, and Li Feng had a high imitation mind gem in his throat. For Li Feng, Thor's heart is actually full of gratitude. When he first came to Earth, Li Feng helped him. No matter what Li Feng's purpose was at the time, help is to help. Moreover, the destroyer's thigh was cut by the opponent's strength, saying that it was Li Feng. The spoils are correct. This time, Li Feng took action to protect New York again, which made Thor, who understood the king's heart, feel more favored by him. Now, knowing that Li Feng is a dark magician can't help but care. "Austin, Steve is right. While your strength is still weak, it's best to change your energy research. After all, touching dark energy is very dangerous. Even in the realm of God, touching the darkness privately is a felony, because we can't bear the corruption of darkness. Didn't you ask what this book does? Why did it suddenly become an educator for me?" Li Feng glanced at him with an angry look. Scratching his head, Li Feng stretched his hands and said, "This is not for me. My natural mana attributes are just like this. I want to change it." After a pause, Li Feng dragged a ball of energy that emits a soft light and said, "In order to resist corrosion, I have studied light spells, so you don't have to worry that I will be corroded by darkness." After speaking, Li Feng showed an expression of impatientness, indicating that he did not want to continue this topic, and turned his head to ask Stark, "Sure, where is the book?" Sure Stark scratched the corner of his eyes and said, unsure, "Maybe on the way back." Pointing out the window, Sure Stark said with a hand spread out, "New York has just gone through a great war, and it is estimated that the way back will be a bit blocked. I don't make sure where Happy is stuck now." "Call Happy and ask him to find a no-man corner to send me a photo," Li Feng said urgently. Steve entered Li Feng and couldn't listen to the advice at all. He just wanted to get the Dark Divine book and shook his head helplessly, indicating that everyone should escort Loki away first. As for Li Feng, I can only find a chance to have a good chat in the future. After a while, Happy sent a photo to Stark Sure's phone. When Stark handed the phone to Li Feng, he couldn't help but vomit. "You're a magician anyway. Can't you just buy a phone and put it next to you? You can make satellite calls, and you often hide in the RV and get moldy. You can't be found at all." "I can't find me even if I have a mobile phone." Li Feng in a mouth, carefully glanced at the photo, waved to open the portal, beckoned to Happy, who was in a daze across the portal, and motioned to the other party to come over quickly. With a suitcase, Happy crossed the portal curiously and asked excitedly, "Boss, when do you study the portal too? This stuff is too convenient." Sure Stark's face froze. "Ma Dan, I definitely know the convenience. How to study the problem? I don't have a clue till now." Li Feng, who took the suitcase, glanced at Stark and joked, "Happy, you're dismantling your own boss desk. Be careful that Stark deducts your salary." Happy also saw Stark's face now, and he touched the back of his head and said, "I'm going to work." After speaking, Happy told Li Feng the secret of opening the suitcase and hurriedly left. Seeing Harpy's escape-like figure, Sure Stark shook his head helplessly and walked to Li Feng's side. Seeing Li Feng taking out the antique dark book from his suitcase, he asked, "I remember you said I dare not open it easily. Who do you want to ask for help?" "The bald lady before. She is Ancient One, the leader of the Magician of the Earth," Li Feng replied subconsciously, touching the dark divine book. Sure Stark touched her chin and asked wonderingly, "Did you find what she looked in her eyes when she looked at me?" "Li Feng, what do you mean?" Sure Stark hesitation and said, "It was detected by JRVS. He told me that Ancient One looked at me differently from when Ancient One looked at others, and it seemed to have a special meaning." After thinking about it, Sure Stark shrugged and said, "JRVS can't analyze the reason." "Special meaning?" Li Feng thoughtfully circled Sure Stark. "In the Marvel movie, Sure Stark is just Iron Man, but in the comics, the identity of this product is different." Trancy's rice bowl. Li Feng was a little puzzled. What happened? Doctor Strange in this universe took a back seat and changed to Sure Stark as the Supreme Magician. It doesn't make sense. Ancient One once said that it would cultivate strange. Or does it mean that no matter which universe it is, as long as Tony Sure Stark has the ability to practice magic? With a bit of puzzlement, Li Feng touched his chin and said, "I may understand something, but I can't say. After all, this matter is a bit involved." After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he could test whether Stark had magical ability or not. If not, it means that Stark is too narcissistic and Ancient One simply glanced at him. If Sure Stark has magic ability, it would be okay to teach some magic in advance. Thinking of this, Li Feng took out the file-size magic book of matches from his pocket, turned to the page that recorded the Merlin's magic ring, and said, "I'll try to research this stuff when I have time." "What is this?" Stark asked curiously, accepting the heavy magic book. With a reminiscent expression, Li Feng sighed. "Back then, I was inadvertently exposed to magic when I was young and innocent. At that time, I was still a bird's egg that could not even be reached by a rookie." Seeing Sure Stark rolled his eyes and interrupted his memories, Li Feng shrugged and said, "Well, this is the Merlin magic ring, the key to officially entering the magical world." "Merlin? The key to magic?" Stark was stunned, then squinted and asked, "Is that the Merlin I remembered?" "Barstow is Merlin's apprentice. Isn't the Merlin in the Merlin Magician the Merlin Magician?" Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, Sure Stark only felt that his brain was so excited that it was boiling. The meaning in Austin's words is a bit deep. Combining the look in Ancient One's eyes with special meanings before, what does this mean? Sure Stark is smart. He quickly guessed that he might have the ability to practice magic. Otherwise, why did Li Feng give him the Merlin magic ring that he started with magic? It's not that Li Feng wants to help him upgrade the Merlin magic ring, launching overwhelming spells on the battle suit. This design is sour and cool. The more he thought about it, the more excited Sure Stark shouted, "JRVS scanned the Merlin magic ring and store it in my private database." "Okay, sir." In the room, JRVS's thick and full of magnetic voice suddenly sounded. After a while, seeing JRVIS scanning the magic book, Li Feng resized the magic book and put it back in his pocket. After opening the portal, he waved his hand to say goodbye to Stark. Before leaving, Li Feng picked up a few bottles of wine that looked good from the wine cabinet. Sure Stark didn't care about Li Feng's departure, because this guy at the moment's mind was full of magic. What kind of wine did Li Feng take away when he left? His attention was all in 3D, on the projected Merlin magic ring. Returning to his home by the lake, Li Feng saw that Shavig at the moment was lying on a lounger by the lake, his dead gray eyes staring blankly at the lake. Li Feng scratched his head and shouted to the RV behind him as he walked towards the other party. "Creature, take 2 wine glasses and some peanuts and beef, by the way." Without waiting for Li Feng to sit down, an old face full of worry turned towards Li Feng. When Li Feng was frightened, his whole body stiffened. An old face full of wrinkles with tears in his eyes. "People who don't know thought I was doing you something." Shavik quickly asked, "Austin, how is New York?" Li Feng sat down on the recliner and said in a nonchalant tone, "Except for dead man, I can't help them resurrect. The rest of the damaged buildings and roads have been restored to their original state." Shavik was silent for a while, covering his face and reproaching himself. "It's all my fault. If I didn't open the portal, those people would not die." Before he finished speaking, Shavik suddenly changed his expression, looking forward to, how was the world behind that portal? Is it beautiful? Li Feng was fascinated at the time. What situation did you blame yourself in the last second, and turn it over in the next second? The speed at which you turn your face is amazing. After squinting his eyes, Li Feng gave out his mental power perception, and Shaig realized that the shockwave produced when Stark bombed the Rubik's Cube with an energy cannon allowed Shaig to regain his self-awareness. But Shaig was only ordinary people can't get rid of Loki's control just by physically correcting consciousness like Barton. Therefore, Shaig is still under the control of Loki, which is the main reason why Shaig was sent to a mental hospital in the future. But now that he understands the root cause of the disease, Li Feng will naturally not let Shavig into the mental hospital. Although mental patients have a wide range of ideas, and contact with mental patients can increase Shaig's thinking. But Li Feng said that he does not want to contact mental patients. What if a patient bites him when something happens to Shaig? Did he bite back on the spot? Or did he become a 3-headed hell dog with 2 more mouths and bite back? The most important thing is that the patient is not responsible for biting him, and Li Feng bites him back. This is legal responsibility. Believe it or not, we are good citizens who abide by the law and cannot do anything illegal. In order not to violate the law, Li Feng immediately took off the necklace and completely relieved the spell on Shavik. As the control spell dissipated, Zavig regained his silence, lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Creature appeared in front of Li Feng with a wine glass and a side dish. Li Feng picked up the wine glass, filled it, and handed it to Shavik, comforting him. "Don't think too much. It's not your fault. It's all Loki's fault." "Loki!" Shavik seemed to think of something, jumped up and stared at Li Feng, and asked in an angry tone, "Where is Loki? Did you catch him?" Li Feng nodded and motioned to Shaig to be calmer, so startled it would easily spill the good wine in his hand out of the glass. Loki was caught. When Thor personally escorted Loki back to Asgard, Li Feng signaled to Shaig to take the glass while saying, "Why? Do you still want to beat Loki personally?" Shavig, panting with red eyes, clenched his fists. Obviously, if he could, Shavig didn't mind having a fist-to-flesh contest with Loki. It's a pity, thinking that he was half buried in the earth, and Loki was a powerful young man with Kong Wu, and the other party was a Protoss. The ghost knew how strong the other party was, and Shavig slumped down on the recliner like a discouraged and took the wine glass. He drank a sip and smiled bitterly. "What can I do?" Seeing that Shaig was drinking so boldly, Li Feng simply stuffed the whole bottle of wine into each other's arms and reopened a bottle of wine by himself. After drinking 2 sips, Li Feng said, "How did you live before? How you still live now? Why do you think so much?" Li Feng actually didn't understand Shaig's self-blame. In his opinion, Shaig was controlled by Loki, and he could not do anything by himself. This is like someone using a kitchen knife to chop people. The essential job of a kitchen knife is to cut vegetables. As a result, the person who uses it gives a new ability. Can we blame the kitchen knife for not sticking to its essential position? Obviously, it's not justified. This is not something that the kitchen knife can choose on its own. It's the same with Shavik, who has become a chopper in the hands of others. You still want to continue to cut vegetables well, and Loki is unwilling to think so. This means that people like Shaig will blame themselves. If Li Feng experiences this, he must eat and drink when he is out of control. Anyway, Li Feng would not feel that he had done something wrong. Shavik looked down at the wine bottle, and after a while, he picked up the wine bottle and poured it into his mouth, in a stance of filling himself to death. Li Feng didn't persuade him, and Shavik had to think about this kind of thing himself. Unable to figure it out, Li Feng said that he can't help it. He is not a psychiatrist, someone who doesn't know how to treat mental illness. I've said everything I should say anyway. Li Feng picked up a piece of beef at random, chewed, and pointed to the cabin and said, "Don't think about it these days. Fortunately, I will rest for a few days. When the storm passes, you're going out to relax." "Thank you," Shavik said ruinously. "It can only be so." In the early morning a few days later, the energetic Li Feng gnawed biscuits, fried dough sticks, and held a large glass of beer, knocked on the door of the cabin, and shouted, "Shavik, we have dinner." The cabin door opened quickly, but Shavik, who walked out of the cabin, looked a little different from usual. Looking at Shavik, who was in a suit and leather shoes with a suitcase at his feet, Li Feng was stunned. "Are you going to go out?" Shavik grinned reluctantly, nodded, and said, "Yes, although you are free, I still like to have a job. I contacted Jane last night, and she just needs help." Li Feng looked up and down to meet Shavik. Although he couldn't see if Shavik had stepped out of the shadow controlled by Loki, since the other party wanted to work, Li Feng had no reason to stop him. Maybe Shavik forgets about Loki when he is busy at work? Li Feng turned sideways to clear the way and said, "Let's go early after eating. Then let Jane send a picture over, and I'll take you there." "I won't miss Creature's craftsmanship," Shavik smiled and said. "As for sending me directly to Jane, forget it. Jane is now in the UK. If I show up directly in the UK, it doesn't matter. I have smuggled. I'll go abroad by the normal route." Sighing, Shavik shook his head with a wry smile and said, "After all, I have enough trouble on my body. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at me. If I smuggle abroad, wouldn't it be just the reason for them to trouble me? You are still from S.H.I.E.L.D. in name. Believe it or not, just after your front foot was caught, Fury sent troops to get you back." Li Feng patted Shavik on the shoulder and said, "Ask yourself. But you can come to me if you have trouble." "Thank you. I'll find you if I'm really in trouble," said Shavik, who was familiar with Li Feng, unceremoniously. In the RV, Shavik's cell phone rang when the two were chatting and laughing while enjoying breakfast. Shavik picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, this is Shavik." A slightly nervous stranger's voice came from his hand. "Hello, sir. I am the driver you called. I am now in the suburbs. Is there only one road to your address?" Shavik looked at Li Feng in wonder, and when he was about to inquire, he saw Li Feng holding his mobile phone and said, "The road from the suburbs to my house is still paved by myself. There's only one road." "Driver." "Sorry, sir, then I can't get in. The army blocked the road to your house, saying that your house is a restricted area." After hesitation, the driver asked cautiously, "Sir, what's out of your house? What's the matter? Why are you still sending out an army to isolate? What the hell is the restricted area?" Li Feng scratched his head blankly and said, "Oh, you will wait in place. I will come out and have a look." After speaking, Li Feng returned the phone to Shavik, got up and put on a cloak and walked out of the RV, stepping on a black cloud and flying to the edge of his own territory. After a while, Li Feng saw that the road leading to his home below was indeed barricaded by a group of soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms, and there was even an armored vehicle parked on the side of the road, which made him a little puzzled. Is my house really a military-restricted zone? But now is not the time to explore these things. Shavik has to catch a plane, although Li Feng can also stuff Shavik into the cabin when the plane takes off, but Shavik has always emphasized that he wants to keep a low profile and stay away from the mess. As a friend, Li Feng cannot go against the wishes of others. After finding the taxi driver, Li Feng flew to an unmanned corner, waved his hand to open the portal, and beckoned Shavik to cross the portal and said, "It looks like I have another trouble to solve. You should leave quietly." Shavik glanced in the direction of the soldier, and Li Feng said goodbye to the taxi. It was not until the taxi left that Li Feng swaggered towards the soldiers. Seeing Li Feng walking towards the roadblock, a soldier walked towards Li Feng quickly and said, "Sir, this is a military-restricted zone. Please leave." Li Feng replied irritably, When did my house become a military-restricted zone? Do you want to show me how to exercise counterterrorism at my door? The soldier was stunned, and after a careful look at Li Feng, he turned and ran to the armored vehicle. After a while, a soldier with the rank of colonel emerged from the armored vehicle, holding a cool mobile phone and trotting in front of Li Feng with a nervous expression. The colonel handed the mobile phone to Li Feng without saying a word, as if Li Feng turned around and ran towards the armored car, as if he was a plague god, and felt that the armor of the armored car could bring the colonel a sense of security. He quickly got into the armored car. "Madame, I'm scary or how to drop. This is a soldier serving the people?" Bad reviews, absolute bad reviews. However, it can be seen that the colonel is indeed well trained. He has been practicing hard for several years. While defamating, Li Feng put the phone in his ear and said, "Hey, which one is looking for me?" On the other end of the phone, Fury, who heard Li Feng's voice, said angrily, "It's me." "Oh, it's a salted egg," Li Feng said with a smile. "I don't see that you can still command the army. I always thought that SHIELD and the army are two different things." "You think too much." Fury rubbed his forehead with a headache and said, "This is the trouble caused by rubbing the nuclear bomb with your own hands. But it's good. There's so many people who spy on your RV. Let this group, wouldn't the soldier be a doorman for you for free?" For Fury, who was running the train with his mouth full, Li Feng curled his mouth in disdain. There's soldiers guarding the door of the house. Apart from making Li Feng, who lives, feel full and enjoy the treatment of a military boss, what's the use? Stop the thief? Could the thief only come in from a place guarded by soldiers? Don't make trouble. A thief is a technical job, and a mentally retarded child can't be a thief. There are ways to enter Li Feng's private realm. The easiest way is to fly. How many times has Quinjet come to Li Feng's house? These soldiers on the road can still stop the plane. I'm saying that swimming over the lake in front of the RV will kill you. Even if you can't swim, you will always get over the wall. If he can't even get over the wall, the thief should change his job as soon as possible. Li Feng walked to the roadblock and took a closer look and was unable to spit out. "You are careful enough to just set the roadblock just outside my territory? So even if I go to sue you, it won't make any difference, right?" "Private territory is sacred and inviolable," Fury replied stiffly. "You have a portal, and soldiers can't stop you from entering or exiting. Besides, you rarely go out. Just ignore these soldiers." "I just let the military monitor it," Li Feng said in a huff. "Would you like me to let the Dementor squat at the door of SHIELD for a few days? Anyway, you have Quinjet in and out. Fury's curiosity about the Dementors is not a matter of a day or two. If Li Feng really dares to send Wonkai to the shield gate, Fury may not know what it will be like. So after hearing Li Feng's ridicule, Fury said solemnly, "Yes, let's they all come. And by the way, I can save this year's air conditioning bill." "Your sister, I can't talk this day. The point is to monitor. Is it okay?" "Monitor?" Li Feng suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes to look at the armored vehicle, and then Li Feng walked to the armored vehicle with a face of misfortune and slapped the car door and shouted, "The salted egg! Are you showing off the phone bill? Come out for me, believe it or not. I turned the armored car into a sexy bunny girl and jumped all the way back to New York against you." As soon as Li Feng said, Fury walked off the armored car with a dark face that couldn't see his facial features, glanced at the mobile phone in Li Feng's hand and said, "The mobile phone is given to you." Li Feng rolled his eyes and put the phone in his pocket. "Tell you, the phone is not worth money. You can't bribe me with such a thing." Fury, "I know. This is just to contact you at any time." "It's really nice," Li Feng Hun said nonchalantly. "If there is no monitoring device in this phone, I will jump into the Atlantic and feed the sharks immediately." Before Fury could refute, Li Feng put his arms in his arms and asked, "Let's talk about it. What's the matter with me? I don't believe you came here to give me a broken phone. Tomorrow is Phil Coulson's secret funeral." Fury blinked his eyes for another purpose and said, "Don't miss the time." "Phil Coulson." Li Feng nodded to indicate that he knew it, patted the pocket with the phone, and said, "Send me the address with the phone." Seeing Fury nodded, Li Feng turned and walked towards the RV. After not taking a few steps, Fury suddenly shouted, "Do you want that staff?" Without turning his head, Li Feng waved his hand with his back to Fury and signaled not to stop. "That thing is very important to Loki. I don't want to cause trouble. The fact is, Mind Gem is here. Why do you need Loki's staff?" If the material of the staff is higher than the sickle, without Fury speaking, Li Feng will ask for it himself. The problem is that the material of the staff is not necessarily better than that of the sickle. The next day, Li Feng didn't do anything. He didn't even drink a few sips of beer. He waited for Fury to contact him, but he waited and didn't see the phone ringing. Until sunset, when Li Feng began to suspect that his signal was blocked, the phone suddenly sounded an information alert tone. After sending the photo to some SHILD base, Li Feng casually threw the phone to Fury, who was dressed in a white coat and dressed as a doctor, and said, "This broken phone doesn't even have a game. I'll give it back to you." Fury didn't care about this. The main reason for sending Li Feng's phone was to facilitate the other party to open the portal so that Phil Coulson could be resurrected as scheduled. By the way, I also wanted to monitor Li Feng, but now that Li Feng knows that his mobile phone has surveillance equipment, it is normal operation not to carry it with him. But then again, the fact that Li Feng never buys a mobile phone makes Fury feel a headache. In addition to being inconvenient to contact with SHILD's current technology, as long as Li Feng dares to buy a mobile phone, they can hack into the mobile phone and keep abreast of Li Feng's dynamics. Fury put the phone aside and brought Li Feng to the operating room and said, "Do you have any spells to cover your face?" "There are no spells, but there are masks." Li Feng took out a skull mask from his shoulder bag and put on his face and asked, "Why? Do you suspect that someone will reveal secrets? Or do you simply want me to keep my sense of mystery? This is not all S.H.I.E.L.D. people. There is no need to let them know your existence." Seeing Li Feng dressed up with a skull, Fury said speechlessly, "You know how many people can see this by pulling off your cloak on the Stark rooftop? Is the mask?" Before Li Feng could say, "I only have this mask," Fury continued with a stern face, "Black cloak, skull mask, and fire sickle. Now, it is your iconic dress, and the public may not know it. But the well-informed knows that this is the Death God dress. You better change a mask." "Death God?" Li Feng pointed to himself. "The codename you gave me? It feels like rubbing, so you can't make a tall and mighty one, such as Hades and Anubis. I really don't want to. Roar, I can do it for little Hades." While talking, the two walked to the door of the operating room. Fury stopped, turned his head to look at Li Feng, rolled his eyes, and said, "We are talking about the mask, and the code name is not mine. If it is the S.H.I.E.L.D. replacement number, I will definitely call you and ask what you have." "Opinion." Li Feng stretched out his hands, looking like a rascal, and said, "I'm just such a mask." After speaking, Li Feng reached out and pushed the door open and walked into the operating room. In the operating room, except for Hill carrying a large suitcase and standing in a corner silently, the remaining doctors looked at Li Feng in wonder. In our eyes, the buddy lying on the operating table is a dead body, just S.H.I.E.L.D. If we insist that this is a living person, we can't do it with S.H.I.E.L.D. "But we are here to rescue the wounded." "What do you mean by breaking in with a skull mask? Curse that our technology is not good. Are you here to take away the soul of the wounded at any time?" If it's in an ordinary hospital, these doctors don't need to discuss. They are absolutely forced to use the broom to beat Li Feng to death and put him on the operating table for rescue. But this isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. They must be blindfolded when they go in and out, and they will be the masters in which round. Nothing, the doctors can only pretend that they haven't seen Li Feng, so they don't see and feel annoyed. Soon, several doctors sutured Phil Coulson's long-stop heart. After Hill handed the suitcase in his hand to Li Feng, he took a few doctors and left the operating room in an orderly manner. There are some things there is no need to let these doctors know. After a while, several doctors in protective clothing walked into the operating room and pushed Phil Coulson into a strange machine. Fury motioned to Li Feng to open the suitcase, ready to let Phil Coulson's soul return to the body at any time. Li Feng nodded, opened the suitcase, and released Phil Coulson's soul, and said in undead language, "Corvo, what do you think of being a ghost?" Phil Coulson checked the meeting with his transparent hands, and then curiously tried to touch the operating table. Needless to say, Phil Coulson in the soul state obviously can't touch the material, which makes Phil Coulson feel a little strange, and said, "Can I go through the wall?" "Not only can you go through the wall," Li Feng pointed to Fury and said, "you can overlap with Fury. Do you want to try it?" Fury saw Li Feng open his mouth inexplicably and said something, then inexplicably pointed at himself, squinted, and asked, "Are you chatting with Phil Coulson?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Otherwise? Am I practicing pantomime?" When Fury was about to say something, Phil Coulson walked to his body and saw some dark green liquid flowing through the catheter inserted into his body, and asked, "Sir, what are these?" "He can't hear what you are saying," Li Feng explained to Phil Coulson, then squinted at the dark green liquid and said, "Phil Coulson asks you what this is?" Touching his chin, Li Feng shook his head and said, "If I were you, I would chop off the owner of this thing now. I will burn it to ashes afterwards." Fury glanced at Li Feng in silence, then squinted and asked, "Just look at it and judge what it is." "Nonsense. I haven't seen it before." "I have killed a few by myself," Li Feng said, rolling his eyes. "What about that cat back then? Did you keep it at home?" As for Fury's overtones, Li Feng just didn't hear it out. "I know how to make inquiries, and it's annoying." "Are you talking about Guru?" Fury glanced at Li Feng with deep meaning. "Do you want to seek revenge or play with it?" Li Feng's face froze. With the ability of the Elemental Devourer, there is no difference between eating Thanos raw and eating snacks. Who would let the Elemental Devourer have a stomach pouch connected to different dimensions? Even a big guy like Thanos doesn't dare to provoke the Yuan Chewer beast. So does Li Feng's small body dare to find the Yuan Chewer beast for revenge? What a joke. This thing is recognized as one of the most dangerous animals in the universe. Just when Li Feng shook his head with an embarrassed expression and denied that he wanted to find the elemental devouring beast to play with, a doctor in the distance said, "Sir, the physical activity of Phil Coulson has been activated." Seeing this, Li Feng took the opportunity to end the conversation. His probe looked at Phil Coulson's body, who was already ruddy like an ordinary person, and while casting a spell to stuff Phil Coulson's soul in the body, he said, "It seems that you have done in-depth research on the experiment of resurrecting the corpse. It's just a soul, which is not a difficult operation for Li Feng." After a while, Li Feng, who had finished casting the spell, walked back to Fury and whispered, "The blood of the Kree is indeed easier to activate the activity of Phil Coulson, but this method has a drawback. Do you know what you will encounter, and do you have a solution?" Fury asked, squinting. "It depends on how deeply affected Phil Coulson is," Li Feng said with a shrug. "Good luck. I can still seal Phil Coulson's memory, but afterwards I can't let Phil Coulson be stimulated by the outside world." Li Feng said with some profound meaning, "Things inherited by genes are carved in the bones, and spells are not omnipotent." Fury gene, heredity. Sure enough, Austin knows the Kree people better. Phil Coulson wakes up soon, not wanting Li Feng to know more secrets. And to prevent Li Feng from playing tricks, Fury unceremoniously orders Li Feng to chase away his guests. Li Feng didn't care about it, but before leaving, Li Feng whispered in Fury's ear and whispered a warning. "I promise you about the resurrection of Phil Coulson. Time to finish. I can remind you that even though Thor and Loki are back to Asgard, Bifrost's guardian Heimdall will keep staring at you until you are done." Speaking of Heimdall, Fury felt that his skull burst from the joy of Phil Coulson's resurrection. What's so special? He always monitors others at will. When is it his turn to monitor him? It's still the kind that knows someone is watching but can't show evidence. This made Fury, who was already in the late stage of suspicious disease, stabbed all over his body, and even felt that Heimdall was looking at him with twinkling eyes. I'm afraid that in the future, Heimdall swears not to watch Fury on the bulb. Fury is also 100,000 unbelieving. Stubbornly rubbing the four-petal black brain, Fury said weakly, "It's easy to make friends, but I notice that there's still a force behind them. Give me some time. I want to kill them all." Does Li Feng know who these people order the launch of nuclear bombs? Haha. Former SHIELD chief Alexander Pierce, now one of the members of the World Security Council, is the one who ordered the launch of a nuclear bomb. Even Li Feng used his *** to guess that Alexander Pierce fired the nuclear bomb because he was afraid that the Avengers would block his Insight project. Now Fury actually fantasizes to find out what happened alone. Save it. The whole SHIELD is mostly from Alexander Pierce, and the remaining handful are from Li Feng. Besides, Fury didn't know that Li Feng could look through other people's memories, but he was afraid that Fury handed the person to Li Feng's hands, and Li Feng made a list of names on his back and gave it to Fury. Li Feng curled his lips in disdain and sarcastically said, "It's really nice. It's not about being afraid of being known by me about things that shouldn't be known by outsiders. You just want to drag a day and hide all the tales. It's just the idea of handing over people." Fury, who was said to have broken his mind by Li Feng, looked at Li Feng expressionlessly. "Whatever you think, I will make a call later." Li Feng sneered a few times, waved his hand to open the portal, and crossed the portal to issue an ultimatum. "I'll give you half a month, and I won't hand it over by then, but don't blame me for being polite. I will." I went to my door to find out this group of mice, and hung them in front of shield to air dry. After speaking, Li Feng, who returned to his home by the lake, waved his hand to close the portal. Li Feng, lying on the couch by the lake, holding a beer, unconsciously touched the Dark God book in his hand, throwing a few peanuts into his mouth one after another. People who cherish life like Li Feng dare not read it at will, even if they have the book. He is self-aware, knowing that his strength is too weak, and the consequences of turning over the book are too serious, and he will even kill him. It's just that he can't read the book in his hand. This gives Li Feng a sense of torture as he sees a water source 100 meters away when he is dying of thirst in the desert, but he has no strength to walk to the water source. For a long time, Li Feng, who couldn't help but tickled, put the wine glass aside, rubbed the high-speed brain, and meditated on the way to read the Dark God book without injury. Method 1. Flip the book after holding the fake angel feather. The advantage is that it has the resistance of the fake angel feather. Don't try to seduce him in a short time, but the shortcomings are also obvious. It is estimated that the book has not been finished yet. The fake angel, the energy of the feathers has been exhausted. The problem is that disguising angel feathers is of great use to Li Feng. This thing is a great treasure to restrain Mephisto. Without the fake angel feathers, it is equivalent to letting him kneel and surrender in front of Mephisto or even notify Ancient One. There is no chance to fight the little monster. Definitely, you can also use the time converter to go back to the past and borrow pseudo-angel feathers from your past self, but the consequences are destined to meet your past self. It is estimated that the book is over, but the timeline of the Marvel world has become a mess. The regiment even led to the Ancient One who went violently. Some of the gains outweigh the losses. Method 2 is to cross Otherworld to find someone to help, but it depends on whether you are the Emperor or a non-chief. Judging from Li Feng's own feelings, his character attributes are to be discussed, and it is estimated that the probability of crossing into his own invincible world is greater. But Method 2 wins in safety. After struggling for a long time, Li Feng stood up swayingly and shouted as he walked towards the RV. "Creature, prepare the luggage. Let's go to the far door." "Okay, boss." Creature replied with a big eye when he heard that Li Feng was about to cross. After a while, the industrious creature finished the packing work and followed in Li Feng's footsteps to the yellow sand and starry desert above his head. No way. There's an abomination that is only unfamiliar at home. Li Feng dare not open the door at home. After a habit of tumbling, Li Feng, who was wearing a cloak, passed the goalkeeper and creature, who was invisible, vomited to Otherworld. Without waiting for Li Feng to look around, a man's roar in American English came from his ear. "You gave it wrong. Move away." The main line of the world this time is the United States. While thinking about it, Li Feng followed the voice and saw a man wearing short sleeves and stepping on the ground barefoot, shouting at a truck that was about to leave. "Listen to me, the lawn is crushed. It's flat." Unfortunately, the truck driver obviously didn't want to give the barefoot man face and drove away on his own, but the barefoot man still angrily shouted to the faraway truck, "I'm an American Past Conference member." Member? Li Feng squinted his perception of the other party and made sure that the other party was just an ordinary person scratching his head in wonder. Yes, I guess I'm invincible in this world again. Sure enough, I'm not the life of the Emperor. Li Feng was melancholy. Seeing Mr. Barefoot hurried home, he turned his head to think about the meeting and decided to follow him behind him. After determining the benefits of the world, he decided whether to find a place to practice quietly or grab the benefits and find a place to practice. But when Li Feng was about to step into Mr. Barefoot's house, Li Feng suddenly looked back at the pile of wood at the door. Li Feng was sure that before, let alone no one on the wood, there was absolutely no half-person figure on the street nearby. But now, a black old man wearing white casual clothes, sitting cross-legged, waving at him suddenly appeared on the timber. This is so hell. He is also a magician with outstanding mental power anyway, if this black old man wants to attack him in any evil intentions. Li Feng felt it was difficult for him to find the other side. However, this old black man, Li Feng, really knew him. Although he could not name him, Li Feng knew that the other party appeared in a lot of movies, such as Batman, Shawshank's Redemption, Now You See Me, and so on. In short, this old man has a wide range of dramas. He has played almost all roles from servants to presidents. He is known as one of the best actors in America. Many directors commented that he is a real actor and possesses the best actors. With various qualities, he could be immersed in various roles. It's just that Li Feng still can't remember which world this old man has super ability. Hello, visitor from Otherworld. The old black man greeted Roar with a kindly bared white teeth and smiled. The father's words scared Li Feng into confusion. He has not traveled through the world once or twice, but at a glance, he has never encountered the world where he is not a local. It can be seen that Li Feng is a foreigner. Now, was someone pierced his identity? What the hell did this buddy come from? After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Li Feng cautiously approached him and asked, "Hello." "Hello." The old man smiled like a kind old man. "Are you a magician?" Li Feng Shan nodded and asked cautiously, "Are you always?" "God," the old man said indifferently. "God?" Li Feng turned to look at the big house behind him, then looked back at the timber under the old man. Is this the world of a fake god? If it was before, Li Feng would definitely jump up and hug each other's thighs when he met God, and then humbly ask for doubts about the method, and believe that God will teach him for a period of time because of his willingness to learn. The problem is that it is different now. He is no longer the ordinary person with a kind heart. Now he dares to do anything for the benefit and to go home. And even when he thinks of some evil things he has done before, Li Feng has the heart to cry. Isn't it good to come to this world earlier? I just don't want to come when I come. This is too memorable. Question: when God encounters a wicked person or a wicked person who wantonly plays with his soul, what will happen to the wicked person? With a sad face, Li Feng stepped back carefully and said respectfully, "You are always busy. I just have nothing to do with my meal. I wandered around here to beat soy sauce busy." Just as Li Feng turned around and was about to open the door to run, God appeared beside Li Feng instantly, put one hand on Li Feng's shoulder, and smiled gently. "You can see that you have a lot of confusion and doubts in your heart. Don't you want to talk to me? I like to listen to stories, and I'm also a master of storytelling. The problem is that my heart trembles." Li Feng showed a smiling face that is uglier than crying, and asked in a low voice, "After listening to the story, will you let me go?" God raised his brows playfully. "Why did I catch you?" "Li Feng, you got the point." "Nothing. You can't run anymore. At least you can't run anymore now." The reluctant Li Feng was dragged back to the wood by God, and after organizing the language, he began to describe himself. Li Feng knew very well that with his strength and IQ, he couldn't fully lie in front of God. Therefore, Li Feng not only told God truthfully about the Marvel world, he even told the truth about the event of going home in the end. Definitely, Li Feng is not stupid. Some things were taken in one sentence, such as killing Carter Schrey for Hellfire. The point he said was that Carter Schrey was Ghost Rider. For example, in the world of ghosts in disguise, I have gone through misfortunes, and I regretted it for a while. As for what misfortune was caused, I won't elaborate on Li Feng's death. Li Feng finished narrating his own story in a spring and autumn style. God smiled gently and said, "Do you want me to send you home?" Li Feng did not deny that this was his thought after careful consideration. After all, the world says that God is omniscient, omnipotent, and the most good being. He is both the creator and the savior of the world. If the God in front of him has both ability and can send him home with kindness, why would he bother to collect infinite gems? This is also the reason why Li Feng is willing to explain clearly the events of his previous life. God shook his head slightly, expressing regretfully that he was just the god of this world. In this world, Li Feng could deliver him wherever he wanted to go, but for other worlds, he was powerless. What's more, I still send Li Feng back to a world he doesn't understand at all. Still can't. Li Feng grinned reluctantly, took a deep breath, and sat silently on the wood, with disappointment and deep longing in his eyes. 10 years of life and death are boundless. There is nowhere to say that is bleak. It is Li Feng who has been away from home for too long at the moment. In just 100 years of life, even a person like Li Feng, who is powerfully strengthening over his life, can't hold the pig-killing knife of years. He has been in the Marvel world for so many years, plus the time added by running various other worlds. It is said that Li Feng has been small. It's not too much to spend half my life looking for a way home. It's just that the road ahead is long, and some of the opportunities that seem to be able to go home are all in the water. You say this is annoying and not annoying. That is why Li Feng knows how to be self-satisfied and find some fun to adjust his mind at any time. Otherwise, he will not be able to face it calmly no matter what he is like now, but has been imprisoned in a mental hospital for research. For a long time, God saw that Li Feng's mood improved, and he asked gently, "Do you regret everything you did to go home? After all, you are a magician in this life, and even an extraordinary person who can see the status of the gods. And when you get home, maybe you can only live an ordinary life." Regret. Li Feng was silent for a while, rubbed his face, and looked at God with a smile. Why do I regret it? Is it wrong to reunite with my family? As for the strength of one body, I care more than going home. Family. If there's a way home from heaven, I would rather give up my strength and sit down in heaven for 100 years. Speaking of this, Li Feng's tone changed, eyes filled with bloody madness, and said coldly, "If there's a way back home from hell, I'll go to hell, even if Mephisto dares to stop me. Family kill." After speaking, Li Feng changed his personality again, scratching his head, and asked, "I heard that hell is connected to multiple worlds. God, you always help me analyze and analyze. Do you think hell will have a channel to connect my home?" In the last second, God clearly saw the madness in Li Feng's eyes, and in the next second his eyes were blurred again. This product is not a magician. Is it neurotic? But is it a bit faster to adjust your mentality? Is it? Listening to you, it seems that you have found a way home. God asked. Li Feng nodded slightly and said, "There is a way, but that requires strength, a powerful force." God thought for a while, for fear that Li Feng would destroy the world in order to go home, and asked, "Is it convenient to talk about it? Maybe I can help you." Li Feng hesitation, and finally felt that God helped himself to check the missing plan. Maybe the success rate would be higher. Looking at God, Li Feng sorted out his thoughts and said, "Passing through the door is the basis of going home, because it can connect all planes of the earth. I think this also includes my home. Passing through the door is a way to go. Home channel. And opening this channel requires power. Infinite Gems has a strong power and can help me open this channel. Just using infinite gems requires users to have strong power originally, so I need to make myself strong enough to not be afraid of infinite gems." After listening to Li Feng's plan, God thought about it and patted Li Feng on the shoulder and smiled. "The plan sounds good, but I haven't seen infinite gems. I'm afraid I can't give you much advice." Li Feng opened his mouth. When he just wanted to say that he had a mind gem, the barefoot man before hurried to the wood and tore down the list attached to the wood. Just when Mr. Barefoot was staring at the gopher wood on the list, God signaled that Li Feng and others would be chatting while exiting his invisibility, and said to Mr. Barefoot, "Gopher wood, cypress wood." The sudden sound frightened Mr. Barefoot. When he turned to look at God, who was sitting cross-legged, he heard God continue to say, "It's not really gopher, but pine and maple God looked at the distant house, said, "Cut them all down to make room for a house." God's inexplicable words. Li Feng, who has seen the fake God, said that he understood it. Gopher alludes to the wood used to build Noah's Ark, and the Ark is a shelter for mankind in the face of disasters. Now, it is actually a shelter for mankind that is destroyed for the purpose of building houses. Mr. Barefoot was confused, saying that he didn't understand. He looked at God in wonder and asked, "Do I know you?" God said comfortably, "I know you better." After a pause, God looked at a wooden box in the distance and said, "It looks like you have received my gift." Mr. Barefoot pointed to the wooden box with a look of confusion and asked, "You sent it? What is it for?" God jumped off the wood, embraced his arms, and said seriously, Genesis 6, verse 14, "I want you to build an ark." Mr. Barefoot was stunned and asked, "You want me to build an ark?" "Yes." God nodded affirmatively.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.